Because it was a wedding cruise and everybody got married. So there's not a single person on the boat. They're all married. That's why I said I know mine was better. And then y'all can chew on this one. I can give the answer later. Please welcome everybody. You know him. You kind of love him. Some of you like him. I appreciate him. Who is this? That looks like a lesbian. Are you there? You're on. You're live. Caller, you're live.
Yeah. Oh, hello. How are you, sir? This is my Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino.
Oh, with the eyebrows, the Satan guy. I thought he looked familiar.
That's correct, sir. Have you given your heart to Set lately?
To set, no, not to set. I'm not. We're not each other's type. Why have you?
Well, I think that you're missing out on life if you haven't done such a thing.
Yeah, I know. Everybody has an opinion on
Did you like
what
Did you
people.
like my eyebrows when I was alive?
No, I did not. No, I definitely would have pulled you aside. Even as a Satanist, it didn't. I did. It did not enhance the brand.
What about my
It looked
appearance on
cartoonish.
Oprah and Geraldo?
I probably saw it because I used to watch all those shows, but I don't remember. I wasn't like attuned to you at the time to even pay attention. I do remember a show with some Satanists, but they were like goth kid Satanists. They weren't real Satanists. And the grown-ups one were like costume Satanists. They wore robes and they were like cosplay more than Satanism.
Well, let's talk about the intersection between golf and goth, and that would be the gay scene in Seattle. Is it true that the gay people in Seattle who work for Microsoft are eugenicists like me?
My ex was. He worked for Microsoft. So I know exactly one in person. I can't extrapolate further from that,
So,
but there is
so
one.
the reason I ask is that have you seen this Alyssa Liu figure skater? Fabulous. You know what I'm talking about?
No, who? No, that's a little too gay for me. Who are you talking about?
The figure skater lady that's like half Asian and stuff, and she's like from
We're all
San
half Asian.
Francisco, and
Oh no, I haven't. Not at all.
you didn't hear about that like
No,
a couple months
not
ago? Wow.
no. What?
Well,
I feel like I missed something. You're a good salesman. I
well,
already feel like you missed.
whatever rock you're under, invite me over, okay? Um,
You're here now. It's
but
quite. If you're looking for a boring rock to hang out under, you found it.
well, I mean that sounds kind of good around this with
No
all the
Gaysian
craziness in the
figure
world.
skaters have passed through here.
No, you said Gaysian?
Yeah. What?
No, it's
Okay,
not
so
gay.
like
It's a
San
woman.
Francisco
It's a woman.
figure
Her name is
skater.
Alyssa
Oh,
Liu.
you
Alyssa
have a
Liu.
name? What is it? That'll be easier.
Alyssa. ALY.
S
Uh,
S A.
SA. Liu.
Alyssa
LIU.
Liu. Oh my God, does she have like raccoon hair?
Correct. Yes, it's the raccoon
Yeah, I
lady.
found her. She doesn't
Okay.
look Asian. Hang on, let me let the
She's
audience in.
she's Wasian. She's mixed white.
Oh yeah, she looks. I would not. Yeah, I know you're gonna say something about these. I'm sure they're satanic. Um, I would not
If you were not
remotely
gay,
call her Asian if
would
I
you
met
hit
her in person, unless she told me.
if you were not gay, would you hit that?
No, just simply because of the hair, for one, and I don't like it with that dress. It's too much. It's
Yeah.
like too much clash of textures. So what was her controversy? Oh, hang on. I closed her
Well,
out.
I don't know if she's controversial, but
Why is
the
she on
thing
your
that
brain? I missed her.
well, she's kind of hot. That's one. But secondly,
You'd hit it.
you know, I mean, for a lesbian looking, creature, but she's all right. But I would say
She
that.
looks less of a lesbian than your avatar.
So I
Um,
have a question. Okay, so her dad. Look up her dad if you can. Like, go look about her, and then look about.
oh, is she the first node in a conspiracy theory? I'm so excited.
Probably yes, and you're my resident expert on this conspiracy, so that's why I wanted to ask you about it.
What is her dad?
Well, he's Chinese, and he was a protester in the Tiananmen Square allegedly.
Oh, I do remember Tiananmen. Um, let me see. Born to her father, Arthur Liu, is a Chinese dissident who went into exile in 1989 due to the crackdown on participants in Tiananmen Square. So, does that make you suspicious of her?
Well, I think her dad is gay, and I think he had her made in a lab.
Let me look him up. Why is he gay?
Well, he never got married, as far as I know, and then he had like a kid or something. So I don't know. I think it's just kind
Maybe
of
nobody
interesting.
wanted him. Well, he had a kid though.
So he like got an egg and put it in a woman, and
No,
yeah,
gay
something like
men
that.
can have kids, the same as you. All our parts work. Let me look him up. Um, People Magazine did a whole article on him. So did Today, Town and Country, USA Today. So yeah, I guess I did miss her, but I'm still don't know why this is news. Like this is not something that would have leaped out of me if it's on my feed. Is there a buried lead in here that I'm missing? It does say he's no longer involved in her skating.
But what do
Whatever that
you?
means,
But so
how involved the father need to
when you
be.
look at a picture of him, does he give you gaydar feelings or?
Oh, I see. It's so hard to tell from a picture. Not right off the bat, but I mean these are pretty generic pictures. Why do you have more in like inside intel on him than I do?
No, but that's why I'm asking you to help me figure it out.
What are you going on? Is he on a video, or are you going off of some conspiracy post you read, or just the photos? Like you getting a gay vibe from him?
Well, I think that he's a part of a gay elite that's manufacturing children in labs.
My very first reaction to that is, why would gay elites be doing that at all? And is this connected to the
Well,
Microsoft Genesis?
why wouldn't they do that if they could?
Because it's not to me. Would not be that interesting to a gay. There's a whole bunch of other gay things they'd probably rather be doing. I'm trying to tap into the psychology of a bunch of gays getting together to do something like that.
Well, I mean, think about it like this: like if you could create like a whole, gay army of, super soldiers.
Oh, is the skater gay? I didn't know that part.
I don't think so, but I'm just saying,
Everyone,
like,
maybe she's queer. She could be queer.
well, what I mean is like think about it like this: like if the gay elites took over, but then they couldn't have kids, so now they have the technology, they could have the kids, right?
They're not gonna take over. You scared? Are you scared of gay elites? Have you moved from the Jays to the gays?
Well, I'm not scared of them. I think like Peter, but I think like Peter Thiel is gay. He's got a lot of power, right? So
Yeah, there supposedly is this Silicon Valley gay mafia thing, a bit like this little tight Silicon Valley gay network that gatekeeps and influences what happens in Silicon Valley. I saw a few articles on that recently. Oh, look, Twilight Sun animism is here.
Yeah, I
Hey,
need him to come up here right now. That would be
is that
because he's my Luciferian expert on Aquino.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he might be able to shed more light. Is he gay?
No, but we're working on it.
Is he? Maybe he's queer. Is he queer? He could be trans.
Well, all
Or these
Luciferians are queer, but
interqueer. Oh, apparently he's had an encounter with Moose, whoever he is. Yeah, I wish I could be of more help. Probably the closest is my connection to the X, and then maybe I could find out more about this gay mafia.
yeah, I think the gay mafia is trying to like create super soldiers using genetic technology.
But the kid part, the gay tech mafia, that's what it's called. The kid part is I'm not that angle is new to me. I'm not familiar with the robot kid lab part of the story. No one can say exactly when or if gay men started running Silicon Valley, but they seem to have dominated its upper ranks in the past 5 years, maybe more. Those are the A gays, though. I was never ever in their networks.
Well, but the eugenics thing is what I'm asking is like, do you know where that comes from within the gay community?
You mentioned Microsoft, that it's so interesting you could say that, because it was such a weird belief when my ex expressed it. It was like out of the blue, and it was so weird of a belief. I never met anybody that believed in eugenics. He believed that poor people should be sterilized and not allowed to breed. But he works at Microsoft, so I wonder if it was maybe part of that weird like tech Microsoft culture. Because other than that, it just seemed like an odd belief for somebody to hold. It was definitely elitist because it was related to your financial class.
So do you think it's more about intelligence or more about a class status thing?
I think with him, I think it was not wanting the riffraff and being able to engineer the type of humans that are desirable for forming the kind of society you want. Plus, he was also a transhumanist.
Right.
So
what
I
is
know
that?
there's a cluster of odd like beliefs, ideologies in the tech world around some of that stuff.
Right.
Hey,
Yeah.
Reddington. Well, oh my God, you haven't been here in a while then. Yes, Bath got replaced, but he's still here. There you go.
I don't know why it makes me laugh every time I see that statue. It's just
I do miss him. Originally I tried to put him next to the plant, but you couldn't really see him. So, but what were we talking about? Oh, the weird transhumanism, eugenicist tech people.
yeah. Because I was thinking about last night. I was a little more clear-headed last night, you know. But I'm trying to remember some of the details I was looking into. But no, but I just think it's interesting. Like, well, there's a specific company I'm thinking of, but I don't know. I'm trying to figure out like what's the connection between like the gay people and the eugenics and the transhumanism, because like I think they're right about a lot of things, honestly. So like I wouldn't say I'm a eugenicist per se, but like I do understand some of their
I
arguments. But
certainly hope not. What are you concerned you might be on that edge?
well, I think that I'm just curious as to like what their like what's the basis of their belief. Like I think that there's like this like I kind of
But you
understand like
said
the whole
you
like
yourself, like you said, so to speak, you're not a eugenicist.
well, meaning what I mean by that is like when I go out in the world and I see like very I don't want to say like dumb. I don't think that like dumb is bad per se, but like definitely like dumb plus evil is bad. But also like
I think
smart
evil is bad. A lot, just
smart
even when
plus
it's
evil,
good.
but smart plus evil's pretty bad too, right? But I think there's like a level of both that you can maybe like
So we do
have the
agree that
use
evil's
of.
bad. I just happen to think eugenics is part of that evil.
Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like I mean, I don't know. I think it's eugenics. See, that's the thing is like I don't know what people mean by that because I don't really believe. I think that genetics is real, obviously, but I don't think that like I don't like worship a particular type of genetics or something, right? Like
You
We're
just
all
let it come out
Amerimutts here.
however it comes out.
We're
Let
all
nature
Amerimutts
do
here in
its
America,
thing.
anyways, right? Like I'm not like a
We're all
pure
what?
blood anything as far as I'm concerned.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely not. That's why
So
I thought 23andMe was going to solve all of this. I'm surprised it hasn't. Like people could just get 23andMe test and nobody's white anymore.
okay, let's do an experiment though. So you're on X, right? So I know I know you're an avid Xer.
I'm still on Twitter actually. Everybody else moved to X, but I
Yeah.
stayed on Twitter. But yes, I'm on Twitter.
Can you look up this guy named Josh Wolf with an E? Josh Wolf.
I sure can. Is
Yeah,
he
I think you
cute?
like
Is
that.
he sexy?
I think you might like him. He's pretty. You might like him. Yeah, he's pretty handsome, I would say.
Josh Wolf. Let's see what comes up. Co-founder of Lux Capital, trustee, Santa Fe Institute founding chair. That guy.
Yeah.
He does look kind of. He has potential. He has daddy potential. A lot
See,
depends on his personality.
see, I know my Gen X Jeff here. I
Is
guess
he
I know
gay?
it.
This guy.
Well, he's Jewish,
But
so I don't know. I mean,
oh,
he could be
he could still be gay. He could be Jewish gay.
Jugajish. But
Ju-
yes.
Yes, Jewish.
But okay. But look at the company that he's involved in. But
Lux Capital or
yeah. Well,
SFI Science
well,
or Carson
I don't
Quinn
know.
and Bodie. He's involved in all of them. The
Well,
one on his the link on his site is Lux Capital. We turn sci-fi into sci-fact. Ooh, maybe they're the ones doing the robot babies.
the
By
gay
the
bot
way, I
baby.
asked the AI about is there a connection between all that stuff, and it says yes, there is a relationship, but it's not as simple as transhuman eugenics, tech equals eugenics, etc. There's historical overlap, conceptual overlap, and then a very uneven modern revival in some corners of tech. But it says historically the connection is real.
Nice.
Julian Huxley coined the term transhumanism, and he was historians describe him as both a key transhumanist precursor and a committed eugenicist. So there's a connection right there from the start. And he's a bridge figure between older eugenics and later human enhancement thinking.
Who is
But
that?
the basic
Huxley?
question of all of these people is how can humans be improved? Like, how can man assist nature in creating an ideal human instead of just allowing nature to do it through its own process, unimpeded? It's biology, inheritance, technology. They look at all those things to select for better hereditary traits. And it says not the whole sector, but there are parts of Silicon Valley who are unusually friendly to transhumanist themes because the culture there already values optimization, disruption, data engineering, and solving human limitations. So there's kind of an overlap already, a natural overlap between what the tech people are trying to do with their tech and what the transhumanists are trying to do with their vision. Longevity, embryo screening, reproductive genomics, and pro-natalist circles. There's a
Well,
company called Humanity Plus that's
under
trying to
Lux,
overcome aging. So they do that. They hit it at both ends. They try to have optimized birth and extend, like improve aging, like overcome the limitations of our natural lifespan.
for whatever reason, when you say that, I hear like Arnold Schwarzenegger's voice, like I'm overcoming
I'm overcoming aging.
I'm overcoming the aging and the limitations of the human body. Something like that. I wish I could do a better impression, but yeah. I mean, the J-ish gay, yeah.
I don't know. I've never dated a J-ish gay. I'm
Well,
not
we need to
opposed
get
to
you.
it.
We need to get you infiltrating the gay mafia over here. Nick. What do we got to do
Yeah,
to?
or I was thinking even some of these Israeli guys.
Yeah.
But
Well,
I've always struggled
I
with
like
the
to call
alien.
them the
Fancy
Jizraelis.
people do not like me at all. It's just the minute we meet, it's just this natural antipathy. So I have a really hard time breaking into their circles.
Well, a lot of them have become quote unquote Christian, so they're kind of like
Christian gays.
Christian J gays. I would think you would say something like.
What that's where they become Christian. You talking about is Peter Thiel Christian?
Allegedly, yes.
Oh, okay. I did not know that. That seems odd to me. Because my ex and a lot of the people up here, are a lot of the tech are very anti-religion.
Why do
So
you
in
think that is,
addition to
though?
all this weird transhumanism stuff, he was also very hostile to traditional religion because they see it as a sign of stupidity. Like who's stupid enough to believe in those primitive superstitions? But then they believe in shit like eugenics and overcoming aging and downloading your consciousness into a computer so you could live forever. Hey, Ricardo. But back to this daddy, the Josh Wolf guy. I want to see if there's any videos of him. That'll tell me.
Yeah, let's watch some, especially if it's about like what we're talking about. Like, I don't think he's gonna say he's a eugenicist openly, but something sci-fi, reality, gay shit, whatever.
Oh, there's also a comedian called Josh Wolf, and that's what it's pulling up. The problem is I don't know what. Ooh, he's even better on video. I don't know what is copy like what I can use.
If you put, I think it'd be okay. I think it'll be okay. I mean, Lux Capital, anything about Lux Capital should be okay because he's gonna be talking about like business stuff. He wants people to see it, probably, right? So.
Yeah, but he also seems like the type that would take legal action just to be petty. I mean, I don't know the dude, but he does sound. I don't want to talk bad about the dude because I don't know him. I'm just going off of my initial impressions, but
Do you get gaydar off of them?
not really gaydar.
But gay adjacent.
No.
How about gapeable?
Well, gapeable. No, let me see. I want to see if Wikipedia has an article on because sometimes they say, yeah, American venture capitalist. They don't say about his personal life. He did meet with.
I'm pretty sure he's married to like some allegedly
last
woman.
year in September to discuss, and technology investors to discuss the use of AI to boost Israel's military and economy.
Well, if you go to his Twitter and you scroll down a few things, like he talks about this book by a guy named Mike Moritz, and it's about like his family escaping the Holocaust. And
He has some application open. They're giving this Lux thing is giving out money.
Oh, we should try to get some.
Like to make gay robot babies.
Yeah.
I'm looking for the post. Let's see. What's it? What am I looking for?
It'll be like it'd be like a black and white picture of a kid and a woman.
Oh, okay. Is it very far down?
In the last 2 to 3 days. That's pretty recent.
Oh, then I must have passed it. Hang on. And what was the story of it?
Well, it's about the Holocaust.
I don't see a black and white picture. I see an old lady. Maybe it's her. Oh no, that's from some other guy.
I'll pull it up, Paul.
Okay. Oh, you have it? Yeah, please. In fact, while you're doing that, I'm gonna go grab another cup. So keep saying something interesting to my audience.
Something interesting, my little friends. Let's see here. Yeah, okay. Lux Fellowship. All right, let's see if I can find this shit. Okay. Oh yeah, it is pretty far down. That's weird. He must be a avid tweeter. Oh hell no. Sorry guys, I'm just trying to find this stuff.
Oh, okay. How interesting was it?
Oh my god, it's a lot.
Oh,
Oh.
you're doing your mic's doing that thing.
Yeah,
Are
it'll
you
fix.
out and
I'll
about?
get. No, it'll fix in a second. I'm just trying to find this thing.
I
So
think it is.
this guy is like a ridiculous amount of tweets out.
Reddington,
Oh, here, I
what have
found
you
it.
been up to? I haven't seen you in a while.
Okay, hold on. All right, check this one. I put in the back chat.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, it should be there now.
I'm so excited. Oh yeah, no, I didn't see this at all. It's a Mike Moritz book called Auslander, One Family Story of Escape and Exile. All right. What do you want me to see about it? Just that it's out there.
Well, if you can bring it up on the screen so the audience can take a look at it. It's nothing bad. It's just a book promotion basically for this guy. So this is Sequoia Capital. If you click on the next page, yeah. So this is the owner of Sequoia Capital, one of the biggest venture capital firms in the world. Can you read this out loud? It's really small on my screen. I read it last night, but if you don't
I'm
mind
a man with
reading
well, I'm not going to read all of it because anti-Semitism is a condition of humanity as it has been for thousands of years. Over the centuries, Jews have always been the source of all evil. Yeah, it's about anti-Semitism.
Yeah, basically it says like I'm a Jew and
I'm a man with an ethnicity that is sometimes convenient for others to recognize and more frequently for people to ignore. Either way, it's an ethnicity of which I have grown increasingly aware as the years pass, and which has seen me become better versed in our tendencies toward tribalism. I definitely understand that. I think it's his introduction to his book, right?
Yeah, but it's just interesting. It's like,
Is it part of a conspiracy? What about it?
well, the people who are running like venture capital for the world in technology are
It's
very
just that one.
tribal. Are very tribal people. They're not like world citizens the way they present themselves. They're like
How do you
they're
know
very
this? You know how many of them do you personally know?
well. That's what I mean. Unless I'm not supposed to believe his book. I mean, the guy writing the book is saying like I see myself as a ethnicity that's hated by everybody, and that's fine. And I mean, isn't that kind of concerning a little bit?
Wait, I thought the book was. I don't think this Josh Wolf guy wrote it. I thought it was from this Mike
No,
Moritz.
he's promoting it. He's promoting it. He's saying I agree with this guy. This guy is my
Okay, well, he's allowed to like read books and say which ones he likes.
yeah. But I mean, if I say like me as a white man, I'm very tribal. I'm always been hated, and everyone wants to kill me, and that's fine. And I'll just get with
I
my
think you
clan and
probably have said that before on here, stuff like that.
probably, but that
So
would be
yes, he's.
but isn't wouldn't that be seen as like bad and evil?
I wouldn't see it that way. Why would it be bad and evil?
The mean guy with a mustache. Hello.
What does that have to do with you being a white guy? They no, not laws in some circles. The circles you come from,
Oh
they
my God.
do.
Yes, please, not laws. Come up here and teach
It's
me
a
a
real
lesson,
thing.
Daddy. Please, Daddy, come and teach me a lesson, not laws.
It happened in the gay world too, where we were called cis gay, and the gay men that resembled heterosexual white men or the conventional heterosexual lifestyle were suddenly attacked as cis gay and part of the patriarchy. But what about I'm trying to understand your problem with this book. It's like it seems like you're trying to make something of it that it's not. Because the author said that he's aware of his ethnicity, you think there's this conspiracy between venture capitalists globally.
Well, bring it up for a second. Bring it. I just want to make sure I don't misquote him. That's all. Because if I switch out of the screen and read it, it's gonna make that noise, and I don't want to ruin the audio for people. I'll read it. I just want to make sure I don't misquote him.
He's talking about DEI down here. Whenever I'm involved in a discussion of the suitable composition of a corporate board, which for any California public company with 6 or more directors must include at least 3 women and at least people who come from an and then it cuts off, maybe underrepresented or something. So they have to have quota, like demographic quotas on these boards.
Well, see, but that's kind of what I'm saying is like, Ashkenazi Jew is one of the big. Well, bring it back up if you can. Sorry, I meant to read it. Sorry, but I was talking to someone. So,
Hey,
so, what that's what's interesting is like Ashkenazi Jew is one of the biggest minority. I mean, one of the smallest minorities in the world, as far as I'm aware. But then they're running, probably some of the most important companies in the world as far as like technology, right? So,
so what you don't think minorities should be allowed to run companies? Like you
well, I
talk
mean,
like one
I
excludes
think,
the
I
other.
think,
There's one of
I
the
think,
they're one of the
well,
smallest minorities, but they're
well,
running this.
I think straight white males are pretty much a minority in the world as well. So, I mean, no, I don't necessarily think that. So,
Oh, well, I don't know if they're a minority, but
I mean,
what's the
worldwide
connection
they,
between being a minority and running a company? That's what I'm interested in.
well, straight white males are definitely a minority compared to the population of the earth, for sure.
Well, we were talking about this guy. being a minority and running a company. You said the Ashkenazi Jews are a very small minority, but they're running companies. What's the connection? You know, I hate to tell you this. There's black people running companies too,
No, but
and
what? No,
gays.
but bring
There's
it back
probably
up
some
because
trans people that are running companies.
no, you were quoting what he wrote, and so I was saying, well, like if they need like diversity on their board, but like they're already kind of diverse because they're very like they're already a minority running it, right? So, but they need 3 women and 3, you know.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, it cut off, so I don't really know what the other
But
criteria
but
are.
but bring that back up. I want that's not the part I wanted to read. I wanted to read the wording of what he was talking about. His ethnicity was essentially because it goes to my larger point I'm trying to make. And this is mainly for not laws since I've triggered him. Conservatives are the real snowflake victims and protector. Well, why don't you come up here, not laws, and teach me a
Are you gonna
lesson,
read
man?
it or not? I don't want to keep it on the screen though. So
Oh, sorry. Yeah, okay.
he's
Okay.
not laws.
I am a man with an ethnicity that is sometimes convenient for others to recognize,
A
and more
Jewish pirate.
frequently, yeah, something like that. For for people to ignore. Either way, it's an ethnicity of which I have grown increasingly aware as the years pass, and which has seen me become better versed in our tendency towards tribalism.
Uh-huh.
But again,
So
if you look at the messaging, I'm almost finished. Come on, man.
I'll tell you right now why you're struggling with this, because you're a white boy. You're a plain, ordinary cracker. You have no ethnicity of your own. But people with an ethnicity, actual ethnicity, this makes sense to.
Well, I can create my own ethnicity then, right?
I mean, you could. I mean, does you think trailer parks are going to count as an ethnicity? You might be able to make the case
Why
for it.
not? Why not? Why can't I have the ancient god of trailer parks and say that it's
What
blessed me
he's
with?
saying is completely normal. That people come from all kind of different cultural backgrounds. But white people don't. A lot of white people don't really come from a place. It's just this monoculture
Well,
that
well,
out
well.
over
Hold on now. Hold on. Whoa, whoa,
America.
whoa, whoa. Jews have not come from a certain place for 2,000 years. So, I mean, how is that the
Well,
case then?
why are they an ethnicity?
Well, that's what I'm asking. I need to get me some of that ethnicity going on.
That's what I'm saying. Like that's what this is about. Is that you don't have a sense of ethnicity. That's why this is reading differently to
Well,
you.
I'm going to create my own.
People that
I'm going to
have
create
an
my own sense of. Well, that's the thing is, I want to create my own ethnicity, say that I'm oppressed, and then I get to impose myself on other people via technology and
But
money and
ethnicity,
stuff
it's
like
not
that.
about being oppressed. Like I wouldn't use that to create an
Well, that's why I
ethnicity.
said don't. That's why I said don't take it down. Let me finish what he's saying. He's saying tendency towards tribalism. It's a very peculiar
So you're
set of
trying to create
words.
a. Those things they have to emerge. I don't know if it's something you can just engineer, and it happens over time. So first you have to like find your cultural group, but it probably won't be an ethnicity for a while because you
Okay.
have to breed generations and generations and generations and be isolated.
Well, Jews haven't been isolated. Jews have been all over the world for.
Why are you caught up on Jews as an ethnicity in particular? I'm
Well, I
talking
think we have.
about
I
ethnicity:
think
Irish,
I think we
Polish,
have a lot to learn from them.
Asian,
I want to learn from them.
Mexican.
They're really good at the ethnicity game. I want to learn from them.
What's the ethnicity game? That what
Well,
this is about? You're jealous because you can't play the ethnicity game, and you're
yeah,
trying to find an in.
yeah.
This is about the struggles of the straight white male in the world today. That's what
That's
this is
right.
about. And you
Well,
have no idea.
and I'll
Everybody
throw in the
else has this interesting cultural background,
I'll throw in
this
the cis
tribe.
I'll throw in the cis gay males as well. I mean, I'll let you guys in the club for sure.
Oh, wow. Some in the club. I couldn't get in the A gays, but at least the straights are letting me in. Yeah,
Um,
you're white bread. That's what I think that's what you're that's where this is coming from. You have a regional background. Like, aren't you from the South?
Yes, as they pejoratively call it, the dirty South.
Well,
Yes,
yeah.
correct.
So that's you could make like a regional ethnicity around being Southern. That's definitely a thing because this is how you find it. This is how you find your ethnicity. You move to a place where that doesn't have the ethnicity, and you're like a minority or one of the few people, and then you start to see the differences. You start to see like that cultural line that differentiates your tribe from theirs. But until you live in a place where there's that contrast, you don't really fully see your own ethnicity. Like I was Cajun my whole life, but I didn't really know what that meant till I moved up here and became the only Cajun for miles and miles and miles. And then the differences became very, oh, that's what Cajun means versus, oh, that's what white is. So, you, but you've been to foreign countries, right? So you have an idea of what your American ethnicity is. We have somebody else to add to this conversation. The things you draw to my channel. Do you have any idea what the hell this man is saying? Can you translate for me? Do you have an ethnicity, sir? You're not even roboting. You're like airplaning.
No, there was this. No, there was.
Oh,
How's it sound now?
yeah. It sounds. I don't want to say normal, but it sounds like you. So, what is on your mind about all this?
All right, I'll try to.
Are you trying to find your ethnicity?
Oh,
because that's what queer Neuroject. That's what queer did for a lot of people. It gave ordinary, plain, straight people an interesting identity. They could identify as queer.
Right. That's what I'm trying to do right now. I'm trying to identify
You're
as
trying
queer
to
so I
find
can
the
get.
racial version of queer.
I'm trying to get that money and that power in my hands through queerdom. That's what I'm trying to do.
You're trying to queer yourself. Yeah, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what kind of money or power. Because I have an ethnicity, and it doesn't give me any kind of money or power either. So I don't know if just having an ethnicity.
Well, you got to choose a better ethnicity. That's what I'm saying.
I don't think you can manufacture an ethnicity, but you might. Do you have anything
Why not?
like? Is there anything remotely kinky about you where we could get you into the queer category from some kind of like peculiar sexual interest?
I mean, ethno. I mean,
Is it missionary?
Eugenics is not enough to get me in the club.
No, not unless it's a fetish.
It's a fed, FED ish. I mean, come on.
But you said you're not a eugenicist, so to speak.
Well, I'm saying for being a fed ish, FED ish, then yes, it could be.
Do you have a thing for uniforms, maybe?
I mean, look at this Lieutenant Colonel Michael.
It's true.
Aquino.
Most fetishes started with a fed.
Pegging. What about pegging? Would that get you in?
Now, I am a big fan of Married with Children, Peggy. So I mean, yeah, I guess.
A Peg Bundy fetish. There you go. You're queer. That is not traditional heterosexuality. You have an interesting sexual identity.
A tall redheaded nagging.
I will try to rejoin you guys. I don't think I'm.
So next time you apply on these applications, just check the queer box. Yes, I have an alternate. I'm part of the alphabet people, and that might get you some points. Also, possibly, I don't know if in your case, but sometimes neurodivergence you can work yourself into as a category.
Well, I mean, neuro is right in my name, so I guess I could say neuro Jack.
So is Jack. That should be queer too. Well, just put that on your applications
and smoke it. Okay, so I wish Not Laws would join because I've never talked to a 40% Ashkenazi Jew before.
He's not gonna join. He doesn't.
I want to see what 40% I get to know. Yeah, I'm not trying to be antagonistic to Jews. I'm saying I respect them. I want to learn from them. They definitely know things that I don't know. So I'm saying, why can't we be friends?
Is that even an ethnicity now that gets you in the club?
I mean, well, that's what I'm saying. Is he's a So let me finish reading this. He says, I have it in the back chat. So, versed, I become better versed in our tendency toward tribalism. This is a reflection, not a lament or a complaint. I do not consider myself a victim. So yeah, like that, just different. I am an Ashkenazi Jew. It's the condition I was born with, an inheritance, a state of
You're
being.
looking for that. You're looking for something you can claim for your own.
Well, why
That's
not?
gonna
I mean, if
stand out.
this guy is in control of like all the money and power for tech, I mean, I think I need to have some inheritance and state of being, not an
Well,
exercise in self pity.
I'm going to try to break this to you, but I think even if you had an ethnicity, you're not really lined up to be in control of tech and tech money. I don't think there's
Well,
any strategy that's going to get you there.
well, don't. I mean, would you tell that to a person who had AIDS?
I would tell that to anybody that I thought was not going to achieve that goal.
Why? Why not let me be a believer and go to Justin
Because
Bieber
I
concert?
feel like I have a duty to be honest with people, and I don't like it when people lie or bullshit me. So I wouldn't do it to someone else.
Well, but if I'm part of a tribe, it doesn't matter about me. It matters about the tribe, right?
No, it doesn't. It matters about you as an individual, like what you can bring.
Well, but this guy is saying that his tribe is what matters, not himself.
That's not what he said. He's not saying the tribe is what matters. He's given an
Well,
introduction to a book he wrote, and you're trying
allow
to connect it to this
allow
venture
me to
capital
continue.
company he's not even a part of.
Anti-Semitism is a condition of humanity, as
The
it has
guy
been
who
for
runs the
thousands of
company
years.
read a book, and in the book, the author made this introduction to his ethnicity. Therefore, something about this venture capital company.
Right. Well, let me continue.
I'm glad
Hold
because
on.
I'm getting to see the conspiracy brain in action and how it makes its connections.
That's
And this
right.
is
That's
really-
right. I'm giving you a lesson in conspiratorianism. Okay. So
They take things that would not ordinarily relate or connect, and they in their mind they just imagine some connection between them. And
right.
proof.
So let me continue. Anti-Semitism is a condition of humanity. So he says, it's a condition on humanity, meaning you're just a human, and it's just natural for a human to be anti-Semitic. That's what he's saying.
Wait, let me read that part.
Anti-Semitism is a condition of humanity, as it has been for thousands of years.
I think it sounds like he's being descriptive. He's describing humanity of the last 1,000 years, and he's also being overly general. Browns, we want to hear from you.
Okay, and then he says, over the
Hello?
centuries, for
Sorry.
many religions and countries, Jews have always
Hang on, I
been
wanna
the source
hear-
of all
hang on,
evil.
Hang on, I want to hear from Browns.
Oh no, that
What's
was
up?
it. My phone loaded in. I didn't hear anything, so I said hello, and then Neuro was talking, so I didn't mean to.
Oh, we were
cut him
asking
off.
about your ethnicity. If you have an ethnicity, or if it causes problems in your life, and do you have any sexual peculiarities that could get you into the queer category to compensate for it? Because if we can get everybody queer or
fuck?
trans, we can solve the straight white male dilemma.
Dude, where are you getting these prompts from, bro?
This guy up here, right at the top of you. I just opened the panel. He walked in with him.
Oh my gosh.
What is your
I
relationship to ethnicity?
I didn't
Do you
hear
have one?
enough, but I'm gonna need more before
All right. Well, let's start with this. Do you have an ethnicity?
a relationship with ethnicity.
Have an
if-
ethnicity of your own? Are you from a place? Are you like part Native
Sorry,
American? Or are you Jewish? Are you Italian? Are you
Yeah,
just
everyone's. I think everyone probably. Yeah, everyone has ethnicity. Everyone has an ethnicity, but I don't think it's all shared the same way that people view it. Everyone views it differently.
Neuro needs help finding his. What is your ethnicity? Is American an ethnicity? Does that count? Because he
No,
sees all
it's not
these
an
other
ethnicity.
ethnicities getting
I mean,
diversity
maybe to
points.
some idiots it is, but
And he's wanting some points. He's wanting to figure out how to get his point.
I see. All right. Um, that's such a wide open thing. I'm not sure what to say.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to help him out too. But I don't know if ethnicity is the path to your goal. You're wanting money.
Well, why doesn't?
He's wanting money, and he's wanting to be a minority because they have getting
Well,
certain types of
if he wants,
yeah. So he's like, how can I, as a straight white guy that doesn't fit any of the boxes,
I mean, what? Okay, so
be
then my
minority?
question would be like, can you change your ethnicity?
I don't think you can. I think it's part of your upbringing and your parents and grandparents and where you come from. I can't be Polish because I didn't come from.
So
Polish.
you got what you got.
Family tree, so I can't just suddenly decide to be Polish. But at the same time, like with Jewish people and my own ethnicity, the Cajun ethnicity, outsiders come in and
you can be Polish at like a Polish festival if you do the shit that they're doing. That's kind of Polish.
I would not be. Nobody would mistake me. Like I couldn't pass myself off for Polish just by going to a Polish festival. But I think if some ethnicities, I wouldn't say all, but some, you can voluntarily adopt that ethnicity and start taking on their cultural ways, and then eventually become that ethnicity. And you could raise your kids in that ethnicity.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure the gravity of the conversation, or I mean, it's probably done in fun.
I would assume low.
So far as what I'm hearing, but I don't have any. I don't have anything really at this point. I'd have to listen more to get more context personally.
Or we could start a whole new conversation. What's going on with you?
No, I don't want it to be about me. I just joined. I don't even know I wanted to see what you guys were talking about.
With this, you have any other topic you want to throw out? We were trying to help him diversify.
Well, I didn't finish my argument here. So
no, I'm good with whatever you guys are doing.
Anti-Semitism is a condition of humanity as it has been for thousands of years. Okay, so that's putting on humanity that we're just naturally anti-Semitic.
Do you take it that is it because he wrote that in the book? Do you feel?
Well, look, I'm not. Look, I'm just taking his words at face value. Okay, so reading the words and
talking about himself from his point of view, his opinion.
Right. So okay, but I'm saying like
not agree with him.
But listen, if the president of the United States wrote this, how would you feel about that?
I don't pay attention to much that the president of the United States writes. I wouldn't feel any way about it. I don't feel a way about it now. I'm trying to understand why you feel a way about it. And the thing I come up with is because you don't understand what it's like to have an ethnicity.
Well, what I'm saying is that if I'm putting my tribe before other people because I think other people hate me, like that's not important information.
But you see, you're drawing a lot of conclusions from just that one little paragraph because I didn't get any. Okay, I didn't read any of that.
Well, allow me to continue. Over the centuries, for many religions and countries, Jews have always been the source of all evil, and for many, the only good Jay is a dead Jay. So be it. I have long accepted that nothing about this will change, but rather to make the most of the good fortune that has come my way. Whenever I am involved in a discussion of the suitable composition of a corporate board. So, anyways. You know, so anyways, I'm just saying, like,
you have an argument based on this in this personal introduction that he wrote.
So let me reread this from a different perspective. I am a man with an ethnicity that is sometimes convenient for others to recognize and more frequently for people to ignore. Either way, it's an ethnicity which I have grown increasingly aware of as the years pass, and which has seen me become better versed in our tendency toward tribalism. This is a reflection, not a lament or a complaint. I do not consider myself a victim, just different. I am a white guy. It's the condition I was born with, an inheritance, a state of being, not an exercise in self-pity. Anti-white guyism is a condition of humanity, as it has been for thousands of years. Over the centuries, for many religions and countries, white guys have always been the source of all evil. And for many, the only good white guy is a dead white guy. So be it. I have long accepted that nothing about this will change, but rather to make the most of the good fortune that has come my way. So, I mean, if I said that, I mean, how would people
I like
react
to
to that?
make the most of the fortune that comes your way. I would definitely support you in that part.
The rest of it doesn't sound a little mean, Mr. Mustachey?
Mm-mm. It makes sense to me the same way his account of being an Ashkenazi makes sense. Other than I don't believe you're sincere for 1 second about white guy being your ethnicity. But
Well, this guy
let's
not
assume it is.
laws
Hey,
in the
it
chat.
hasn't
Well,
been
listen.
thousands of years. It's been for like the last decade or two.
Well, look at this guy not laws in the chat. You know, it's just interesting. It's
I
like
wouldn't
he's
take
he's saying that I've gone full tard. I'm just changing one word in the entire paragraph, and he's like chimping out like a little monkey.
Yeah, see, he's another person you could ignore and just say, okay, that's his opinion. I don't have to agree with it. So do you feel, is that what's at the root of this? Is you feel like persecuted as a white guy, treated unfairly, discriminated against?
Well, I mean, I know for sure I'm discriminated against. I mean, this guy in the chat is calling me a tard for changing one word in an entire
like state discrimination when you're applying for this money or whatever, which you're not really applying for.
Well, I think if I go ask Sequoia Capital for some money so I can protect white people as they're being persecuted, I don't think they're going to give me money. But if I was a Jewish guy and said I need to be protected from anti-Semitism, they probably give me, $1 billion.
I think they would. It sounded like they give it to tech. Like if you went and said, "Hey, I have this cool new tech product. Can I have some money?" Then they'd give it to you. But I don't think they'd give it to anybody just because they're persecuted. That was not my read on their website.
Well, I mean,
Political
certainly,
mind exercise. Yeah, brain teasers. That's what this is.
Wait, what does he say? Let me go back and read that. You are doing political mind exercises way beyond your pay grade. Maybe you should focus on politics more. Well, why don't you come up here and educate me, Mr. Education Man? I mean, you're the smart, good person.
He will give you a list of 300 or so videos you can watch. Young Turks, Shane Hackman, Destiny, Vosh.
Oh, yes.
Have you posted Vosh yet? I have such a distaste.
Yeah, I'm gonna really listen to the guys who were cheering as Charlie Kirk got, brained in the or whatever.
Hang on, not laws. Okay, I'm glad you brought up books because this is rare from you. What book? Just give us one book as a start. Where would you direct us to start? I appreciate that. That does show that you have standards and maybe even a little bit of class or taste.
I thought Not Laws was a fan of mine because he's been following my channel, but he lurks in the shadows.
He's like perpetually, any stream you pull up, he's gonna be in it.
He lurks. I know he lurks upon my channel, so I know he likes
bilocational, polylocational, queer.
Gee golly willikers, this guy's an anti-Semite.
But do you have a decent life, right? You work or have a job? I know you have a family.
I'm a retarded monkey white person, so obviously not.
It seems like you have a home and a car and like the basics of middle class life. So are you? Where is your persecution?
Well, I mean,
people writing books.
So would you say that? Would you say that to an oppressed Jewish person who said, "Well, you have a house and a car and shit, so I mean, you don't need
I would ask
power."
where the oppression is. I would still ask where the oppression is, because you can have all that and be legitimately oppressed. So that's why I'm asking in your case, where is it coming from?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong. I don't think there's anything. I don't think there's anything wrong with being oppressed. I mean, sometimes you got to be oppressed to level up.
Yeah, adversity. Exactly. You can grow from.
I mean, that's right.
I've said this before. White guys are going through what the gays go through in my generation. There needs to be straight white bars where y'all go to. You build your own culture. You meet each other. You connect.
Become gay and then take over.
Become an identity group. But I think the world itself has move beyond identity politics. I think identity politics, if you're still working from that model, you're working in the past.
Well, yeah, the truth is, like, there is no such thing as an identity politic anymore. There is no identity is not allowed. Identity is identity has been made identity has now been
identities now. There's no reason for
identity has now been made illegal if you have white skin. I mean, essentially, you're not allowed to have identity.
What show me the law. Where is that? In your state? You're in California, right? Yeah, why don't you do this? Why don't you give yourself permission to choose happiness? It's okay to be happy. It's okay to be a white guy and be happy. Is it guilt? Do you have white guilt or white grievance? Because you don't feel like you're getting enough as a white guy. You're being shortchanged. I guess we'll have to wait to get the answer. And we have Browns in the back trying to come back on. I thought he upgraded his phone. All right, folks. Well, all right, here he is. This is Rich, another projective gem from Not Lost. Keep these coming. He seems happy to me. The Neurojack I know. Neurojack honestly is one of the most pleasant and more positive people to talk to on this YouTube. Like, he's usually in a good mood. He's amiable. We always have enjoyable conversation. He's not all doom and gloom, and so, like, personality wise, he seems very well adjusted to me. No, I think well, I don't know. What's the story with your phone? Did it get upgraded? Because at one time he couldn't come on at all for like a year. He couldn't come on a single panel, and now he can at least sort of get on panels. So I thought it was because maybe he changed phones. But we're not able to. He's not coming in, so I don't know. We'll sit here and wait. And also, don't forget we have the
end.
Oh, there you are.
Okay.
There. What kind of are you working off of the new? Yeah, can you hear us? Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. You're kind of roboting. Did you get a new phone, or is this the same phone?
Oh, this is the same grade phone from Dollar Store.
Oh. Well, so it's able to get you on panels now, at least. It's your little screen is moving, but your voice is not.
No. Oh, no. It only works mainly in divine time. Like, if I don't know why, but sometimes it works really well and sometimes it doesn't.
Oh. Is it time of day? Yeah, Flintstone's phone. Not a Jetsons phone, for sure. That's okay. At least it gets.
That's because we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour on the Earth.
Is the round Earth, the spheroid Earth,
Yeah.
Or is it like a disc?
You know
like
that?
Spinning like a baby.
You know that?
I know that. I know the oblate spheroid. Well, what do you think about space? Is real?
Do you know how hard it is to spin 1,000 times?
Yeah, I know how hard it is to spin 20 times.
Like, try spinning like 100 times right now.
I don't think he'd make it. I don't think humans would. Not on their own. They'd have to put you in a spinning
Sorry,
machine.
man.
Like those
My shit is glitching out so hard. I'm sure.
No, we can hear you.
Fuck.
You can't hear us. So it's either we can hear him, he can't hear us. Or vice
This
versa.
is the efficiency of technology.
Of your
Again,
technology.
No, sorry, I
The
had
dollar
a phone.
store technology.
I had a phone call. I had a phone call, so sorry about that. Just want to apologize.
Oh. That's okay. We're still here.
But
trying
yeah.
to-
So hopefully some of that landed. I mean, again, like I
the fuck,
genuinely am
dude.
not like.
I'm gonna
You really sound like you're going through it as a white guy.
climb
But I think a
this
lot of
pine
it
tree or something.
is symbolic. You're just seeing
Then-
stuff on social media that's making you, like feeding into a narrative of white guy oppression. Like I don't think anybody in your life is personally oppressing you.
What's wrong with your internet connection that you can't hear me?
I can hear you.
Can't hear you. Can you hear us?
Maybe not. I can hear Browns play though.
I don't think we're going to be sponsored for the dollar store anytime soon.
But I don't know. This is just funny though that this is just funny like that. Not laws is chimping out over here. I think it's funny because he's
successfully trolling you,
offshoring his internal self-worth to a sociological identity. Well, I mean, why is he not saying that about the guy who just said that his tribe defines who he is?
Why this guy really got into you? It's like a little introductory paragraph to a larger book about that big, and you cannot get it out of your head. Oh, dang! I was about to go get another cup. Is someone doing something on their connections? Maybe this is part of a conspiracy. But I've done, here, Neuro, I'm going to tell you this. I'm not completely trying to invalidate your sense that white men and white people are being treated differently, because I've done entire streams. Washington State has a document, an official state document, talking about how we live in a white supremacist society. And so it's codified in official government documents in that language. And I did a
which if
in Washington State, where if you're trying to get a contract from the state, there's different categories where you get extra points where they score your application, and being a minority gives you extra points and stuff like that. And white guy is not one of them.
Right.
So you're not completely.
But think about that. We live in a white supremacist place where whites are discriminated against. I mean, how does that make any sense? Like if we're in a white supremacist place,
white, that's why they do it.
But that doesn't make any sense. If you live in a but listen,
cutting you off and we're redirecting it to other people.
But again, it defeats the whole argument. But it defeats the whole argument though. Like if we live in a white supremacist nation and it's specifically targeting against white people to quote unquote help other people, like
because
where's the supremacy? It doesn't make any sense. Right. So but here's the thing: is it says that it puts this bifurcation on society, saying, well, whites are in one corner and everybody else is in the other corner. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, it literally sets up an adversarial.
I have a problem with it. That's why I did a whole stream, like breaking it down.
No, like my point is that it literally means that the people who are non-white are white supremacists because they're putting white people above them, saying, well, I just can't get one up on these people without the state intervention to help me get a step over them. It's like they're the white supremacists.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's one of my criticisms of it. It's very disempowering. It's victim mentality, and it keeps you at the mercy of other people having to solve the problem for you.
I mean, I think that Not Laws needs to be oppressed a little bit because, clearly he doesn't fear the white supremacists that he says
I think
are so.
He's just being Not Laws, I think, is oppression enough for him, or it would be for me.
Yeah, I think he needs to choose
Psychological
happiness, and
self-oppression.
I think he needs to overcome his hatred and his bigotedness and his
toward
pretentiousness.
America and capitalism and like
That's
most
right.
of the world.
I think he has white people derangement syndrome. I think he's like he sees a white person behind every bush trying to oppress him or something. Oh my God, the white people! Help me.
American white.
He's
He
probably
very
praying to
rarely
Tom.
has anything to say about his own government. I notice he
He's
dodges the main question.
He's probably praying to Tom Cruise to come save him or something.
Oh.
Help me, Tom Cruise.
Nancy, do you have an ethnicity? That's what we started talking about earlier. Like people that are white, what is their cultural background?
Yeah, see, white doesn't even exist.
Don't have a cultural background do?
White isn't even real, by the way. So this is the whole funny part about it. Is like there's no such thing as white. White's a total bullshit.
Right. What exactly? What do people refer to when they use the word?
So and that's the thing is like they call us white.
Who's white? How do you know who's white?
So by calling us white, they strip us of identity, and then they say, "Oh, you're oppressed because you don't have an identity." It's like, okay, you're taking away my identity and giving me a fake identity. It's like, yes, I'm massa. It's like you're literally doing what we supposedly did to the slaves of like taking their real name and giving them like, you whited now.
We did. We whitened up the slaves.
No. They say that like, remember they say that we took them from Africa and then we gave them white people names. Like, your name's Tobin now, boy. You ain't got no Ooga Booga name no more. You got the white name. You know what I mean? So,
oh, I didn't even know about that.
Yeah.
They used to give the slave white names like Sally Mae,
Fanny Mac, something like that.
What about
Jemima?
What about brown names?
Brown.
That's right. That's right. That's right. That's your slave name, boy. You need to get back to your roots.
I want a brown name.
I bet you would like a big brown name. And
Dude, I actually got scared by that a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
A big brown name?
Yeah, Neuro Jack can be kind of scary when he wants to.
Well, this is not Neurojack. This is Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino. So.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was just reading the name. So French, German, Cherokee. Oh, Abyssinian. Wow. Did you grow up with a sense of ethnicity, or because?
See, Notlaws is mixed, and
everyone
this
does.
lady is mixed.
If you grew up in like Nebraska or Iowa or something, would you have a sense of like a distinct ethnic background, or would you just feel American?
Well, here's what's fun. But here's what's funny. Here's what's funny is these people down here.
It's never just American.
These people who are down here triggered are literally mixed people over here saying, "Oh, you shouldn't complain as a white person." Blah 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 blah. It's like, well,
Who's
you yourself.
That's not say anything to you.
Nancy's triggered. She's like, I'm a this, I'm a that, I'm just that, and a third. She.
I asked her if she had an ethnicity. She's answering my question.
And this, I know, but then Not Lost says, "Luckily, I'm one of those white."
Yeah.
See, wait, he says he calls himself a white guy. Yeah, there you go. And
I didn't know Notlaws was white.
And you could have it. You could be growing up white in Canada.
He's 40% Ashkenazi. I guess he had like 1/3 of a grandfather a long time ago who had some.
No.
Hang on, we have somebody joining us, y'all.
Are they gay?
They are. I don't know. We'll have to find out.
This is intense. This is intense, guys.
Shalom.
There you go.
Welcome.
Are you 40% gay? I mean, Ashkenazi?
No.
Oh,
No.
whoa.
I'm 3/4 Ashkenazi. Yeah.
Are you gay? Are you
Jeff,
queer?
have you ever met Twilight?
I'm
Twilight, have you ever met Jeff?
I'm 3/4 Nazi, 1/4 Zionist for sure.
Quarter queer. Oh, okay. What?
But just on the weekends in the dungeon at the gay club. But okay, just
Right. Yeah.
I mean,
For
queer
sure.
club. He's not gay. He's queer. So there's a
It's
difference.
the queer bar. That's what they are now.
No,
Although
no.
I found a gay bar in my town that is
Do you
pretty
go
much.
into a gay bar and find it's a queer bar, and then you fill out a place like ew?
Wait,
No, I thought I would. I went a few weeks ago to our local gay/queer bar, and I went specifically to test it to see if that would happen, and it felt like a normal gay bar. I didn't feel weird at all. It was more diverse. They had like a mix of men and women. They had straight couples in there, but it still felt
Straight couples
had
in a
the
gay
vibe
bar.
of a gay bar.
Straight couples in a queer bar. Wow.
Yeah, they were having some private party.
Hams are
Like a
don't you feel like
graduation
they're
party.
invading your
All
space
these
though?
straight
Like, don't you feel
couples were
like
coming in with gifts to
but don't
congratulate.
you feel like they're invading your space and they're like, I belong. I need to invade the gay people's space and come up
No,
and
I don't, because the space was always for everybody. That's part of what made a gay bar so cool, is it was so inclusive of everybody.
more like sin inclusive.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
let's be honest. That wasn't a straight couple. Those were feds.
They're trying to steal your gay butts.
And then the actual gays, there were several tables with actual gays, and they just sat there with each other and talked and drank their drinks, and then the other people did their thing around them. So it was a very mixed space.
Did their
but it still
thing
had,
or wait,
it
did
didn't
their
feel like a
thing
country
around
bar
them?
or a dance or a,
Yeah,
like
see, I grew up in the rave scene, so I was
it felt
surrounded
like
by
a gay bar.
everybody.
What?
And so I know, like, I grew up in the rave scene, you know?
Yeah, I was at
I
the
was
very
always friends with everybody,
beginning of it.
you know?
Yes.
So I know what you mean when it's like, when you say it was for everybody.
Yeah.
Because I was friends
It
with
was big.
everybody.
Are you so you're saying drugs
didn't
and
really
sex
matter.
are for everybody? Is that what you're saying?
Help us out here. We have a live ethnic right here.
Well, my
There's a
favorite.
bunch of white people on panel that don't feel like they have an ethnicity, and they're very chuffed about it. I'm trying to figure out how to help them out, because you and I come from an actual place. We got a rich cultural background.
All right. Yeah, please brown explain to us whiteys, because we as be retarded and shit.
And he's suffering a lot of white male discrimination.
You talking to me?
Yeah. You're
What's the
my
question?
fellow ethnic. We got
That's.
two byproducts of the
What's the question?
What would you say to a white person that
It's probably
doesn't
just the
have a-
area that you live.
What would I say to what?
You live in Wisconsin. You're surrounded by them. Like, what do the white people there like? Do they feel deprived of having a culture when they meet you? And
No, they don't. I feel like they're pretty rich in culture where I live at.
Well, religion
Is there
kind of
is there
like took culture
is there
away.
is there
pretty
is there
much.
culture like NASCAR, beer, and football, or
There's culture, however you want to see it. NASCAR, beer, football, church, people, love,
See, that's a
neighborhood
different white
people.
person.
Yeah, religion took away culture. That's what happened.
I'm just,
Because
I
culture
don't
was
understand the
pagan.
question 100%, so I'm just going to answer it. That's my knowledge.
Culture was pagan. That's the reality. Greece, Rome, like Western civilization was based on
NASCAR,
pagan.
beer, and football.
part of it. But
That's modern culture. But
Yeah,
like
but
It's
isn't
Western
modern white man.
civilization was the basis of like everything.
but isn't
So
that
are we arguing that white people don't have enough culture in America? Is that what we're arguing?
that's
Well,
what I think. Yeah,
it was lost. That's why we
they
don't
don't
have it. It
have
was
like a
lost.
well-defined, distinct
Well,
culture. like
I
you
mean,
and I.
I will agree with you to an extent that white culture is being eliminated by the
Yeah.
browns and the blacks. And I totally appreciate it because for years they eliminated everybody else. That's just my
That's
view
right. We
on it.
got so basically you got to exterminate Whitey to teach him a lesson, right?
No,
This
I'm
is
not saying
revenge.
that. I'm just saying every culture has its turn. That's all I'm trying to say.
I mean, but isn't it ironic? But wait, isn't it ironic that you're saying that like Whitey's so bad and evil that they allowed you guys to have your turn? So we're so evil and bad that we gave you guys a turn to have.
I mean, we're looking at centuries of people being down, people being up, and vice versa. So it's not. And right now,
So why are
at
you
this
speaking
climate
English?
era,
But why? Wait. Why are you speaking English then?
That's funny.
If Whitey's so bad, why are you speaking English?
Because at the time, that was the word to speak was English. But in
So you
about
just going
20
to take the
years, it'll
white
be
man? So
Spanish.
wait, you just going to take the white man's language that he gave you and use it? I mean, that seems
It's
like
not. It's not a
hypocritical.
white man's language. It's a nation language. It's not just in America.
Well, I mean, you're kind of getting into what's a nation?
Well, nation. I mean, the world.
So the
But
whole world is a
he's
nation.
also open borders. He
No, I'm
believes
saying
that
that
we should just
the
let anybody in.
English native language is not just America. Like, oh, it's only for white. That's all I'm
So
trying
are
to say.
yeah? So you're a Trotskyist, right? You like Leon Trotsky?
I don't know what the fuck that means.
You
I know
don't
after
know who
saying that
Leon
word,
Trotsky
I got
is?
to a goddamn joint. That was kind of
You
tough for
want
me.
you want open borders, and you don't know who Leon Trotsky is?
He's pro-criminal, anti-cop, and pro anybody can
Yeah,
come and live here.
he's a Bolshevik.
I mean,
He's a
criminals are cool.
He's a Bolshevik, right?
A Bolshevik. That's the first time I heard that word.
As long as they don't like
A
hurt animals or
Bolshevik.
children.
It's like
Yeah.
the people who like
I
believe
don't
in
like
like
that.
overthrowing government and like let the
I'm not
criminals
about
out
that.
and terrorize everybody.
I'm not about that. I believe everybody has equal opportunity in the world, not just our nation of America. I believe
But
that the color you have doesn't
That
matter where you
doesn't
come from.
sound.
It should be where the fuck you are, who the fuck you are as a
but you're
person.
pro criminal, right? So you think that like if somebody goes and grapes somebody, they should be out running wild in the street or what?
I'm not pro criminal. I'm pro legalize all drugs. Fucking stop spending money on fucking drugs. Stop spending money on the goddamn border war that's not doing shit for us. I think our borders should be shut down or controlled, but the way they're doing it, we're
So
spending money that
if
should be
somebody put
wasted.
your mom if somebody got your mom or your dad or your kid addicted to drugs, you're fine with it, right?
I believe legalizing drugs will get rid of all this whole problem that we're wasting money on funds on this whole drug thing. People have the choice. It's like
Yeah,
alcohol.
but
Alcohol is a drug. Alcohol is a drug. It's
but what I'm
legalized.
saying is
Hold on.
that if
It's
somebody got
legalized, and
if
because it's
somebody got
legalized
your
and
family
protected,
addicted to drugs, if somebody got your family addicted to drugs, you're fine with it, right?
if that's what they choose to do, yes. But I brought them different. I brought them up differently, so they wouldn't do it. But if they did, that's their choice. It's your life, dude. I can't control your life. If you want to do drugs and waste your fucking life, that's on to you.
Yeah, okay, but you're saying if I go up to a little kid, give him heroin, you're like, well, that's his choice, right?
No, that's the person giving that choice. That's that person doing a bad choice. But I can't control everybody. People doing that right now as we speak. But the
Right.
person right now giving the child
So
heroin.
if somebody goes and gives a little kid heroin, they shouldn't go to jail, right?
I didn't say that. I said to legalize drugs. I didn't say give kids drugs. I said
Well,
legalize drugs.
that means that it would be legal to
So
give
why
kids
don't we use
drugs,
beer,
right?
for example? Let's use beer because it's legalized. I use that as a metaphor. If I gave beer to a child because I could buy it in the street, that's not right for me to do. Now, can a
Why
child still
not?
get beer?
Because whoa. You just said legalize all
Hey,
drugs, so and you're
Yeah.
pro criminal.
Hey,
So what's the difference?
Yeah.
What's the problem?
First of all, the words pro criminal never came out of my mouth. That's one
It
thing.
didn't work.
Second of all,
So,
I say legalize drug because
here,
the money we waste,
yo,
the money we waste on drug protection
what's your name?
is
Filthy
bullshit.
Phil. Filthy Phil.
Yo, what's
Thank
up,
you for
Leggy?
thank you for coming up on stage and proving Neuro's point. You won't even let the white man speak.
You asking me a question?
In fairness, yes, he was asked the question. Do you consider yourself American?
Yes.
Like proud American? You said, yes.
No, I am proud American, but I consider myself Puerto Rican, but I'm a Puerto Rican American.
right, but would Puerto Rico or America exist without white people creating it?
To be honest, America was not even white at one point.
And it wasn't just whites that gave.
They were all browns. They were all browns.
Right,
And the white man
but
came in.
brown people killed each other for thousands of years before Whitey showed up, right?
You're right, but I mean, because the whites
All
came
right,
in.
then. So what's the difference? Why are you making everything about race when brown people
I'm
kill
not
each other
about
all the
race.
time for
You
thousands of years?
asked the question, sir. I'm trying to answer it. That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but I'm saying you're making it about race. Like Whitey had their turn, it's our turn now. Shit.
Yeah,
I'm trying to give you an answer, but you're giving me like multiple questions and different angles, so I can't answer the question.
I'm just going on what you said. You said that it's our turn now. It's brown people's turn now.
I use that as a metaphor to look around, like, to bring the topic up. It wasn't like, oh, I believe that it's white people's turn to fucking go down. That's not what I really believe. I believe the white should be up, the brown should be up, the black should be up. We should all be one level.
Yes.
That's what I believe. It's not about race. Race has nothing to do with it. I said that coming in jokingly because I heard the panel before I came up.
But there are some people that think that
So I jumped
seriously.
in.
They think that for real. Like whites have had their
Oh,
turn.
okay.
They
Well,
can take
well,
a
I was
step
wrong. I
back.
apologize. I was wrong.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I mean, it's no worries. I'm not like upset about the conversation. I think it's a intriguing conversation, and your view on it ain't nothing wrong with that. You have your opinion.
I have family in Puerto Rico, by the way. Like I have like cousins that are like living in Puerto Rico. So, so I'm just saying that like I don't like hate Puerto Ricans or something.
No, I don't think you hate people at all. I believe you're a genuinely loving person of all people. I believe that 100%. Now you're telling your opinion on something, and I'm okay with that. It doesn't bother me in any way. I'm not gonna be like, oh fuck you, your views are wrong. That's just your view. I'm gonna listen to you out, hear you out. Maybe you got something to say that I can't see yet.
Leggy, do you struggle as a white man? Tell us about your oppression.
By the way, I'm the only person on panel that can two separate Puerto Rican bosses that I am the nicest white man ever.
Hey, shout out to the Puerto Ricans, yo.
No.
No, you
shout
don't
out
struggle?
to the Puerto Ricans.
I mean,
I was trying to find you.
But listen,
I can legitimately put that on a resume now.
The black struggle, the browns, we all struggle, bro. So again, we're back to equal opportunity. It's not about.
I mean, I guess it depends on what you're talking about. Like, do I feel oppressed? No. Is there struggles in life? Of course there's struggles. I don't give a fuck if you're white, black, green, blue.
You're a white male.
What does that have to do? Look, this is what I was trying to get at the other day when you fuck it with the pretext, then we get sidetracked with pretextual stops. All right. Which, by the way, Jeff doesn't understand what a pretextual stop is.
Yes, I do. I don't know why you think I don't understand that.
Oh, what the fuck? I lost audio. God damn it.
Oh, because he dropped off. Because he lost audio.
No, I can't hear Jeff.
Yo, everyone here, like Phil and I are the only ones with a stable connection.
I can hear you, Jeff. I can hear Jeff. I can hear you, Leggy, and Brown's boy. I heard him also.
Well, okay, so I'm the only one that can't hear. All right, hold on.
You gotta leave and come back in. So back to you, Browns boy. I'm not against your views on how you see things, and I'm not sitting here like, oh, white. Yeah, nah. Like I'm just saying that in reality, it does come full circle though. I'm not like agreeing with it, but it's coming full circle. Like it's a matter of time.
If you want to be real, the Hispanic population of this country is growing exponentially. Like slowly but surely. If you want to talk about that, white people are slowly but surely becoming the minority in this country. I mean, it is happening. But also, if you look at the climate of the world, there is more people that are dark-skinned than white-skinned. But for some reason, though, it always has puzzled me why it always seemed that the light-skinned societies kind of flourished more so than the dark-skinned. Like, you know what I mean?
To me, Leggy, it surprises me that people talk about this because there's certain races like Filipinos, Hmong, Far East Indians that actually stay with their own culture and their own blood. They don't marry nobody else.
Oh no, you can't say the Filipinos because they definitely do in the Philippines. But
I'm just saying that to survive their culture or their race, they only marry their own people. Now, the more we mix up with each other, the more of us are gonna have blacks, Hispanics, Asians in our blood, no matter what you do.
Oh, Jesus Christ, what the hell was it? I was talking to a fella on the People's Podcast, and the fuck, he had
the People's Podcast.
He had like a German last name. What the hell did it? It was weird because he had like a Hispanic last name, but he was Muslim or something like that. And I was like,
Muslim? Was that a fucking oh my God. Was he the Spotland's his name. He's like Arabic. He's like Muslim.
I don't know. He has he was up there, and the last name up there was Hernandez, I think, or something like that. And it was like, I'm like, how the fuck can I trust a motherfucker with a Mexican last name and a fucking and fucking be a damn Muslim all at the same time. I go, that doesn't even seem right.
What
It's
is
not
religion?
Martinez. That's Martinez. Martinez.
Yeah, Martinez. There we go. Martinez. Yeah, yeah.
Nah,
Like, how the fuck is
he's
that
actually a
even
cool
work?
ass dude, bro. He's actually a cool ass cat.
Oh, he is. He's cool as shit. Like, I wasn't saying nothing bad about him, but like, you know what I mean? But I was like, how the fuck?
You don't think
The guy's
Hispanic
Hispanic.
people can be Muslim?
Well,
It's a
let's be
religion.
real. How
Anybody
many? When you
Yeah.
think of
Yeah, it's a
like
religion.
Mexico, when you think of Mexico and shit, though, you do think of the Catholics. You think of Catholics
He's
and
not
shit like that.
Mexican though. He's not Mexican at all.
I think of
Well,
piñatas.
Hispanic. I go Hispanic, but still,
But
like
the
just
problem
being
with Hispanics,
Hispanic.
Leggy, is that they're in the South America, they're in the Caribbean, they're everywhere. So it's not just like Hispanic
Well, I
falls
know that.
under away.
Well, I mean, I know that, but still, most of them cultures have adopted Christianity. You know what I mean? So like Islamic and that shit, like other than like, but like Muslims and shit, that's more like a Middle Eastern type thing.
Where those
Christianity
guys
kind of
go?
dominate.
Big Daddy, where do those guys go? I think I just called you that shit, motherfucker. Fuck you. Change your fucking name. I just called you Big Daddy, Jeff. You piece of shit.
Wait, what?
I called you Big Daddy. That's your fucking name. I'm like, hey, where those other guys go, Big Daddy? I can't believe I called you Big Daddy.
That was a joke
that
from
shit
earlier.
Fucked me up saying that shit.
Well, now I'm gonna leave it up for sure.
Holy shit! That's the whole like, hey, Big Daddy, what's going on today?
Technically, it's supposed to be Big D, but it got
there you go, Big D. What up, Big D? But listen, where those guys go? They were both up here. They both left.
I don't know. They all have janky connections, so there's no telling.
What the fuck is going on? I was intrigued to listen to their opinions. I really wanted to ask me 100 questions. I wanted to ask them a question and find out their view.
Yeah, there's a long background to it. Some CEO promoted a book
I don't know
on
shit
Twitter
about those guys. I mean, to me,
Jewish, and he wrote a little
All
paragraph.
right, I'll be back,
Jewish,
Jeff. I gotta go for now, but if you're still on, I'll be back.
All right.
Leggy's fucking leaving. Peace out, Leggy.
Well, my kid's coming, so I gotta deal with it.
No, what's up, bro? Family's first, dog. Family's first. Fuck everybody else.
Yeah. So how's your week? How's your weekend?
It's going good. It's chilling, man. It's fucking Monday. It's 76 degrees right now.
Something just fell. Like a snowflake or something. You have something falling from your garage?
Nah. My car?
Oh, yeah, some little white flake just flew in the air.
That's the cocaine I have on my nose. Sorry.
Oh, my God, the hair.
I'm talking shit, man. I'm talking shit. I just smoke weed, bro.
Seemed like it.
But when I hear guys like the guys that were on earlier, I don't attack them. I'm really intrigued to hear someone's view on something before making a choice, about what they're saying. Like, oh, well, you're a fucking idiot. You're a racist. Like, I'm not going to come up with that at time. I'm going to be like, okay, like, let me hear you out. Maybe you're right. What the fuck you're saying? I don't know. You might get a supporter.
And it's really only Neuro Jack. I'm not sure what Brown's boy position on all this is. He didn't really chime in much on it. But it's the feeling that white men or white people are being treated differently specifically because they're white and male than other groups are.
I don't believe that shit. Fuck that. I don't believe that.
I mean, I do see it on social media from different groups, and I've done streams here in Washington State. There's specific policies that advantage you if you're not a white male. If you can check a minority box.
The problem with social media that they can push anything they want. It's like the news.
I know. That's what I keep telling people. You're building a narrative. It's the building blocks of a narrative that's in your head. It doesn't mean it's reality.
It's a broadcast, so they're casting broadly to everybody on a news channel.
But I think
So
he
like,
just feels like he doesn't as a white guy, he doesn't have an identity. Like you're Puerto Rican, you have this like built-in identity that comes with it. And as a white guy, he's just a plain old white guy. And everybody's not
well,
liking white guys lately.
to his defense, like white culture is not really strong. It's just like you're white. You don't have the culture where you came from, unless you're like Irish or something like that. That you have St. Patty's Day, or you push that blood and your name stands for something.
But that's
If
an
you don't have that,
ethnicity.
well, I'm just saying. But I'm just using it as an example. What's up, Sean? Is that Sean Little?
Sean Kelly.
Sean Kelly.
Irish.
What's up, lads? Dude, I always think that if the whole planet was like not racist, we're all like breed with each other and become one race, and like the Chinese would be mixed with everybody else, and we would be like all mixed. It'd be weird, man.
I mean, that could.
Sean, like where? I don't need to know where country you live, but are you United Kingdom? Are you like Ireland? Are you North? Are you South?
I'm in Ireland, South.
Okay, so in Ireland, does Ireland like what? Do they have like a melting pot like we have in America? America, I feel like everybody comes here and everybody mixes together. You have all races together. Do we have that in Ireland?
Well, there's more mixing now because we're part of the EU, so everybody from the EU comes here, and we're rich now, so everybody wants to live here. So Ireland, the Irish are becoming less native Irish. It's like 30% foreigner now or something.
Yeah, that's why I was asking that question. So I mean, more or less, that gentleman about the whole race thing. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
We're living in a brave new world, and racism is probably going to be going extinct. But there probably will be racists forever, and they'll make their own city. There'll be the racists will do their own thing, and then all the wokies will just take over the world.
Are they going to be a race?
I mean, there are towns in America, in my country, I believe, that are still very racist, and maybe they're segregated in their own selves, and they're small little towns, and they live that way. But eventually, you said it'll eventually be washed out, and the kids are going to get mixed in with different races, and now we're not worried about why are you white. I mean, even if you're not white, there's black white dudes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, because they're white doesn't mean they're not African American type shit. Their skin color came out that way, but that doesn't mean they're not that person. Or they don't have that culture.
But then there's the problem of the languages. So if we have a one world language and one world government, and it's like communist or whatever Nat Laws thinks is right because he's smart, because he's Jew, and we'll have the Jews run the world, but the whole world will be one world government, and it'll be like super like woke. And like, yeah, great.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what a lot of people don't want.
Is it Jews to run the world?
The woke.
Oh, the woke.
And what's going to happen if we like mix races into one race? What's going to happen to Jewish people? Are they going to?
The problem is this. Chef. No matter what you mix, you can keep mixing white with white. You're still going to get a brown boy coming out. You're going to get a black boy coming out. The genes are in the goddamn blood, but you can never separate the race. So the culture,
like two white people can get together and have a black baby. That's what you're saying?
No. Okay, yes. For example, let's just say you have a light-skinned mother, a very dark-skinned father. You come out in the middle. You come out and now have a child with a medium-skinned person. They can come out white, right? So now they came out white, but both of you got blood, black blood in you. And now you have a baby and it comes out darker than both of y'all. That doesn't mean that the woman didn't have a child, but you both have genes that came from that color.
Yeah.
It's like eyes. People have blue eyes, green eyes. so on and so forth. Very rarely do you have someone Hispanic with blue eyes or green eyes. It happens, but when it happens, it's because somebody in the family had green eyes. Same concept.
Your kids, are you raising your? How do your kids feel about Puerto Rico? Does it mean anything to them?
Yeah, I brought them there 3 times already. They love the place. They love the culture. Their mom is Irish, so it's a strong culture. So like, I call my kids Irican. They're Irish and Puerto Rican. So Iricans, and they're Puerto Rican drunks. They're crazy drunks.
Your kids are drunk.
Not that they drink. They're both sober. No, they're both sober. I'm just saying.
Oh,
they'll be crazy drunks because of the Irish side is drunk, and then the Puerto Rican side is crazy. So crazy drunks.
Does that make you the most sober person in the household?
I actually no, I'm not. The most sober people in my household are most of my family. My wife does drink, but not very often. And I choose to have a 4-pack of 16 ounce Modelos. These little bad boys here. I get off work, and then I come home and I go on panels or do yard work. And after that's done, I'm done. I don't keep drinking all night.
Well,
and I don't do no hard liquor unless I'm on vacation. If I'm on vacation, then I do hard liquor.
Yeah, man. Alcohol.
But other than that, fucking 4 Modelos, dude, after work, you're good. You relax, come home, you busted your ass, 10, 11 hours. Come home, relax.
Sure, why not?
But like if the whole planet, like if communism won, right? The whole planet was communist, then we'd actually go to space. Because if everybody was atheist and communist,
wait, back up. You know, I love this conversation. Hang on.
The right kind.
Sean, you don't believe we went to space?
No, we would have colonized space already if we were all atheist and woke and vegan and
we didn't go to space. We didn't go to fucking space. We never landed on the goddamn moon. We never landed on the moon.
Phil, don't do this to me. You're not one of those people. I can't take this.
We never landed. I'm not an atheist. We never landed on the moon, though. That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah, we did.
If we all transitioned to be transitioned to be gay, to put chemicals in the water, and everybody was like LGBT, then we'll have less violence.
Here, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to give you. Hey, Jeff. I'm going to give you one reason why I believe what I'm stating, and maybe it'll open your mind. Maybe it won't. If you find a wonderful spot at some beach somewhere, and you're the first one there, and you photograph it, and you say where it's at, and all of that. All right, it's a beautiful spot. It's a beautiful beach, rocks. The water's so clear. It's unbelievable. We're using that as the moon, all right? And we went there. You're saying we went to the moon, Jeff. You think that no other country would have visited that same spot and put their flag, a tourist? Oh, we got here too. We got here too. We got here too. Why has nobody been to the moon?
That's your evidence for we didn't go to the moon because no other country
No, that's not my evidence. I'm using it as a metaphor, just understanding why I believe we haven't been there. Everyone should have satellite. Why hasn't fucking Elon Musk not gone to the moon? That motherfucker of all people, he'd be the first guy to do it on his own.
Well, he tried to go to Mars, and that failed. His huge rockets failed.
We tried to go to Mars too, and that failed too.
Really? NASA tried to go to Mars?
It's easier to make people believe in something than to convince them that they have not been fooled. Woo!
But that's done in Kruger. The people in the little trough. But yeah,
I'm just saying now listen. Again, that goes back. This goes back for the guy that came on earlier with whites or whatever. I believe we didn't land in the moon, so he believes the whites are being put down. This is why I'm intrigued when someone says something weird, because I don't want to argue them. I want to listen to what they're saying. I want to hear them out.
Yeah.
Do you think you've heard every idea out there? Every crazy idea out there?
Absolutely not. There's a
There
reason
must
why
be
we get
one.
inventions every goddamn day. There's someone that makes an invention that sells it on Temu, and they're making money. There's so many ideas that can be made. Russia's been to Venus a bunch. They got photos.
They could be AI, not lost. It's easy to fool anybody now. You don't even need to stage a fake landing.
Yo, they faked it in the goddamn back in the days. And we believed it because they had bad videography and we fell for it. Now it's even easier to catch them motherfuckers.
Yeah, but it wasn't. They really went there. So they fooled you, making
I thought
somebody.
It was ironic. I thought it was ironic that they send someone over past the moon as a space mission. The same time we're giving Iran its deadline.
Like that was kind of funny. NASA coordinated their Artemis mission years in advance with Iran.
It's not years in advance, bro. Like, you think America can't fucking make a goddamn weapon out of the fucking blue real quick? They made a COVID vaccine. Not that it's real. I'm just
What
saying.
does it have to do with Artemis?
I'm saying about the whole coincidence of doing the moon mission or around the moon shuttle at the same time we're giving Iran their fucking deadline. Like, maybe we have missiles on our fucking goddamn ships to shoot at them motherfuckers. I don't fucking know.
Man, they were trying to find it. They were trying to.
You're right. I don't know. I don't know shit, Jeff. I'm just talking. Oh my god!
At least you're honest. I don't know stuff, so I'm just gonna make it up and just believe.
I'm not making it. I said it's ironic.
I mean,
that's happening. Man. That doesn't mean that it's gonna happen. But it was just coincidental that moon mission happened when Iran's got a deadline. Now, do we have anything? No, I don't know. It ain't no conspiracy theory. But 15 years from now, when we find out that we had some goddamn missile that no one knew about on a goddamn ship going to the moon, come back around the corner. Hey, whatever, man.
We're gonna have you on this stream saying it. Somebody can
maybe I'm crazy. No, dog. It'll be deleted, Jeff. It'll be deleted. They'll delete you. You'll no one ever hear about this shit. That's what AI does now. AI eliminates what you can see and not see, and it gives you what you want to hear. That's why
it's always been doing that. But YouTube did change their algorithm recently, and I am not reaching as many.
No, but if you catch the ones that you fucking reach, dog. You catch the ones that want to show up when they want to show up. They don't want to show the fuck up here, they can go somewhere else. Fuck them too.
Yeah, that's not the best channel growth strategy, but
guys,
it is a strategy.
Well, you know what? Hey, you know what? Hey, we're giving love. Hey, we're giving love to everybody coming into the panel. But if you don't want to come here, then fuck you too. That's a good strategy right there.
Yeah, I don't know why Not Laws never calls in, because I think he might be a Chinese spy or something, because he never calls in.
He's not a Chinese spy. He really is a Canadian dweeb.
A Canadian dweeb.
Social media propagandized, radicalized leftist.
But this is the problem with this conversation. Now we go into politics, and that's why I'd be like, get the fuck out of politics, bro. I'm not getting involved with that shit.
Dude, politics is life.
Everything you do in life is political. It's not life. It's not life. Politics are not life. You can have life without politics. You can have cities that grow on their own without politics involved.
No, but isn't there a saying that everything you do in life is political? Is that true? I'm not really smart, so.
No. You are smart, though. You don't sound stupid to me.
But I'm just saying that, like, every choice we make is like a political decision.
Every choice you make has a repercussion. You know what I'm saying? So every choice you make, or if that's the choice you want to go with, then that's your choice. But I don't involve politics none of my life. I go with morals. What my mom taught me and what I believe is what I believe. So, and it goes with the general rule with everybody else. I don't have a view that says like, oh, you're wrong, fucking Sean, how you see shit, or Jeff's fucking wrong. It's only my way. It's like, you know what? I'm open to learn, bro.
Yeah, man. I was talking to an IDF soldier there on YouTube. This is weird. I was talking to an IDF soldier, Benjamin Sadik.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And
What about
we're talking about Israel and Jews and all the stereotypes and all that stuff. And then my internet shut off for a week after that. I was like,
you think it was
did they
related?
hack into my internet?
Hey,
What?
Sean, you should go to find a channel called Harry's TPPs. Harry's TPPs. And the guy views Israel and Jews and 20 different ways. If you want to look into that, go on his channel. He'll tell you a lot of shit. You might want to argue with him.
Is it negative or positive for the Jews, or neutral?
It's negative towards the Jews, and I'm not negative towards the Jews, but if you are, I'm just saying that's your choice.
Yeah, I'm 50. I used to like the Jews because I thought they were pretty woke, but now they're just like any human that's tribal.
They really are.
Like,
they really are.
I'm trying to figure out if this is an advancement on your previous position or not. Do you think all Jewish people are identical?
I thought the Jews were the chosen ones. They joined the dark side.
To a group label, and they stop becoming individual Jewish people and become the Jews.
No, there's some people in the Jew family is the problem, that you make all Jews fall in that category, and it's not that way. It's like saying you got white boys that are bad, so not all the whites are bad. You got bad Puerto Ricans, so now they're all bad. It ain't that way.
Yeah, I believe that any group is going to have, but they're all individuals. You have bad individuals in every group, but not even, he's not even talking about the bad people. He's just talking about Jewish people as like one single entity. And there's
as
many types of Jewish people.
I'm not blaming all the Jews, okay? I'm not blaming all Jews. I'm just saying that Trump, I think, was Tim Dillon, the comedian, he said that Trump is like the biggest con man of human history or something.
He is.
It could be. I mean,
did he con you out of anything?
Well, he could have conned the whole world.
My ex was a con artist. I like con men actually steal things from people. Trump doesn't.
Yeah, but it's pretty scary, because if he is a con man, that just shows you humans are pretty.
He's a Ponzi schemer. He's a Ponzi schemer.
You're in Ireland. What did he con you out of?
He conned me out of.
Hey, that is a good fact.
He conned the whole world. I mean, Ireland. I mean, to be fair, a lot of things in life are a con. Religion's a con. A lot of stuff in politics is a con. So a lot of stuff in life is a lie.
Everything except for the things you believe in is a con. How convenient.
Well, it's up to us to believe what we want to believe in is the problem.
Yeah,
and
absolutely. I'm trying to be more
it's like,
transparent about how those beliefs work.
But it's intriguing to clash with a person who's opposite of your views and try to learn from each other versus arguing. Now, the unfortunate part is sometimes we're going to clash because we see opposite ways.
Yeah. And sometimes our internet connection is bad.
That's the hard part of life, is you're trying to stop war, but then when you talk to stop war, it doesn't work sometimes. Sometimes you should just avoid each other.
And some people get, unfortunately, some conversations, they get so deep that people get very passionate that the conversation turns into an argument, or now it's about you're pissed off. And that's why I try to avoid certain topics, because it's like, I can give you my opinion, but that doesn't mean you're going to like it.
Well, I don't mind that. I don't mind people with different opinions, I guess. But I try and disagree with you in a respectful way, in a polite way, but it doesn't always work sometimes because I get emotional.
Absolutely, brother, man. Absolutely, man. I appreciate you today being the way you are. Actual adult debate is better than fucking people yelling and screaming at each other and saying "fuck you" and so on and so forth.
Yeah, but I guess humans, we were always fighting each other. I mean, there's a monkey, there was a tribe of monkeys.
That's why I think this no war thing is very unrealistic. Where are you going to get this no war from a species that has done nothing but have wars their entire existence?
Jack Talcott can solve it. I don't know if he's
my God, don't bring up that goddamn name, bro. I actually like the guy, dude. I actually like the guy, and I went to his channel a few times, like prayed for a few months. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I went on his panel, and then it just became like, I'm not sure, bro. Like, you're pushing towards me what I don't want to hear. And again, it's up to me. I'm not gonna put him down as a person. I think he's a really good person and what he's trying to do, but it ain't for me. So I'm not gonna like, don't push it on me. And me being a person, I choose not to go there for that reason. That's all. But he's not a bad person. I just don't like what he's trying to do. So it's not unfair to him to say, "Oh, fuck that dude." It's more like I'm not going there for this reason. That's why I don't go there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if he believes in what he says or he's a con man. I'm not sure.
Hey,
what is he conning?
That's his belief, dog. That's his belief.
Yeah, I think
so. He's delusional. He actually believes in what he's saying. He's not like conning people.
I mean, he could be delusional. He could be fucking crazy. He could be whatever. Like, as long as the man himself is happy with how he feels, that's all I appreciate in people.
But he went all the way to DC and got tackled by security guards. So he's put like action behind his beliefs. He didn't just sit in front of a computer and pretend to believe something. So that makes me think even more that he's sincere about it.
Yeah, and he wants to talk to Trump and talk about peace and love and all that.
I think he genuinely has these beliefs.
And you know, there's a lot of things in the Bible that Jesus said that are quite socialistic. I got short videos from a communist guy, and he was saying all the socialist things that Jesus said. And I was like, whoa, Jesus was like kind of like a communist. I was like, whoa.
Or socialist. Christ, the socialist.
Yeah, he's kind of a socialist, yeah. So Jesus like was the first socialist, or was there socialists before Jesus? They probably were.
I don't know. I guess it depends on what you consider socialist. I think of it as something more organized than Jesus was doing.
Or like giving money to the poor and all that. There was probably religions like that back in the day, like the Hindus and the Buddhists and all that. They probably did that, helping each other. Or the Chinese did that as well. Anyway, so yeah. I mean, this AI stuff, like if AI really is that great, if it does take away all our jobs, which I doubt.
It's not going to do that. It's not going to do that. To make our jobs a little bit easier, I believe. But it will take some jobs away, not all the jobs.
Yeah. Yeah. And then we'll just have like universal basic income, and then we'll like live in the desert or water. And like we'll grow algae and like
is that algae?
Yeah, grow algae and like genetically modify stuff. We'll genetically modify stuff, and we'll genetically modify ourselves, and then we'll become transhuman. We'll become robots and merge with the machine. Then go to space, and then go to space forever and ever.
We'll go to the moon, have a party.
That's right. That's right.
Oh shit!
Elon Musk is going to genetically modify himself to stay alive forever, and then he's going to go to Mars.
So I guarantee you, there's people, Sean, that did that shit in the 50s. They paid somebody like, "Oh, we have this thing, we can freeze you, and maybe bring you back." There's a movie about that. What's that? Judge Dredd. Judge Dredd. And Judge Dredd, the movie, Sean, they fucking freeze you and they put you in prison in a frozen cubicle, and they can bring you back out like 50 years later. And this guy's a criminal that somehow gets out.
Yeah. I mean, isn't that what Dune is about? I mean, they say science fiction is kind of real. So Scientology, man. People believe in that shit. Like, humans are a bit stupid. Like, we believe in a lot of stupid stuff. But I try and believe in the truth, but the truth hurts sometimes, so I don't want to talk about it too much.
Stupid stuff too. Plenty of it.
Yeah.
The thing about your stuff is it's all in the future, so you can't prove or disprove any of it. So there's
but I'm a prophet, man. I'm a prophet, okay? Okay, you know there's loads of prophets in the ancient times. The kings used to always have these prophets that tell them what's the future, because the whole point of life is predicting the future. You know what I mean? Because if we don't predict the future, well, if we can't predict the future, then we can't do shit.
Okay, I'll predict this, Sean and Jeff. In 100 years, your family, your great grandkids, your uncles, nieces, they all don't know who you are. You'll be gone. Your house will be gone. It'll be crumbled down. Your car will be demolished. So that's the future for all of us.
Yep. Well, some houses will still be around because it'll be changed. Like it'll be changed. It's physics.
But I mean, it's not your house somewhere. I mean, it's saying the whole whatever you build is gonna be gone, no matter what you do. So it's like, fuck all that shit. Live your life, man. Enjoy your life today. You might not have tomorrow.
I'm doing it right now. I'm doing it right now.
Are you really enjoying? You never enjoy your life. You're enjoying your life.
I am. I worked today. And then I was talking about like, dude, I'm online talking to people all the time, man. I'm influencer. I'm a mini influencer, my guy. I'm trying to do my bit for the planet here.
John, you know Joe Haribo?
Oh, Jojo.
Who?
You know Joe Haribo?
He's from the UK. He's been on here a few times. Jojo Haribo.
He's always snorting.
Right. Okay. Why is it because I'm doing that?
Oh, is he snorting?
No, I didn't hear you snort. I just didn't know because you're from that area. You'd be on panels, and your time frame is the same. If you're on panels, you might run into him in the daytime when I'm sleeping. So I wonder if you knew him or not.
No. What's he talk about? What's up with him? I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know.
Oh, nothing.
I don't know all
drunk on him. I just don't know if you knew him or not. There's nothing bad about him. He's a cool guy. He's his own self. He's unique.
He's from the UK.
Going to this topic.
Yeah,
he's from the UK.
Yes, he's from the UK. He's been on here before.
Right. But anyway, so guys, we've solved all the world's problems now. And yeah.
Yeah. So let's
Do you think we'll ever run out of problems? There's no, you know, the way they say life is all about solving problems, but when we solve all the problems, there's always new ones that come up. So it's like infinite.
Every day.
Infinite. This infinity of problems. It's like the universe. It's infinite.
The universe is finite, I think.
I'm not sure about that. To infinity and beyond. So,
what time is it there?
It's 10 o'clock.
Oh, at night. Okay, so you wind it down. Yeah, mostly we get the Brits mostly late at night. They're late night. They love to come on at midnight, 2 a.m, when they're all full, tanked up.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I mean, humanity is pretty cool. Like we've done a lot of cool stuff. We've done a lot of stupid stuff too, though. Do you ever follow that comedian
we're doing right now? I never predicted this growing up, that I'd be talking to people all across the world through a video.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. We used to have CBs. Remember that, Jeff? You ever had a CB before? We have a CB and just have your fucking shit.
I never knew how to work them, so I didn't bother with them. But other people.
Oh man, I used to go fucking travel the whole fucking world with that shit. That was dope. We had a giant antenna in our house.
Oh.
I mean, I don't know if there's going to be a limit to technology, because there might be limits to technology. Because I know that microchips, there's a limit to how small they can become. And
they're trying to crack quantum computing, which is going to be the next big breakthrough.
Yeah, But it's
wanna
like
get a
fusion.
drone.
It's always like 10 years ahead.
That would be cool.
Those technologies. Yeah.
I want to
with
get
a
a drone, but I believe they're gonna fucking lock down drones. Like who buys them, who has access to them. It's gonna be like a whole government network. Like, I need to know you have
believe
it.
it for a reason, or is this one of those random? I just believe it just because things.
What?
They're gonna lock down drones.
No, well, they're already constricting their airspace. And my airspace where I'm at, I'm very free where to go. But depending on airspace, which is always from day one airspace, I get that part. But they want to have like before you used to buy them and put them on the road or the air, no problems. Now I have to be registered with your name. So if they shoot them down, or they can find out who owns the actual drone. It ain't just a drone flying in the air. Like they're gonna have it engraved like fucking numbers on drones, like guns.
Oh,
That's my
they
belief.
don't already. There's no way to track them currently. I thought they would already have all that.
They do, but you could basically hide that shit. I mean, you could do that on a gun too. Don't get me wrong. But I mean, people are gonna want to have drones. They have registered. They actually be able to fly them,
so they can be regulated. So
yes.
Yes, I think that's a good thing. Just like cars and guns, and if we need to figure out who owns it or operates it, we have a way to do that. So
I think we should have a drone without doing that.
Using these tools that could potentially impact other people and not have any way.
I believe we should have guns without no one saying shit. I don't gotta tell you I have a gun in my house, registered.
Aren't the laws different? Like local, they just depend on where you live.
Well, every state is different.
Yeah,
every state is different. So I imagine there's drone laws.
People that own guns, they don't have to announce it. Like every person that goes to their house, they don't have to say, "Hey, I have a gun," just to let you know.
Like, you know what's so fucked up? You can open carry here, meaning you can have a gun on your arm or on the side of your fucking goddamn pants, and open showing that you have a pistol, right? But to have it concealed, you need a permit.
Oh.
If you're concealing it and then pulling it out, that's illegal.
Even if it's self-defense?
Well, in that case, it's different. I'm just saying.
And you want to be able to conceal?
The laws are all weird, man. It's just kind of weird.
Did you ever watch the Sacha Baron Cohen movie on America? This is America, I think, or something. He did
I watched Borat and Bruno, but he has one called This Is America.
I think so. Yeah, that came out like 5 years ago or something.
I like
and he criticizes all these gun rights people and loads of people in America. It's funny.
Well, dude, it's kind of weird. Every state's different, so it's like you can't even travel from this state to that state, even though here you can carry whenever you want. Now I cross the border, I can't even have the gun on me.
Who is America?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you mean if you go to the next state, you can't even have a gun? They used to. That's that way with weed too. Some states you can't have weed.
Well, I know, but in our Constitution, the Second Amendment is free to bear arms.
Yeah, but it could still be regulated
against our own government. So meaning we should have weapons whenever we want for ourselves. Not we want to fight them, but if we ever had to fight the government, like the Tea Party or the North and the South, whatever it may be, we can do that. Now we can because they need to know who's got guns. So now they pass a goddamn law.
How is that not letting you own a gun just because they need to know they want to know who owns it? That's not
because they can come in and just say, you know what, everybody turn their guns in. I know who's got guns.
It seems like you know what?
Give me your 45. Give me your 15. Give me this. Give me that. And I don't want to give it to you. No, I have to.
And there's no accountability for any impact that your actions might have on the rest of society. You don't want any to answer to anybody about anything.
I think you should have the right to bear arms. I don't give a fuck about a goddamn license.
What's stopping you from bearing arms? I thought you bear them.
I do have arms in my house.
What are you complaining about?
Because some states don't have that. That's all I'm trying to say.
Are there states where you're not allowed to own a gun at all? I'm not familiar with that.
Well, You can't open carry. You can't have it. You have to permit whatever it is. Like Florida
that's
just
not the
passed.
same as not being able to own a
But
gun.
Florida just passed that law where now you can open carry in Florida. For years, you couldn't do that in Florida.
Okay. There's lots of places you probably couldn't do it.
Okay, so there's other states that you can't do it now. Why can't it be the whole country be fucking free to bear arms? Fuck everybody.
Because it's regulated at the state level, like a lot of things. Marijuana, abortion, guns, that's all regulated at the state level. So you can go find a state that does it the way you think it should be done.
If we're in America, we should be free what the fuck we want to do. It's our freedoms.
So you want the federal government controlling everything, centralizing everything.
No,
so
I don't want them to have control of nothing.
The right to self-determine.
I'm not no sovereign citizen, nothing like that. But I believe we should have to pay nothing. If you buy what you buy, and that's it. It's yours. I understand taxes for the city to keep itself up. That part I understand. But this whole thing of fucking, oh, I gotta tell you my car, I gotta tell you my gun, I gotta tell you fucking my boat, I gotta tell you my snowmobile jet ski. You don't get none of that shit. It's my goddamn toys.
Yeah, I want to know all that stuff.
Why I have to let you know that I bought that?
In case we need to know. So if something happens, we need to know who.
You don't need to know shit. That's my question. That's my argument.
Or wreck somebody or your jet ski, or we need to know who that belongs to and who was responsible.
Well, that's my argument. I'm not saying it's right.
Are you like an anarchist? Are you like
No, I'm not.
Anarcho-capitalist?
I'm not a sovereign citizen. None of that bullshit. I pay my taxes. I have a license. I got a fishing permit. We should be able to fish in America without no license, but I still pay for a license. I pay for all this shit. I'm not against any of it. I don't say fuck all of them. I'm not saying that we should have to pay for that. Why are you paying to hunt for an animal that God gave us? Or the fish for fish that God put in our river?
My guess is so people don't overfish, and there's fish for everybody, but I don't know the reasons for licensing. I just know they have it. They do it for other animals.
It's just a tax, bro. It's just a tax. It's the city getting money from us, nothing else.
Yeah, but there needs to be regulations, because if everybody did what they want, the whole planet will be full of humans, and then we'll all die.
You're right, and then you'll get certain cities that will fucking just relish, dude. And when they relish, people want to come here. Okay, these are our rules.
Yeah, but hypothetically, if the whole planet was full of humans, we might be able to feed ourselves, right, with genetically modified crap.
But you know what? That's what God gave us originally. He gave us the whole world without no rules.
Yeah, but we should stop ourselves from taking over the planet, because then we destroy wildlife, and then we have no more wildlife to watch, and we just have each other. That's
again, you know what? I'm not gonna argue with you, Sean, about that. You're absolutely right. I'm not saying like, okay, what I'm saying is regulation of shit is right. I believe that part. What I'm saying is that we shouldn't have to be paying all this extra taxes. Listen. You go to work, you get taxed at work, okay, from your job. When you go home, you go in your car, that's paying taxes. When you bought that car, you pay tax for that car. The tires on the road, you're paying a tire tax for that. When you go buy gas for your car, you're paying taxes. Everyone's getting taxed in every goddamn fucking way. And that's why I say fuck all that shit.
So you don't want any consumer tax. You want a producer tax.
If anything, so what would that mean in your eyes when you're saying that? So what explain it to me?
Well, I think the producers are the rich people, and are the asset class, and what am I saying? I just want to tax the rich more and the poor less, because I think now it's a bit unfair where the rich pay less taxes per capita than the poor. And I heard that Trump reduced the taxes for the rich.
The rich don't pay less. The rich have no tax breaks. They know how to move their money a certain way where it doesn't fall on that tax criteria or certain names to get tax breaks. So the rich are making money and finding the secrets to get breaks. Now the poor are getting taxed the same rate as they are, but we're not making the money back. We're not financing. We're just trying to bust our ass. I believe we should be taxed equally all across the board. There's no high, low, whatever. It should be even all the way across. Treat everybody equal.
But that would make it less fair because the poor people would just, I don't know. I think it's
the poor.
Yeah,
the poor are paying taxes on their income. The high, if they're just getting more, they're paying more taxes on that. Instead, they're getting the taxes out of everybody. And the ones who are rich are finding ways to not pay the taxes. So that's the problem. We're stealing from the middle class and poor class to try to solve our issues. But again, we're going into politics. And I don't want to get too deep into that.
Okay.
Let's see why.
But it's interesting, though. Politics is...
I think I see why. Fuck you, Jeff.
It's fun.
Welcome back, Browns. Are you connected?
I am connected.
Where did Jack and the Satanists go off to?
They went off to figure out the secrets of the universe.
Oh, well, they could do that here. I love doing that. I wanted to help. They could probably use my help.
Yeah, man. Jeff, you do have a lot of cool knowledge about philosophy and stuff like that. I do like that stuff.
Yeah,
and
see what
science.
gets me.
Well, I think I know more science than you do.
I love your shirts.
That Big Daddy.
You said it too. Now we got two of you. We got two of them call you. That's two of them, Jeff. I said it too, motherfucker. You son bitch. Pretty soon it's gonna be Big D tomorrow, yo. Shout out to Big D.
So you say.
Might be.
What's up, Brown boy? Welcome back. How you doing, brother man?
Hey, what's new with you? Anything, Browns?
I don't think he's got audio. I'm not sure. I can't hear him at all.
Yeah, he always has signal.
What type of cheap ass phone does he have? Like like a $20 phone?
Store.
It's the Wi-Fi he's got. The Wi-Fi's horrible, dog. He must be on 3G. He's on. Yeah, it is a Puerto Rican phone. That's the problem. He's on one of them Caribbean plans. Then find out that fucking Browns boy, that's his name, lives in the goddamn Caribbean, talking about fuck the whiteys. Fucking Caribe boy. Bumper clot. Bumper clot. Island boy, because I'm an island boy trying to make it. Because I'm an island boy trying to make it. Shout out to Brown boy. He don't want to talk. He don't want to talk. He can't talk.
It's his connection. He comes in and out.
Dude,
it sounds like you're in a helicopter. What do you call it? Biplanes. Are you driving? You're mobile? That's probably what it is.
The Browns boy, man. I mean, so yeah. What else can we talk about? I'm thinking.
Hello?
I don't know. I feel like I've never felt more like we've covered all the conversations and resolved them than I have today.
Yeah, we did. You know what? We actually did, Jeff. It was a good conversation. We went through a bunch, and nobody fought. Everybody put their opinions on it, and we moved on as adults. That was great. You're right. Shout out to that.
White people are boring.
We had a respectful fight.
Discriminated against because of
it's a respectful fight. Exactly, Sean. But that's how it should be. It's like having a problem with your neighbor.
You know how you feel about,
Go ahead.
You you know how you feel about the gun and the car and the jet ski and having to rent the television. I feel that way about respectfulness. Why can't everybody just fight? Why does it have to be this respectful fight?
Like you
That
want
seems
to
like an
fight or you
extra
don't want to
layer
fight.
of regulation.
You're
Just
saying
fight
you want
however
to
it
fight?
comes out. Huh?
You're saying you want to fight?
No, but I'm saying when I do fight, I don't want it to be policed for respect. I just want it to. I want to fight however it comes out, and I
It's a
don't want to be
debate.
held
It's a
to a
debate.
certain
It's all it
standard.
is.
Huh?
But I mean, at the end, we have to be adults at least, and either agree to disagree or agree to just hear somebody out. I can't just be like, "Oh, fuck
Yeah,
you.
I mean, I'm willing
You're
to
a piece of
do
shit.
all that.
You're wrong." You know what I mean?
I think okay, maybe
But then
that's what I
there's a line to be crossed. There's a line
kind of.
because if someone's wrong so much, he needs
But
to be
everybody
like, I don't know.
have a right to be wrong. And who's like? How do
But
you
that doesn't
determine
mean
who's
they're wrong, though. That doesn't mean they're wrong. That's just their opinion, how they see things.
right?
Maybe they're just trying to
But if they're
learn.
wrong, but if someone's wrong like really bad on everything in life, I don't think he'll survive. He just die. I mean,
Well, they do survive because they show up here all the time, so they are survivors.
So you calling me a survivor? I survived. I survived. I survived, yo.
But no, but like nobody has the monopoly on the truth. That's at least in a pluralistic society. That's why it's important to have dialogue and let everybody share their thoughts on things.
But that's also why it's important that we have culture and races and
And white
people that have different views, because everybody has something that might be input into the opinion of somebody. And
Yeah.
I've traded my opinion on things after listening to somebody because I never saw it that way.
right. But there's only one truth, right? So if there's only one truth, that means it's a
Right.
monopoly on the truth.
Who determines that one truth?
Yeah, there's not one truth.
Jesus said.
There's many religions that would disagree, so he's not the one truth. He can't be the one truth if there's that many people that won't accept it as the one truth. You'd have to have the whole planet in on it.
Well, in quantum physics, they say you could see two things at the same time or something. So
Like
one
the
is
are you talking about the double slit experiment where something can behave as a particle and or a wave all at once? Or
No.
spooky action?
Yeah. Yes. That's right.
So what about
Brownie.
that for
So one of them is true, one of them is not true.
Yeah.
There's only what are the three laws of logic again?
Tell
identity, non-contradiction, and the excluded middle? Or is that the same as non-contradiction?
the tree logs.
Three laws of logic, my guy.
The
Brownie.
tree lock, yes, the tree locks of logic.
Yeah, the tree logs.
Tree logs of logic.
The tree locks.
Hey,
I think they were
hey,
from
Jeff.
Land of the
Hey,
Lost.
Jeff.
Logs are the basis of logic. Let's be real here.
Jeff, in 15 years, it's going to be the tres laws. The tres laws of logic.
The what?
The tres laws of logic.
Tres laws, not the tree locks. The tres.
If I'm
Yeah.
being
How do you say
very
law? Law is
judgmental,
law.
Sean. Yeah, if I'm being very judgmental, Sean is like advertising shit for some reason.
That's
No,
What are
I'm
you
not
advertising, man?
I'm trolling
Sean.
a bit. Are you talking to me? You talking to me? Are you
You
talking to me?
He's trying to talk to you
Sean.
on his Puerto Rican phone.
It is a Puerto Rican phone. That shit sucks, dog. They suck dick, Jeff. They suck dick.
Yes, Brownie.
He thinks you're trying to hustle
My
something.
AI tells me what my ethnicity is. All right, relax.
What is it? I want to ask Charlie what mine is.
Here, yeah. Hey, Brown boy, just talk and let Charlie find out who you is.
What is my?
It's golden.
You're
Let Charlie. The fuck you talking about, man?
We're talking about
You
Charlie.
talking some
the
slick
AI.
I
shit,
do
boy?
not know. I am not going
What you
to
doing?
guess your ethnicities from vibes, writing style, name, or scraps of context. That would be
We
dumb
talking
and under law.
some. What you talking?
He
Nah,
does know my
Charlie's the AI
ethnicity.
machine.
He's just not remembering. He got all offended when I asked him, "Hey,
He said, "Let him find out where you
Well,
is."
Crack, yo,
I
Crack, you
know
better
who they
pull up,
is.
motherfucker. You better pull up.
I already
What's
know
up,
who
my
they is,
sexy
man.
motherfucker?
who is? Do you know who you are? That's the important thing."
That is the important
That is a
question.
question. That is a question. What's that philosophical phrase? I know that I am, or something. What did Kant say? I can't say that.
Think, therefore I am, or I'm
I
conscious.
am who I am.
I'm
Therefore, I
aware
am.
that I'm aware. Therefore, I exist.
Right.
Be conscious of existence.
That's right.
Yeah, I don't
man.
know. That
That's
just
who
sounds
you
like
are.
a guy sitting in his
That's who you
car
are.
saying that.
Were you talking about Phil?
Yeah, bro. I'm
trying to be-
homeless, bro. I live in my car,
From
dog.
Sean to Phil. Now he's trying to beef with you. Do
I
you
know,
think
but I'm
Phil's
homeless, bro. Don't pick on me, dog. I live in my
That's
car.
what I
I work.
am.
I just try to live in my car, bro. I'm just trying to save money.
There was a guy that did that.
No. Oh, hold on. Don't get sensitive. Don't get sensitive. I never said you were homeless. Don't get sensitive.
I said I'm
Never said
homeless.
you were
I
homeless.
said I'm homeless.
In fact, you look like you're like a fireman or a cop or something. To be quite honest.
Wow.
Yeah, but
he's
you're not.
good.
So you're a liar.
Yeah, I said I'm a fireman or a cop.
He hates cops.
Yeah.
That's the last thing he would be. He'd be a fireman before he was a cop. He knows his way around a fire truck.
Oh, tell him, Jeff. Tell him, Jeff.
I mean, I don't know. Look, I didn't make anything up. I don't know what this dude's talking about.
Hey, man, I'm just going with the flow, bro. Don't be offended, man. Just go with the flow. It's about me. I'm not mad about it. Why are you mad about it?
Well, we all kind of make shit
offense.
up.
No offense. I'm sorry. I do put up. I
No
do know
offense,
a guy.
think about it, man.
I know a guy who's Noah, and he puts up fences. But no offense, dude. No offense.
Okay, you know what? No offense. You know, I know him too, bro. I work with that guy. No offense. Work with that guy.
It's actually called no. If you call him, it's called no offensing. You should look him up. They're actually pretty legit.
Look him up.
They they'll give you turkeys and shit too.
Say, hey, Browns boy recommended you. No Offense Company. Enhance your property. Get a free fence. And they have No Offenses, which is a separate company. No offense, just good fences. These do look like good fences. The other one gave me a bad website warning. Like,
All right, guys. I'll see you. Okay, nice chatting.
All right,
too,
Sean.
Sean.
All right.
Good night.
Bye.
Take care.
All right. Bye, Sean. Nice to hear your political views.
Well, Browns, why are we having...
Don't you, motherfucker? He wants to play around. He wants to fuck around. He wants to play, dog.
He does. He's a, watchdog.
He wants to play. He's on the porch too long. He wants to get off the porch.
I'm just
and fucking run
listening,
out.
and hopefully...
You've been in the porch too long, dog. Go ahead and roam,
Hopefully
dog.
people just understand what I'm doing.
I get you, man. You're roaming in the yard. You got some freelance thing. Hey, go ahead, do your thing, man. Shout out to you getting off the goddamn porch, bro.
Did you figure out your
ethnicity? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? What are you talking about? He's like, I got satellite images of his backyard, dog. I see him.
Yeah. That's what I said. You didn't hear me say that?
We got somebody excommunicated here.
Shout out to the eyeballs. Shout out to the views. Hit the goddamn like.
Filthy Phil, I've never met you really much. You know, I gotta say though, I've not been super impressed. You know what I mean?
That's okay.
What, you don't like Phil? What's not to like about Phil?
Well, you can't just say what I said.
Well, no, but what is your objection to Phil? He'll be able to handle it. He can take
I didn't say there was nothing to like.
You said you weren't impressed. Hey, Turk.
I mean, look. Okay, so like you're asking me to describe an extremely limited view of things.
No, just why what's not impressing you? You just said you weren't impressed. Like, I'm wondering what's contributing to that impression of not being impressed.
Like, what the fuck?
All right.
It's because he's drinking a beer. He's hanging out in his car. He's smoking a cigarette. He's looking trashy. Like, he's not respectable looking. Or is it because he's brown?
I'm filthy. It's my name.
You're the real Browns boy.
Yeah, Browns boy.
No, he's fine.
Oh, just unimpressive.
Brown. Look, there's a time for white. There's a time for brown. I don't know what to tell you. I didn't make the rules.
And the rules are always gonna fucked up. I heard that shit.
If you with Oreo, you can have both at the same time.
Oreo, you get it? Oreo, you can have both. I like that.
All right.
Oreo.
What's your name? Filthy Phil.
Oreo.
I want to ask you some questions because you said.
Oh, I'm gonna get interrogated now. Just so I know, I'm gonna interrogate. Am I detained or am I free to go?
Yeah.
It's not the police. I'm just asking you.
What? No, I feel like you're projecting right now.
Throw out your first question. We'll see where it goes.
Are you projecting right now, sir?
Is that
I don't understand your experience.
No, sir.
You're jumping to conclusions. That's what a cop would jump to conclusions. I'm just saying.
You're getting cop vibes from
Go ahead.
Of all people.
Go ahead, sir. Ask your question, sir.
No, not really, but like he's trying to joke the same thing. I don't know.
What's your first question?
Like, I don't know, man. You want to play? All right. What do you do for a living?
I'm an electrician.
Okay. Do you work on what kind? I know there's a few different type of electricians and plumbers. Do you know plumbers?
Yeah, I know plumbers.
All right. What color are they primarily? Do you know?
The plumbers?
Yeah.
Is that your question? All colors. Black, white, native, European,
brown, Mexican.
Yeah, brown, Mexican, all colors.
All right. Do you have an affinity? Like I don't understand. You're a Puerto Rican, so I respect that much. I don't know how much I want to get into it. Technically, I don't understand. I'm not trying to get too technical. So, it's not a big deal either way. It's really not a big deal. I understand that part.
Affinity. What's the next question of affinity? What was that about?
Wait, what?
The affinity question. What was that about? Continue with that question. I'm intrigued now with that question. I wanted to talk to you if I feel I'm not incriminating myself.
Which one? Affinity?
You were asking a question about infinity.
No, what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, you asked. You were about to ask him something about infinity, and then you said,
"Yeah,
I'm not going to get."
That was your conversation. Can you not hear me or not? Or are you wrong? Are you off? I'm
No,
just
I
being
just don't
recorded, so it's
understand
not
how the
video.
fuck
I mean, you'll be
infinity
able to see.
matters in any case.
I'm just asking you a question. You asked me about infinity. What was your question about infinity? That was your third question. I'm just trying to follow along.
My
I'm asking
question,
you.
I don't feel like I had it. Okay, yeah. You're trying to follow along. Okay, right? You're not trying to lead. Is that what you're saying? You're trying to
I'm not
follow?
sure where you're going. So yes, I'm following. Because I'm not gonna just leave when I'm not sure where I'm going. But yes, I'm
You wanted to
following.
ask him some questions, so he's
Yeah. So
following
I said
your lead.
I answered. You said go ahead. I'm gonna answer. Go ahead. Continue, brother man. I'm not.
Yes.
This ain't clowning. I'm hearing you out.
I don't. Yeah, but my connection's not good. I feel like I'm hearing 25% of what you're saying.
Okay, so
I
I'm
want to
sorry.
hear all of it, but I don't
I'm
understand the
sorry
angle that you're
for that.
coming from, basically.
But I'm sorry you can't hear me. But I can hear
Yes,
you.
me too. Me too.
Okay. So your question about infinity, what was that about?
What the fuck is this shit?
You
What does
started to ask him if he
infinity
has an
mean?
affinity with. You said, or what do you do for work? I'm an electrician. Do you know any
Oh,
plumbers? Do you have an affinity
affinity.
with?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Go ahead,
I
Brown
don't
boy.
know. Do you have an affinity with? I don't know. Maybe I was making a joke. I don't remember. Like that was like 5 minutes ago, dude. Like I don't remember the
Shit. You
exact what
know
I
what? You
said.
gotta be a cop. I think you're a fucking cop. Well, your fucking questioning skills, they're fucking horrible, dog. That's what cops do to your ass.
Yeah.
You're a bad cop. You're a fucking cop.
You're the Fed.
Yeah, you're the goddamn fed
Are
motherfucker.
you blaming me of what you think you are?
Yes.
Yo.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I see you. Don't worry. I see you. Don't worry, Mr.
The way you
Filthy
answer
Phil.
that, the way you
All
answer
right. I
that
see
makes me feel
you.
better that I'm confident what I'm saying. You're one of those people, dog.
Hang on. Here's the burning question I have, Brown's boy.
Yeah.
Is Phil an actor?
Why? How do you? Hey. How do you? I'm just curious. How do you recognize that?
I don't know. It's just of your questions.
I mean, look. I was trying. I was trying to be nice to the guy. I was trying to be
not
nice to
being
the guy. I
mean.
bring one thing up,
You're not
and
being
he's
mean,
like,
dude. You're not being mean.
let's get all detailed on this. He's like, let's get all detailed on this, and then he's like, let me turn this around on this guy, and he's like, you're the cop. He like jumped to some shit. I mean, like at best, I was joking or whatever. Like at worst, I was joking, and then he's like, let me turn this around on this guy.
No, you're gonna make me laugh.
You
You
know?
keep going.
He's
Dog.
like, trick or treat, motherfucker. He's like,
dog. I'm gonna bust my stomach. Stop. You gotta.
okay, well, then that tells you that that tells you one or two things. That tells your Puerto Rican ass one or two things. That tells you I'm either serious or I'm not. Which one do you think I am?
Coming out your face.
Yo, whatever. There's
Brown,
nothing wrong with your Puerto Rican ass. I didn't say there was anything wrong. I was just saying that's what it is.
I told you.
Do you think I'm?
We smoking them good cigarettes, dog. We smoking them good cigarettes. They're fucking Gucci. You're making me roll, dog.
I speak English.
Yeah, speaking English.
Speaking English. I speak English. You know what I mean?
Sí, señor. Sí, señor. Te entiendo bien.
Look, I'm trying to play around a little bit, and I'm trying to understand where people are coming from.
That's
Filthy
why
Phil.
I told you was on the goddamn porch. You was on the porch. They let you off the porch, and now you're roaming in the yard and you're having fun. I get it. Let you have fun. Let's have fun.
All right, yo, show your house. Show your house.
This is
show
my
your
house.
house on property or whatever. Like, I don't know.
Dude. This is my house, dude.
What is your house?
He's in his 3-car garage.
See, now you're reverting to some cop shit where you're like, that's not really your house, but you're saying it's your house. You're lying.
Cops always lie. Cops lie all the time, dude. That's what cops do.
This dude, listen, dude. Puerto Ricans get like preference, as far as I'm concerned. I don't understand these type of games you're trying to play. You know?
What we get? What's our preference? What we get?
Sitting in your expedition. You know what I mean?
I drive a Honda. I drive a Honda. If I'm Puerto Rican, I'm not going to drive a Ford.
I
or
guarantee
a
that's an
Chevy.
expedition.
I'll tell you that much.
I just had a premonition of an expedition.
Oh, no! You know what? I think that's a good bar. We should put that in Jeff's remix for his show.
There's a reason why Puerto Rico never won
sitting in a
volleyball championships on any level. There's a reason. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Maybe he's not even a cop. Maybe he's just acting.
Yo, listen. If you want to call me a cop,
you know what? Yeah.
I encourage you.
I'm the dirtiest cop there is. If I'm a cop, I'm the dirtiest cop there ever was in the whole planet.
I encourage you.
That's why
Filthy
they call me
Phil,
Filthy
I encourage you with all your might and strength.
Don't let me stop you, dog.
With all your might and strength on OnStar in your 2004 Ford Expedition, I encourage you to like upload me to the internet as this character you invented in your mind or whatever. Like, it's fine.
Do you think he's really Puerto Rican?
You know what I'm saying? You know the game. You know.
Right, Jeff? Am I Puerto Rican?
Look, dude, Puerto Rican or not, who cares? Like, doesn't matter.
So it's cool that I could be in my Honda, not my Ford, right? I'm just saying.
Are you Taino?
Tajin.
Yes.
What's Tahino?
I doubt it, bro.
The Tajin.
No, not Tajin.
Look.
Not people that
Filthy Phil. Listen, in the future, man. Filthy Phil, in the future, I have no problem with you. I have been shit testing you. You've been shit testing me. We've been joking.
I'm not shit testing you.
And if anything, I want you to understand that we could learn from each other. And there is no, I have no monetary gain in this. I have no central hub or anything. I'm just I'm an observant out here, and if you are part of something that I don't know of, that's okay too. We'll figure it out.
Do you think he might be? I don't think he is.
I mean, who knows, man?
Who's this?
Right,
This Bronze boy?
Go.
This is Bronze boy? This is Bronze boy?
Yeah.
Hey, yo, Bronze boy, I heard about you.
This is Bronze boy.
Somebody was talking about your ass the other day. You know who?
This is Bronze boy?
Nah, nobody. I just try to break your balls, dog. You're Gucci, homie. You're Gucci.
Both passed.
We both passed. We both got A pluses, bro, and a star on our sheets. We should be equal now. I actually appreciate him because, you know, like, I don't know the guy, but he's being treated as good. I like people that are that way. That's how you should be.
I like Browns. It took me a while, but I like it.
I rather folks be who they are, for what they are, like them for what they fucking are. If you don't like it, oh well. That's just their view on life. That doesn't mean they're bad peoples.
Yeah, I mean, everybody doesn't have to like everybody. I don't have to like everybody. Everybody doesn't have to like me.
It's my mission and BC's mission to fucking teach you about police, dude.
I'd rather learn from a cop. I feel like I'd get a better education.
The problem is that most cops don't know the law. It's the problem, Jeff. And that's where
they're not lawyers. They're cops. They're just supposed to be. They're supposed to process you, and then the law can work itself out. down the road.
I understand, but most cops, like, they don't understand the law. A lot of
But they
them.
can also call a supervisor. That happens all the time. Like if you argue like that's
they
can call a supervisor and check in, and they can get
And yes,
clarification.
and yes, the supervisor might only have 2 years experience on a task force, 3 years only. He hasn't seen every case. He doesn't know all the damn laws. But they
Also,
swear
I don't attract
they swear
a lot of
though,
cops
Jeff,
in the
to
first
protect our
place.
goddamn rights. Your rights and my rights.
I don't really encounter a lot of cops. I'm not on their radar. And
Me
when
neither.
they do need to communicate with me, I cooperate. So what
Jeff,
do you
you know
want me
what,
to
Jeff?
learn about cops?
Jeff, you know what, Jeff? I ain't gonna lie to you, Jeff. My last interaction with the police, right, was like 10 years ago, and I had a half ounce of weed in my car. All right? I ain't even gonna lie to you. I already had a warrant for my goddamn name for another weed charge. Whatever.
Was it illegal weed?
Yes. Anyways, the cop that stopped me was actually, I was going to law classes, and I'm like, oh, I already know my rights. I know when they can go into the car, when they can't get into the car, what your rights are in the vehicle. So I'm learning all this bullshit. This is why I'm so passionate about this bullshit. Anyways, with my warrant, he asked about weed in my car, and I'm like, hey, nothing in my car. Oh, my window didn't work. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, all right, I was going through tough times. Hope to deal. So anyways, but the cop went to my car, like, you know what? I said, sir, I'll be real with you. I got weed in my car. I told him, I'm like, you're going to go in my car, open up my console, you're going to see it. There's no point arguing about the point. Like, he's like, you know what? I'm going to give you a break. You're pretty cool with me. You're pretty honest. And another cop came and thought that I was not me because of my age. He said, there's no way you match that age with your date of birth. Like, you don't look that age, if that makes sense. So I have a fake ID, he's saying. So he wanted to charge, and I was doing like homework. I was working at homes. I was doing plumbing, electrical work, carpentry work. I had tools in my car. So I had little fixtures for plumbing work. And he tried to charge 5 of them as paraphernalia. Like I'm using them to smoke weed in them. The sheriff wanted to give me that. And the cop that stopped me originally is a small town, so you can't even find it on records. It's a small town district. It's not in the whole state thing. But either way, the cop was like, you know what? You're out with me. But I ate 3 buds of them because in Wisconsin, you can't have less than a half ounce of weed is a misdemeanor. It's not a felony.
Oh. So you cut
if
it
you have
down
less
to
than a half ounce of weed, 14 grams. You can't have more than 14 grams in your vehicle or in your possession.
Did they end up taking you in?
Yeah. They took me in everything. And I called at the time, my girlfriend, not my wife, but she's my wife now. But I called her. She got the car. They brought me in. I paid for the warrant. It was $500 for the warrant. I paid that off. No court necessary. And I went to another court date, and I paid that off, $350 they charged me with.
So what was the actual charges that stuck?
Possession of marijuana, possession of paraphernalia.
So what lesson should I take from that story?
Don't have marijuana in your vehicle.
Like, don't do illegal shit? I don't.
No,
so I guess you could probably learn from me.
No, I mean, you know what? You can smoke weed, but don't have weed in your vehicle. Now, with that being said, I was driving dirty, bro. So I'll give you another lesson. Have insurance in your car. Have your car registered. Have a good license.
Mm-hmm. I do advocate for that on here all the time.
If you have all 3 of those, I wouldn't even stop that day.
Yeah, I do all of that. What do I need to learn from you?
Okay, well, that was the lesson I'm trying to push out. Now, you already saw the lesson, but there's another way pour out to your way. You know what I'm saying? It ain't that bad. But some folks are driving right now dirty. And I was that person, Jeff. And, you ain't going to learn until you learn the hard way.
But I'm trying to figure out what I'm supposed to learn because I do everything you said. I
know you do, but some folks don't, bro, because but listen, some folks, Jeff, they can't afford it. So when I was going in a situation, I couldn't afford it. It wasn't because I didn't want to. I just really couldn't afford insurance. I'm paying child support. I'm trying to go to school. I'm trying to do this, pay my goddamn rent, have a part-time job. I can't
You
afford
live
all those things.
above your means.
What?
You're living above your means.
Yes, but I was forced to with child support.
Okay.
Essentially. So whatever I made, you're taking more than half of that. That's going to her. So now I'm driving dirty and getting dumb shit. Now that was my choice. That was my fuck up. What's up, Track?
Yeah, I like what you're singing.
So, but unfortunately, now, Jeff, a cop stops me now, bro. I got everything, bro. I'm fully covered. I got multiple vehicles. Go ahead. Everything in my house is covered. I got everything. I'm not worried about shit. I don't speed. None of that bullshit. So if you stop me on that bullshit, nah, you're lying. And I ain't gonna lie to you. Once in a while, I might have some dirty green on me. I ain't gonna lie to you. But I try to be real. But I don't drive dumb.
Is it legal there?
No, it's not.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Wisconsin?
Dude, every state around us is legal. Every fucking state except Wisconsin.
That's
so
weird,
everything that borders us, all our money is going to those states. That's the fucked up part about it.
Oh, okay. I can see part of the dilemma. Hey, Track. What's up?
Hey, what's up? Good to see you.
I'm gonna read that goddamn comment again because that shit was right. Don't do drugs for the brain. Don't talk to cops. Don't talk to cops. And definitely don't talk to cops on the wrong drugs. Don't answer no questions.
That's when I was paranoid. When I was on drug, when I was high, I was definitely paranoid of the cops.
When
I
rogue,
avoided them. I didn't want them to talk nothing.
Listen, Jeff, you're only obligated. This is your obligation by the law. It's to show your insurance, your goddamn license, and registration. Nothing else. Where you
And if
coming
they
from?
put handcuffs on you, you're obligated to get in the car, go down to the station.
Okay, go to the station, Jeff. Don't answer no questions. I'm telling you. Just be quiet.
That's hard for me though to not.
I know, but the more you talk, Jeff, the more you say, Jeff, when you go to court, they're gonna use all that, and this is why I arrested him. This is what he said. This is all like suspicion or reasons to down for a crime.
But if I'm not doing anything, what am I even gonna?
So just give him your license. Give him your license, registration, and insurance. Here you go, sir. You know why I was speeding? Don't even say you were speeding. When you say, "Oh yeah, I didn't know it's speeding," you already incriminated yourself. You already said to the cop that you were speeding. So now when he goes to court, there's no
Right, so
argument.
the most they're gonna do is it's not gonna go to court if all it is a speeding ticket. Yes, officer, I was
I'm just
speeding.
giving an
Here's your
example.
ticket. Have a
You're
nice
speeding.
day.
Oh, the reason why your eyes are glassy, Jeff. Where are you coming from, Jeff?
I wouldn't be doing all of that.
I know, but what if he does that?
But if I was actually, if my eyes were not actually glassy and he thought they were glassy, I don't know.
So now what are you gonna say?
I do have ocular rosacea.
So you're gonna tell him that?
If it's relevant, if he asks like, "Why are your eyes red?" I could say I will tell I have ocular rosacea.
A lot of guys tell me that shit.
Sometimes my eyelids get red. Huh?
But now I'm saying people tell me now. This is a response. People lie to me all the time. You know what? Hey, sir, step out of the car.
Why are your eyes glassy? I don't know. I don't know what you're seeing. I can't see my own eyes. I don't know what you're looking at.
Dude, they did it to my daughter, bro. Not even like 3 weeks ago. For 45 minutes. And they let her go. No alcohol in her system. And say she's drinking.
Why did they stop her?
Because
like what?
They said that she was like she moved a little bit on the lane.
Oh, okay. Now I can see that. Like maybe,
and then check this out. My daughter, being her age, she don't get stopped very often. She pulled over on the left lane versus the far right lane. So now they assume she's under the alcohol because you're in the left lane. So they wanted to go into her vehicle while you're drinking. She's not drinking at all. She's sober as hell. She told her, you know what? I'll blow right now if you want me to. I said, don't even tell him that shit. Fuck that.
If I was sober,
shit,
no problem.
Take you to jail. Take you to jail, tow my goddamn car, all of that shit. When I go to court, you're the paying for the whole goddamn thing. And it's not you, Jeff. It'll be the goddamn city you live in.
But what I still understand what they would, if I was speeding, they would just give me, let's do your little practice thing. You be the cop. We'll practice. You stop me. Am I speeding? Is that why?
So I stopped you. How you do, officer? Yes.
Hey, officer.
You know why I stopped you? You know why I stopped?
No, sir.
Okay, so now I told you that little trip, but you saying no, sir. Okay, well, just so you know, you're
Just
going.
You're
going.
don't even answer his question. Just sit there. You're saying?
No, just say no. Just say no, sir. I can say right now, no, sir. Perfect. Perfect answer, Jeff.
Oh, okay.
No,
so I got that one right.
Yes, no, sir.
All right.
I don't know why.
So then,
so he's gonna say, you know what? Well, I clocked you at 65 and 55. You'll say that, and now you weren't even going 65. You were maybe going 60. But whatever reason, and he could say, I noticed your fog light was out, which even though we don't need for DOT standards, but he might say that. Let's just say that for hypothetically speaking. And he pulls you over for speeding, which he can. Theoretically, he can. You're going 10 miles over the speed limit.
yeah,
I get that.
I've gotten speeding tickets before, and every time I was actually speeding.
How much over?
When he stopped me and I looked at the mile, I knew right away where I got stopped. Oh, Lord, look at how fast.
Did you tell him that? Did you tell him, yeah, you know what? Why? You say, oh, yeah, I was speeding. Did you ever tell him that?
Say something like, I clocked you at whatever, and I'm like, oh, yeah. Or
most of them don't even have that goddamn shit, bro. And when they go to court, it's not calibrated. It ain't got anything right. You can argue that whole thing and it work. Now at court. Now
I've never had a speeding ticket that I had to fight because he was correct in every case. I was actually.
This is an example, but then when they want to go in your vehicle, that's my problem.
I've never had a situation. Yes, I did when they wanted to search my trunk, and we bought some used CDs, and I let them look at the CDs.
Okay, cool. But now you saying okay? Now what if
I knew I didn't have anything in the trunk?
Hold up. What if I told you? What if I told you there's cops that planted drugs on people's cars without ever having no crime on that? What if that cop ran into you?
You're taking the scenario in a very corrupt direction. But
it's just generally.
Well, this is why I don't like cops.
Did you know you had this bag of weed in your car? I'd be like, that's not mine. You put that in there.
It's a bad habit to get in the habit of admitting things. If they've got you dead to rights, then they don't need you to admit it, and you can take your speeding ticket and not fight it. But don't admit to things. That's a bad habit to get into.
But
yeah, man, don't say nothing.
I have no problem admitting to it.
Right.
Hey, Jeff, what if you said?
Doesn't mean that it can't be that it won't bite you. It might not bite you in the butt. Like I have two friends. Okay,
Jeff,
they're both
Jeff, what if they
very
ask you?
smart. And they did the same, more or less the same shit, and they got in trouble with, and they irritated cops about the same amount. And one of them is actually probably the more troublesome of the two, and might have done more things illegal. But he didn't. He knows better than to admit things. And the other one is more agreeable and is actually way more harmless. And they admitted slightly to what they thought they had actually done. And guess which one got like a couple years probation, and the other one got like 10 years.
But what was the thing they did?
The one who talked.
The one who, it doesn't matter what they did.
Honestly, they did very little, but they got charged with way more than that, right? One of them,
like I understand if you know you're doing something illegal and you want to minimize the consequences, don't admit to it as much as possible. Don't call attention to it.
Correct.
But
don't
if you just stop, if it's just a random traffic stop and you're not doing anything, what is there to not talk about? You're not trying to hide anything.
It's still like the thing. I mean, even then, you might just get a warning
bro,
if you don't admit to it.
Oh my God, bro.
I've gotten warnings before.
It also depends on the mood and the personality of the cop in question.
Yeah,
like,
man.
Lots of cops. I like plenty of them, and they like me, and I generally do all right. Like, it's not like it's a problem for me, but it's still bad advice to say be agreeable and admit to anything. It's still good advice.
Bro. Fuck that.
I don't admit to anything, but I admit to the
right.
things
It's a basic. You can look at it on principle too. It's always the burden of the legal system to prove anything. It's not there's no burden and there is no benefit to you to give them an admission of anything.
You can't help the police to investigate
burden
yourself.
always should be on the state.
So when you go to court, everything you say, Jeff, oh, that I'm just trying to help them out. It's all used against you. Everything you say, it's you know what?
I've never been to court. Like all of these examples are predicated on I'm doing something that's eventually going to end up in court. That's never been the case.
No, no, it's predicated on a general principle. I mean, I'm similar to you, Jeff. I've never got anything other than a speeding ticket.
But that's pretty much all I've ever been.
I don't
but I've also had cops.
Tickets.
But listen, Jeff.
And there was one time I got stopped. It wasn't for speeding, and for some reason he wanted to search our trunk, and I let him search the trunk because there was nothing in it, and he thanked us and told us have a nice day.
But why?
I didn't get a ticket or anything.
But that's not
a I don't know what made him
right?
suspicious.
You can choose to do so in the moment, but you are relinquishing rights that they have not demonstrated a need for you to relinquish.
Yes,
I had no problem
thank you.
Doing it.
Right, you had no problem, but it still is it's bad on principle because you're relinquishing rights. You're not defending.
I don't think it was bad.
Right.
But he lost them. He lost after that.
It can be beneficial to you. You can see it that way, but it's a subjective. It's not a generally good principle because it is
like if I didn't let him search, it probably would have
evidence.
escalated needlessly, and like we would have been.
Right.
Why? But why?
Those are all personal, individual situation reasons why you might choose to relinquish rights and go against good principles, but that doesn't make them good moves on principle, right? Like those are unprincipled actions. Those are self-benefiting in the moment sort of decisions that you're proposing, right?
I don't know why he stopped me in the first place, so I don't know what he was suspicious of. But I knew I didn't do anything.
That would be even more reason not to let him, have any more access.
Yeah, don't I have the right to cooperate the police when I'm doing nothing wrong?
You have the personal right to relinquish your rights. However, as a citizen, you are getting every time somebody does that for no reason, it makes people and cops more used to people just caving their rights for no reason. And just because it has no immediate consequence doesn't mean it doesn't have a general trend of consequence, right?
I cooperate with everybody when I have no reason not to. Cops, the doctors, security guards, grocery clerks.
I don't doubt that.
I usually choose cooperation.
Being generally cooperative and generally agreeable is generally not good advice.
Yeah, well, cooperation has always worked pretty well for me as a strategy. I have in situations where I have no obvious reason not to cooperate.
Sure,
I usually just
but just because it's worked for you, do you think that's a reason to think that it would generally work most of the time?
I'm not making broad conclusions for everybody, but y'all are telling me not to admit, like not to talk to cops. Don't answer questions. I'm saying why. It's always worked in the past. I'm not doing anything,
Jeff,
I don't see the point of creating additional friction for no reason.
But if not, because you know what? It's like they have the right to ask you the question, and you have the right to respectfully decline, and you do respectfully. You know what, sir? To be honest,
desperate.
I don't agree to answer your questions. Not being rude. I just don't want to incriminate myself in any way, and it's not my job to help you investigate myself.
That's too many words to be respectful.
Yeah, you're right. You're right too.
Just say
right.
I respectfully decline and leave
it
at that.
Stopped. Hey, I was.
That's what people get in trouble is they want to explain themselves one way or the other. Never.
Hey Jeff.
You need to smoke a bowl of weed.
The instinct to
you know what that
yourself.
is?
Say word. Hey Jeff.
Hey, Phil, listen to this story. I did I was driving around with the guy at night on the back roads, and we stopped at this little dead end street.
You'll know what I'm saying.
And the cops saw us enter that road. It was like a dirt road, and we didn't know he followed us, and we were parking in the dark. We were about to make out, and next thing we know, he turns the lights on. He comes to the car. He's like, "What are y'all doing?" And we're like, "We're just driving around. Why are y'all sitting here parked?" I'm like, we wanted to hang out, talk. Like we weren't doing anything wrong, but we were still suspicious.
Yep.
And I'm pretty sure he stopped us because we were 2 guys in a car going on this road that people go to park at.
Well, I mean,
and I answered his questions, and eventually he determined we weren't really doing anything he can get us on, and he left us alone.
Okay. Now, from the beginning of your story,
I
Jeff.
harassed people like that on my
Baton Rouge. 1 second, Baton Rouge. From the beginning of your story, Jeff, when you were sitting in that side of the road, what were you doing illegally from the beginning?
He determined he wanted nothing to do with it.
So what caused the cops to stop you from the first place? My argument.
We were suspicious.
Okay, what was suspicious about you?
We were two guys like late at night on this dirt dead end road that people are known to go on that road to park and smoke weed. We used to go there and park and do acid.
Is it a public road? Is it a public road?
Yeah, it was a public road, but it was like
so why can't you be on it? So why can't you be on it?
Dirt road in the middle of
so
nowhere.
why can't you be on it then? So why are you stopping you? You ain't doing nothing wrong. You're sitting with your friend on the side with a cell phone.
Stop the fact that he stopped me. He was out patrolling.
Okay, but it's an illegal stop
for
from the get-go.
He found that suspicious, so he came up and he asked us a bunch of questions.
But there's nothing suspicious about what you were doing, Jeff. It's my problem.
Not doing anything other than parking.
But he somehow found you suspicious.
When you get a sec.
He somehow found you suspicious, Jeff, when you weren't doing shit. So you're sitting
right.
And why can't he do that now then?
We weren't doing shit. He left us alone.
Let's reduce this to a very simple sort of Pavlov's dog hypothetical, right? What if he didn't actually find you suspicious? He found you circumstantially based on his previous experience, right? So we'll go use the same standard that you're using in your argument. That he had been rewarded in the past. Cops' rewards being actually finding someone doing something that they can get them for, right? By harassing people who he had found in this location under these circumstances. Therefore, he had been trained via private, right? He was encouraged by previous experiences of people being agreeable, probably, and allowing him to sort of bother them for no reason. That he just continues to do it. Right, so that's the sort of thing, right? Like cops will act on previous experience. If they have found that people generally will waive their rights for no reason, then they are not in any way encouraged to actually make sure they have good reason before they stop someone. They're encouraged to stop people with less than good reason because generally people let them waive their rights, and often enough people stupidly waive their rights and still get in trouble, right? Like that's another way to look at it.
I don't know what he would have gotten us on if
but it's not you specifically, right? Like the implication is that probably he has gotten people on something under similar circumstances. Your situation was the exception,
or drinking,
but by being agreeable, it does not deter him from harassing people with only sort of.
I'm not trying to deter cops from doing their job. That's not my goal.
No, but people like you are giving them the right beyond doing their job, right? Like that's the thing. You want cops to do exactly
they're doing it the wrong way,
not past the point of their actual where they're supposed their job, right? But the thing is by waiving your rights, that's going beyond their job, right? By giving them more than what the specifics of the current circumstance demand. Or legally require, you are saying, oh, you can go beyond the limits of your job. I'm going to let you every time, right? Like most people will let you, and they get used to that, and then they think that is the bounds of their job, right?
Yes.
To understand the bounds of the job from both sides, right? Because they will be, as the authority figure. I mean, in general, authority figures, right? The one with the quote unquote power in the situation, right? The one is generally going to push the bounds of their authority. Like there's exceptions, but in general, that's how that sort of situation goes. And therefore, it's important to be to lay out the bound, to understand the bounds of the authority figure's authority and maintain those as sort of the victim of authority, right? As the recipient.
He pulled up behind us and he came to the car.
Welcome, Lubas. Hold on, everybody, be quiet. Welcome, Lubas.
Go away, officer. This is not your job. Go away.
Right, but if you let them search your trunk when they have no actual good reason, that's letting them go beyond the bounds of their job.
And then they go through the whole car, dude, for no fucking reason. And then they find some shit.
Pull me over, and then they're going to get really pissed off when I don't let them, and it's because Jeff has let them do it so many times that they just expect that from everyone. And so if they escalate because I don't let them search my trunk. It's
I'm
because
not
the
going to
jeffs of the world
apologize or
So
feel
have
take me
been
to
bad.
jail.
agreeable so
Take me to
many
jail
times,
then.
right?
I got bail
If
money.
they were used
I'm
to
sorry if
people
it makes
saying
your life
no,
difficult,
as
but
is
I'm
their
not going to
right,
stop
they
doing it.
wouldn't be so likely to escalate when you
I'm not interested in
maintain the
making
bounds
life
of your
easier
rights.
for people that are breaking the law.
What
Hey,
law?
Lubath,
What
what are
law?
the,
Yo, Jeff, my phone's dying, but I saw a video of a guy, ex-military, had $200,000 saved up of his own cash, and the cops stopped him and seized all his money because they thought he was drug trafficking some money.
they did that in Louisiana. There was a big scandal.
Okay, so is
They
that
were
legal?
stopping
Is that
all the,
legal?
huh?
Is that
Is it
legal?
legal to have money?
No.
Well,
He
okay,
broke the law. He had
what if
all
that
this
was your money?
money.
What if that was your money, Jeff?
I wouldn't be
You had all that
driving
money
around with
saved up, and the cops
$200,000 in my
came and took
car.
all your money, and they thought you were trafficking drugs, even though you're retired, you're ex-military, all that bullshit. How would you feel about that?
Yeah, I'd be pissed, but I wouldn't put myself in that situation to begin with.
Well, okay, so you went on vacation with your money. You decided to do that, and now that's illegal. You said it was legal to have cash. Why can't you travel $200,000
Yeah,
in
but
your car?
it doesn't make it intelligent to drive around with that much cash in your car.
What if you
Just
want to
'cause
travel?
I don't think you should be driving
I'm with
around
my
with big,
kid. I
big
want to
guns
travel in
and
my car. We're going on a road trip across
Lubass,
America.
how is it in Canada when you get stopped by the Mounties? What's the procedure? When they
It
pull
shouldn't
their
be
hard
illegal, and the fact that they took his money is my problem, Jeff. They
Right.
seize
Be
all the time,
intelligent and
bro.
being like
It
you're
sounds like
legally allowed to
you
be
and Ren are
stupid.
making the
That's
argument for
facts.
me to not cooperate with cop or do it as little as
Well, fuck the
possible
police.
so your
That's how I
experiences
stand
with
on.
cops can go a little more smoothly.
Hey, bronze boy, I ain't no cop, motherfucker.
What's up, Blue Bass?
What's up? How you doing?
What's your relationship to cops, to Mounties?
Oh well, I try to have a little relationship as possible.
Yeah, I had a feeling. Do you cooperate when they stop you?
Not as of late. I have in the past. I've gone through many iterations of my relationship with police.
My
I've
phone's
gone
dying at
through
1%.
I've gone through the angry stage where I just berate and belittle them, you know,
Dang.
until they just want to get away from me.
What do you say
Or
to them?
oh man, I mean I've given them the truth, right? Most of the in the past, for example, like they are actually participating in the destruction of their own children's and grandchildren's freedom and future, right? So I let them have it. You are, because they are, right? Especially in America, like Canada has always been captured by the crown. We don't even have like a state's attorney or whatever. They actually called the crown's attorney. So we have a monarchy. They pretend like we don't, but we do. But America was supposed to be a free place, right? Where there was no king. And it's gotten, well, you do, it's just not, technically, it's not called a king, but you do,
Well, since we
you know.
replace them pretty often, that is
You're
supposed to hold that.
enslaved more than you know.
Well, we were
And you
talking
and
about the
you
Mounties, so let's get back on them.
well, the Mounties are going to do whatever they're going to do, right? I mean, I have come to a point in my life now where I participate as little as possible in whatever the system they have laid out for me is. Sometimes I may use my person, and my person has a driver's license, and I may use it. Other times I don't. When I travel as me, the human being, the living soul, the man, without the person, I don't give them my driver's license. And so I've had that a couple of times, and a couple of times it's been not so successful, They've tried to take my vehicle, they've given me all kinds of fines. So, whatever, it's the truth of the matter is, why should I not be? I own my car or my truck. I've paid for it. It's mine. It's my property, right? So why should I have to pay to move my property from one point to another? That's slavery. right? I own my land.
Well,
I
that's not
bought
my
it.
definition of slavery, but
Well, it
if you want
is
to frame it
because
that way in your mind.
I purchased my land, let's say, right? Almost 40 years ago. I paid for it. I owe no man any money for it, but yet every month I have to pay rent to the state for it, or they will come and they will take it from me. They will, and if I resist them, they'll kill me. Right? So that's slavery.
Okay, well, like I said, if you're using the word in a very peculiar way, I would not call that slavery. But if you want to, if it feels like slavery to you and that's how it is in your head,
Okay, so you agree with being taxed and
I was more
having.
interested in how you handle cop encounters. Like if you're
Well, now
cooperative.
I've
No, I
changed
have
my
my answer.
perspective.
I mean, you're willing to go to jail on this principle. It sounds like.
I've changed my perspective today. I'm much more, let's say, cordial with them. I still may give them the information, but I actually feel sorry for them now because they're more enslaved than I am. Right? They think they're free and they think they're getting this little temporary power because they got that gun and that badge, but they are actually more enslaved than me. So I show them a little bit of, courtesy, if you want to call it that, but I don't lie to them. I'll tell them the truth. Right? So generally my area, since I've taken this position, they've started to leave me alone. Where I would get I would get harassed by cops constantly in most of my life. But since I've adopted this position of, I don't know what the right word is. I'm a bit of an idiot, so I forget words. Just more cordial, more, not loving, but not disrespectful. They leave me the fuck alone. They really do. It's pretty weird. And I know a lot of the cops around here.
That was my next question: is do they know you? Is that why they leave you alone?
They know me. Oh yeah,
it's
they
not
know
worth
me.
the trouble.
But see, if you don't demonstrate excess cooperation, right? If you just give them the bare bones politely, then you don't look like somebody that they're going to catch and say who's going to say something stupid, right? If they bother you and you tend to let them search your trunk, then they're always going to want to search your trunk, right?
I never agreed to any of that. Never.
Search my
I know. Well,
trunk.
Jeff, I'm using Jeff's earlier example, right?
Yeah.
Your story basically reinforces what I said, is that by people being overly cooperative, right? Like cooperation there are defined bounds, right? You can give them your driver's license, you can say hello, good afternoon, officer, but admitting to things or letting them go beyond what they have established need or cause for, such as they pulled you over for a traffic stop and them asking to search your car, that's relinquishing your rights without them having to demonstrate any due cause, right? And the more the people that do that, because they go, well, there's nothing in my trunk, I had nothing to hide, but they did relinquish their rights and now they're demonstrating a pattern. And so the cops, cops who are looking to catch somebody, they're going to pull over that person in particular if they know them, because they know that they relinquished their rights for no good reason. And also they're going to come to expect it from other people. And therefore, when other people draw the line at this is the agreed upon amount of, what our exchange is in, you have the right to ask from me based upon this current situation. If you actually draw the line at your rights, then if they think that's escalation, it's because of all the other people who gave up their rights and were overly cooperative just to make their day easier, right?
Yeah, and that's what most cops, I'm for sure, I realize that they come across mostly slaves that are happy in their servitude and willingly, quickly, and easily give up their rights without question.
And they get used to it. And so
Yeah,
when
and
somebody just draws the line at where the line is, some cops might get a little irritated because they're not used to it.
Right. So as soon as they see somebody that wants to stand on their rights, then all of a sudden it's a problem for them. Now, the last 500 people, let me step all over them. Why aren't you?
Exactly.
So they become very angry with you. But it's the slave mentality, the slave caste, which most people are today, that give them more power. Because it's all by consent, all of it.
Well, and it also ends up being a very selfish mentality, right? It is
Yeah.
all about your own personal convenience, and that's
Right.
always the reason. And it's like
Right.
the problem is, there is no duty to. You are
No service.
sacrificing your duty or the rights of other people for your personal today, this moment convenience of,
Yeah. And many of
smiling at you.
sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you, but
No, go
many
for it.
of them call themselves Christians, right? When they're not acting as a being of service where they sacrifice themselves for the betterment of their fellow man. Like, that's what the story of Jesus is. The story is of not complying with the Sadducees, the Pharisees, the tax, the money changers. He said, no, we can't. Stop the sacrifices, stop shedding blood for my father. All that's what he stood against, right? And he let himself be sacrificed on that cause. But Christians will not see that. They'll say, oh, follow the law. You got to follow the law. But it's not law.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that they're following the law. I like law-abiding people.
Yes, because you're
Keep society stable.
yes, because you are content and glad and happy and for your servitude.
But
You
law
have
abiding
come
isn't the
our
same as
civilization.
right.
you have
right,
come to love your
sacrificing.
servitude.
Freedom sacrificing, and people confuse the two. The person in the comments that said that don't you have a right to cooperate? No, you do not. You have a right. You have the ability to relinquish your own rights/freedoms. It is not a right to cooperate. It is a right to.
Is that what he said? I don't think.
To
I don't
give
know if he
up
said
your
a right.
rights, right? Because there is no established right to cooperate. You have a right not to cooperate beyond the bounds of the law, beyond the bounds of what is established, right?
You have a duty
So you
to
don't have a right to
service.
cooperate. You have a right to give up your rights. So phrasing
I have
it
a
the way
right
you
to
did, person in the chat,
self-determination, and cooperation can be
is
part of
a
that.
deceptive way of framing it.
But it's not self-determination. You said it yourself. If you wouldn't put yourself in a position where you have money in your pocket and go driving down the road. So you have chosen to restrict your freedom, right? Even though you know it's not against the law to carry a large amount of money or cash
It's just
on your
not
person.
a smart thing to do in general.
Smart or not,
I don't walk around with a bunch of cash in my wallet either.
You have relinquished, excuse me, your
It's just a choice.
right.
It's a voluntary choice I'm making of my own free will.
I get it.
Normally the reason would be because some criminal might rob you. So when it's also, because the cops might rob you, now basically it's hard to distinguish between the cops and the criminal, which is kind of a problem.
They have become the criminals.
You should be worried about getting robbed by the non-law-abiding citizens, not by law enforcement.
I encounter, I default to them being a criminal. I don't do that with any group. I don't let the
I know, I'm saying you don't, but I'm saying that why is it smart not to walk around with cash in your pocket?
Good question.
Because I don't like taking out a bunch of cash. It makes me more of a target than I might be without.
Correct. A target to who?
To anybody.
Well, say who?
Anybody. Potentially any human that's after cash.
Who would be willing to break the law? Police? A criminal would be the typical answer, right? That's sort of the acceptable cooperative answer.
Yeah, I guess.
But the problem is if the police are also, part of that risk that could target you because of cash in your pocket.
Plus, I don't want to. I could
suggest
lose
that
it.
the police might be overstepping bounds.
It's for myself too. I could potentially lose a bunch of money if I had it in my wallet. I've done that before.
Sure, but I mean,
responsibility. Having a large amount of cash places an additional responsibility on me when I'm out and about with it that I don't want to walk around with.
Jeff, you're trying to deflect from the real point.
I'm more free when I don't have to worry about how much money I'm carrying around.
But do you agree that if we take out the sort of I'm a klutz and might lose it, because I understand that. I have really bad ADHD, so I get that. And I have lost money because of it. But if you take that element out and you just look at the interactive elements, the ones where it's based on relationships or possible interactions with other people, other humans that you might come into contact with, I think it would be appropriate to be afraid of criminals. It seems a little inappropriate if you need to be equally afraid of law enforcement for the same action, right? The same potential action, right? If the same potential action puts you equally at risk of criminals and law enforcement, that's rather confusing.
I'm not, though. I don't see law enforcement that way. I'm not equally. When I see a cop, I'm like, oh no, this
We're talking specifically with you having, a bunch of cash in your pocket. And if you're not concerned about a cop stopping you with a bunch of cash in your pocket or in your trunk or whatever in your possession, then you're not aware of what they typically,
or I'm not paranoid.
The typical response to that.
I don't go around worrying that
every person
any
you meet
cop I
isn't a
encounter
criminal
might
who
be a
wants to
criminal.
steal it out of your pocket. It doesn't mean that there aren't some out there. You understand that some of them will.
I've never said that there may not be some out there. But that does not define how I interact with cops. That's not my default setting. It doesn't define my default for how I interact with cops.
If your default is based upon erroneous information, is it a good default?
Are you saying the majority of cops are the kind that will steal your cash?
You having cash on you, the way they operate, they have become so used to getting away with stuff. Like it's sort of beyond what would seem like reasonable limits. They will take you in. They will consider that suspicion of you're a drug dealer, right? It's not, or evidence that you're a drug dealer. Like they will use that against you. Like it's pretty standard protocol, honestly.
But that's not my default. So I don't. That's not how I see cops. I'm not black-pilled or mistrustful of cops. I think cops are a good thing. I think most cops are trying to do their job.
Right? It's what they're used to. It's what's expected of them. It's the incentive.
Well, that's what you're saying. I don't know that that's the truth. You're just saying that that's the truth. So I would need something more than you just telling me that. That's how. That's
your only defense right now is that's not how I see it. You haven't said that's not how I see it because of specific observation of cops or specific observations of the system right now. You're just saying, well, I haven't looked at it that way. So, I mean, that's fine. That's a viable position to hold.
Yeah, but I'm also not just going to swallow change that just based on your claims. That's how cops are. So whether it's coming from my own observation or whether it's coming from someone on the internet just insisting that it's true, and that's not going to make me change it any more than.
I mean, you can validate, you can verify, you can look into most of the examples and or systemic, like you look into the sort of what cops are incentivized to do. If you look at the system and you see what is this going to incentivize them to do? It's going to incentivize them to find crimes even when they really aren't there. Right?
But how can they prosecute?
You can look into that and you can determine it for yourself.
How can they prosecute crimes that you didn't actually commit? They would be manufacturing crimes. So how can they amass enough evidence for a crime to and why would they waste their time doing it if I'm not doing a crime?
Because cops are incentivized to.
It doesn't seem like the norm. The norm seems to be go around and find actual crimes that are easy to prosecute.
That should be the norm. That's sensible, but it doesn't mean that it's realistic. Prosecutors are incentivized to prosecute more persons and to always win. Prosecutors are not incentivized to fairly prosecute
if they
someone.
Can prosecute successfully. That's hard to do when there's not a real crime. It's hard to prosecute.
Until you have all of these people's judges, and then you get complicit or dumb judges.
Right. That sounds like a really bizarre conspiracy theory. That there's this entire network
until you watch a few trials
spend their day and their effort manufacturing crimes and dragging people in to prosecute them for non-existent crimes. That seems very unrealistic to me. It doesn't seem like
It seems
the
crazy
civil
until
norm.
you
It just
observe it
doesn't.
occurring to the
If
point of
if
craziness.
you
Like,
want me to believe that it is, you're going to have to show me a lot of evidence that this is actually how the system works and not the way I think it works.
I think I would recommend just to see how we came out. Like, watch a few trials. There's you can watch a lot of trials on YouTube.
Where people get
one of the
randomly
ones that
picked
really
off the
pushed me
street
over
and
the edge
charged
was
with
watching the Kyle
non-existent
Rittenhouse
crimes
trial.
and then prosecuted successfully and put in jail.
Hello?
What rate
Am I still
do
here?
you think
Specifically
that
recommend
happened?
watching the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. I can come up with others if you want. I mean, I have personal knowledge of individual humans that I know personally and how their trials and or not trials went. There's also a huge element where they're incentivized not to go to trial. They are incentivized to plea deal people out, and therefore a lot of people give a guilty plea even if they were innocent, in order to avoid the threat of over prosecution.
I wouldn't plead to a crime I didn't commit.
Hello?
What is your sense of,
because they
hang
say,
on,
okay, you get 5 years.
What is,
if we go to trial and you lose, you get 40. And so a lot of regular people go,
I have a
question. I'll say guilty for 5
Hello?
years instead of the risk of 40. All right.
What is your sense of the rate at which this happens? How many people are being charged with fake crimes and successfully prosecuted?
Problematically high. I was much more like you a few years ago.
Huh?
I was more like you a few years ago, and I assumed it was generally the exception, that it was generally restricted to certain specific municipalities or areas where corruption was, had highly festered. That does not, I have since watched quite a few trials. I have looked into it deeper, trying to, once it started looking like, wow, this seems to happen more often than I really thought. And now I'm
highly suspicious
across the thing. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I get a
couple
of words?
I'm getting an answer to my question before anything else happens. At what rate do you think this happens? Since you have looked into it way more than me, what is your sense of the frequency of this?
The frequency is, I mean, I don't have a specific number for you. I can say that at this point, the frequency seems to be such that it is not the exception to the rule. It is at least say over half the time, at least 50% of the time. Like that would be my minimum estimation.
I would need way more.
Okay, can I get a word in about this, and then I'll
Lou.
shut up. Then I'll shut up. Let me just get in a little bit of what I'm thinking about this. Is it against the law to drink alcohol?
No.
Okay, but it was at one time, was it not? So
you mean
the men came along. Hold on, men came along and put something on paper so that today it was lawful to drink alcohol, and after this signature, it was unlawful to drink alcohol. So many people went to prison, some for very long times, because they had alcohol in their possession. Was that lawful?
Are you making the distinction between legal and lawful?
I'm asking you, was that a lawful thing to do?
Lawful as in legal, or lawful as in how you think it should be?
No, the law, the real law. Because legal, you already know legal is not law. So that's why you're trying to bring me back.
Separating the two. Because everyone's going to have a different opinion on what lawful is. So I go by what legal is.
There's only one law. There's only one law. And that is,
I guarantee you, if we sat down and talked, I would have a different opinion on what's lawful in certain situations than you would, and probably anybody else I talk to.
So what changed from the time that the signature was not on paper saying alcohol was illegal or legal, and then all of a sudden they signed a paper and said now it's illegal? What was that action called? What does it mean to you? What is it? So it's a legislation. So men got together and legislated your right to consume a product.
Yes, that happens all the time.
And that's okay with you.
Our societies.
And that's okay with you.
Yes,
okay.
That's yes.
So, well, it's not. I mean, the ability to drink alcohol isn't like in the United States. Like if you want to argue about legalities, you have to separate.
I'm not
from
arguing about legalities. I'm arguing
right,
about
but
what's
like
right.
the
Hold on,
established
ma'am. Ma'am, hold
constitutional
on.
responsibility
Hold
or
on, ma'am.
purview of different governmental bodies.
I'm not talking about what you're saying. I'm saying what's right and what's wrong. Do
Right. I
I
mean, that's
not
another
have
argument
the
in
right?
itself.
Hold on, man.
That's
Do I
morality.
not have the right as a living man, as a person who's responsible for myself, to take in a product, whatever the product might be, even poison? Do not I have the right to do that?
That's a separate question of your thing about what happened when they put the
Well,
pen to
you're
paper
asking
and
how
his
many
law.
people are taken by the police and put into prisons for unlawful reasons
For
or against
actual
the.
made up
There's
crimes.
an
There was no crime
entire.
at all. The person was not doing a single, it's not like they mistook the person for somebody else that did an actual crime. There was no actual crime. And they manufactured a charge, they manufactured evidence. The whole thing was fake.
That's
It
systemic.
occurs
That's
painfully often.
systemic in the police force in
Seems
America.
to be the
Well,
situation.
that's what you're saying, and that's what she's saying. But
It is
I am
systemic, and if
skeptical
you
that
look
that is what
deeply, you'll
I
find it.
didn't used to think so. I didn't because personally, I hang out with and friends with a lot of cops, military, that sort of persons. But that's why. But the thing is, then I started, with the internet, you can look beyond your own person, like local, county, and stuff.
It's
And
called backing the blue until it happens to you.
well,
it
it's
would
what
take a
you
lot
look
of
at the
evidence
system.
from
It's
you.
not the people in the system. People are people. You got bad apples, you got good apples. But when you have a system that incentivizes the wrong things, when
Making
you have
up
a system that
crimes.
incentivizes convictions, incentivizes arrests, then people are going to fall.
For
Like
actual
the most
crimes, though, I'm talking
well-meaning
about
cops in
made
the
up
world are
crimes.
going to fall prey to the incentives of the system structure, and the system does seem to be structured that way to
Do
incentivize
I have the
over
right to
arrest,
smoke
over
marijuana or not?
prosecution, over
I
conviction.
don't know. It depends on where you live. I think isn't it legal in Canada at the federal level?
At this point, yes, but I'm saying in
I guess
where
it is.
you are, is it? Can you smoke marijuana or not? And if some man or men put a signature on a piece of paper and write a bunch of words and say some magic sentences, does it make it unlawful for
Yeah,
a
that's
man to
called
smoke
lawmaking, dude. It's
marijuana?
something we accept as being part of an advanced society. This has been happening for
But
thousands of years.
but
I don't have
but
a beef
America
with
is not
lawmaking.
getting more advanced. It's getting more backward,
Well,
not
you
more
just have a
advanced.
different opinion about what the law should be, but the actual process of being able to make laws, I am glad that we have that as humans.
Are you
Right, it's good that
aware
we have
that
a
during
method. The
Prohibition,
United
are you
States
aware? Hold
method
on, man.
is
Hold on,
Wait,
man.
let
Are
me
you
more
let me
aware?
rant.
restrictive,
Are you aware that during
or it's addictive.
Prohibition, you can look this up for yourself. But during Prohibition, the idea was that people were getting drunk too much. Let's make it illegal. After they made alcohol illegal, the levels of alcoholism increased exponentially, right? And look at the streets of America today. The drug war has been going on for how many years now? And look at your streets. Most major cities are covered in drug addicts bending over, dying with their legs amputated and all kind.
The
It's an
black of zombies.
epidemic, and it's been illegal for how long? Right.
Like
So
most
nothing.
of them,
How many
I don't know if
people
it
are
was ever
still
legal.
drinking and driving?
But
It's
Lou, I feel like it
illegal.
seems like you're trying to have a different conversation than the one we were having.
Well, what is the
I'm
conversation?
not necessarily even disagreeing with you about some of this. It's just not the conversation that we started
Okay, maybe I
having about
misunderstood
cops.
what the conversation was. What really was it about?
I mean, and it's free to branch off into that if you want. I'm just saying it's a different
Okay,
conversation
what's the conversation then? Correct me.
about cops. Not even cops, the whole system, cops, lawyers, judges, prosecuting attorneys, making up crimes, completely making up crimes and then
Well,
prosecuting people for them.
is it not making up a crime when they put a signature on a paper, write a bunch of words, say
No.
some magic sentence, and then something automatically becomes illegal
No, it's
just
not
because
making
it's
up. That's
been.
not the answer is no. And the conversation you were talking about drugs on the street and all that is, like I said, a different conversation than that.
But it's connected, in my opinion, because these things are made illegal for the protection of people. But then they end up being more prevalent, and the
Right.
police are just doing what the system allows them to
Well,
do.
lawmaking is an experimental process anyway, but you're talking about the effects of certain laws. I'm talking about making up crimes completely. That's two different conversations.
Well,
Then this is a bad law. It's not helping people
the
versus
only way you
cops are
will
arresting
know
people on crimes that are not even being committed. They're
the only
non-existent
way
crimes.
you
There
will
hasn't
know
even been a
about
crime.
those crimes is when they do it to you. Then you'll
Well,
start looking into it and see how prevalent it is.
it
I would
hasn't been
say
done to me yet, and I'm
It
I
hasn't
trying.
been
would
done to
say
me,
it's
and
Trying to
I've
place in
systemic.
my
nonetheless
mind how
been able
it would
to.
be. I would make it very difficult for them to insist I did something that I did not do.
They will make it very difficult for you to even.
They would have to fake evidence. They would. There's all kind of things they'd have to do to make it seem like I did something I didn't do.
Well, it's one of those things. If things operate properly and the burden of proof is on the state, however, it does appear, based upon my research, once I sort of started looking into it, that many times most of the relevant persons involved in, say, a trial or even a plea deal, prosecuting a charge, do not lean into the correct, the burden of proof is on the state, and they, it's almost like the absence of proof against, right? Which is not how our system is supposed to work, right? The absence of proof that you didn't, just because you have no proof that you didn't commit the crime, that is not proof of the crime, but it's not
You're
treated that
And
way.
if they
It's
tried that on me,
that
I would.
important
I'd stick it
distinction
in screaming the whole time.
is not policed and maintained, right? It's like some of these standards need to be, for lack of a better term, policed and maintained. And if they're not, then they slip, and suddenly the burden of proof is upon the accused.
I
And when the
You're
burden
believe
of
they
also
proof is
are
not
upon the
supposed to
accused,
be.
it's very difficult to prove a
Holy
negative,
fuck!
to
She
prove
never
that you did not
stops.
commit a crime that you're accused of.
You're also not supposed to be punished before you're convicted. But
Oh yes,
how many people sit in a jail cell, sometimes for years, because
the
they cannot
process of
afford
the
they can
punishment.
holy fuck, man. You sit in a jail cell because you cannot afford the bond. So now you're there for 2 3 years. You've committed no crime before you even get in front of a judge. So what happens? The police catch you. They put these cuffs on you. Generally, they put them on so tight that your wrists are
that
numb
sounds
for days.
hot.
So you've already been punished.
I would be excited.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. I said I would be
So
excited.
you're already punished before you're convicted of anything. So putting on these handcuffs so tight that your hands are, your wrists are numb, your fingers are numb. I've had it done to me many times. Sometimes it lasts for almost a month that your pinkies and your thumb
How
doesn't
many
come back
times
to
have you been
life.
arrested?
So you've
Out
been
of curiosity.
punished. So you've been punished before you've been convicted. Then you sit in a jail cell because you can't afford the bond. And now you're in jail, innocent, not even in front of a judge or a jury, sometimes for years. How is this not systemic? It's over the top how many people are in that situation.
Yeah, I would want more evidence for this stuff you're saying.
But that's not the way America's created. America is supposed to be that the state has to prove before they can punish you, they have to prove your guilt. But it's the other way around now.
Mhm.
The person has to prove their guilt in order to stay out of jail, and they have to pay for that proof.
Well, you can
Yeah,
only
they have
prove
to
it in
pay to
court
prove
anyway.
their
So either
innocence.
way,
That
it has
seems
to
to
go
be
to
a
court.
common occurrence. You're
But you've
correct.
already spent a year in jail. Let's say you've got a $5,000 bond. You can't afford it. Nobody's got the money to help you. You're sitting in the jail. It takes so long to go to court. You're there for a year. You're not guilty. Then you get up in front of court. They realize you're not guilty. And
License
they
and
say, okay,
registration, please.
time served.
License registration, please. Where were you coming from,
You
sir?
know, it's a
Ooh, hey,
Where were you
fucking
coming from,
officer.
joke
sir, Jeff?
that people believe this system anymore. It's a
Sir,
fucking
The
joke.
question is not where I'm coming from, officer. The question is where are we going?
sir. I want to know where you're coming from. Where are you going, sir? Where are you coming from?
You tell
Applebee's?
me.
You
I
came from
come from
Applebee's?
my mother.
Okay,
And that's
so
Big Daddy to you, officer.
what you drank tonight, sir? That's going to be the questions automatically.
Yep.
It is your job to help them investigate yourself. That's the
Yeah,
key
I
to
don't
the
have
whole
problems.
goddamn puzzle.
I drank iced tea. I had a
No,
matcha, had some
no.
water.
Oh, you drink hard iced tea? They heard hard iced tea. Now I think you're drinking.
Okay, then they can breathalyze me and watch it register 0.
Okay, you know what? I think it ain't alcohol. It's weed. I think you smoke weed. Let me test you
I,
on for weed with blood.
I drank
Okay,
pussy juice. Does
they
that
can
count?
test me for that and watch it register 0.
Maybe, maybe
You're
not.
saying after it registers 0, they're still going to insist I did the thing and continue to try to prosecute me for it. That seems like it would be
Is the
hard to
test
do.
You know,
100%
Your
talking about the
efforts
reliable?
would be better
breathalyzer.
served
The
finding
police are
people that
not on your
actually
side, Jeff. The
register
police are not on your
numbers
side. That's all I'm trying to
and
say,
get
man.
people to court.
Talking
What's the
about the
probability of a false
breathalyzer,
positive for a weed test?
all the time those breathalyzers make false positives.
Y'all
Correct.
are telling ghost
Sometimes
stories.
just
That's
No,
crazy.
sometimes just from drinking
you
a
know well enough that
Coca-Cola.
most tests
Or
have a percentage of false positives
I'm
as
pretty
well
sure
established.
there's a process to verify who's been smoking weed and who's not, and
yeah,
what to
but
do
you
in a
before
false
you can
positive.
prove it,
Jeff,
you'll sit in a
Jeff,
jail cell for a while.
How
Jeff.
accurate would such a process be for you to accept
I'm
it as
pretty sure
something you
it's
should just
accurate
submit
enough
to?
by now that people have worked out all the bugs in it and it's functioning like it's supposed to function.
Why would you assume that?
If there's like hundreds
You
of
assume
thousands of
that.
no
people
evidence.
That's an
sitting in
assumption.
prison
Ask
over a
Charlie
false
that.
positive, just
Ask
show me
Charlie
the.
You're
that. Go
smart
ask
enough
Charlie.
that you should know better than to assume competence.
Ask Charlie that question. So you had Charlie.
I have in case you don't know me or watch my show enough to know this. This is one of the most basic things anybody can pick up about me. I'm one of the 17% who trust the government. I have a baseline trust until I have a reason not to. I'm not suspicious. I'm not cynical. I'm
You
not
back the
paranoid.
blue till it
I
happens to
watch
you.
society function every day, more or less, with
Right,
all
but you
these
don't have to
incompetent
trust the
people. It's
government.
somehow functioning. It somehow continues. I trust that it's going
You
to
can be
continue.
cool with them. You can be cool
Right,
with
you
them.
can
Just
trust
don't
the
trust them.
government, and not trust the competence of of everything and everyone all the time.
Yeah, but I assess the competence when I have a reason to revise my default assumption.
So you
So
default to
if they're
assuming
not being
competence.
incompetent, I'm going to continue to assume competence until I encounter the incompetence, and then I will address it.
So you
And the
trust the
time
war
that
in
happens is
Iran?
very
Do you
rare.
trust the war in Iran?
Don't even bring that in because that's a whole
No,
nother
I'm
issue.
just
That's
if
like
he
a whole
trusts the
thing.
I
government,
do.
he trusts the
The
government.
answer is yes,
Donald
Lou. I
Trump is
do.
your government and he's attacking Iran. Do you trust in that
Yes,
idea?
I've answered
So
yes
you
because I
But
think
answered.
that
trusting Donald
Iran
Trump is
should be
different than trusting the
attacked?
government. Those are two separate things.
Well, he trusts his government, so he's happy
I
with
can
them
trust
killing.
Donald Trump and not trust the government
So you trust Donald Trump?
more than I trust
I
the
trust our
government.
military.
Oh my God, this is crazy. Wow, I'm mind blown.
It's much easier to evaluate one's trust of an individual human than it is and it's much and humans tend to
So you think
again
Trump is actually a good man?
generally yes, like
That he's
on
not corrupt?
balance yes.
That he's
I'm
not
not
corrupt?
there.
In the governmental sense, like as in like a corrupt government official,
Corrupt
I don't see that.
from day one. Corrupt from day one.
Well, I mean, what do you mean by corrupt? Like that's
Corrupt
a
in
general
every
term.
single way.
Well,
That's
with
a
that
lot of
absolute statement,
corruption. That's
I would
pretty broad.
confidently say no, not corrupt in every single way.
Okay.
Yeah,
So when he was
I'd have to
bailed
go.
out, by Wilbur Ross of the Rothschilds in the 90s, was that something that the taxpayers should have paid for? Because you paid for him to be bailed out of his bankruptcies.
Okay, to benefit from a dysfunctional system does not. Again, I don't
So when
necessarily
he
encourage
tried
it.
to
I
use,
prefer people who act
hold on.
100% based upon the maintenance of
Okay. All right.
principles.
So
However, that's an unrealistic expectation. Therefore,
you believe
a
a
violation of.
president is smart because he takes advantage of a corrupt system.
I didn't
He's a
say
good
that.
man.
I didn't say that. But the thing is that that's not the defining.
Listen, before you go any further, I'll tell you this. I am more, if I were to choose a side, but I don't, I believe I'm more of a conservative Republican type even though I wouldn't vote for Republicans or Democrats. They're both two wings of the same bird. They're
Uh-huh.
controlled by the same people. They're puppets. The word government, it's in their name. It's in what they called themselves.
Correct.
The word government is the combination of two Latin words, governare menta. So it
Uh-huh.
means mind control. That's what they are. Donald Trump is, and every other, Joe Biden or whoever, I don't care.
Donald Trump is
Name the
controlling your
politician.
mind.
Their job
The
is
news.
the mind control agents of the people that actually rule you.
Someone needs to control your mind. Your
And
mind
it's one
does
of the things.
not strike me as
I'm not a highly
controlled.
partisan. I don't judge things on the partisan side.
Was
I
Donald
agree with
Trump
many
a
of the
good
statements you make.
man?
However, many of the statements you make, one must judge these things by individually, right? You must evaluate an individual president and go, are they chosen by sort of the system's preferences? Because institutions and
And
systems
an
do
individual
have
cop.
volition to a certain extent, or at least motivation. I agree. Then you can presuppose additional sort of puppet mastery behind that. You can evaluate, okay, do things demonstrate that? And then in the individual, you have to go, are they cooperating with the system? Are they moving in tandem with the system? Are they not? Or are they too
So when
partially
Donald
one way and
Trump,
partially the other way? These things are not these things. You can make these general statements that I can agree with, and those do not
Why is that not
necessarily.
true for cops
Those
as
are not
well?
individual observations or judgments
well,
of a
when
particular, like Donald Trump
okay, when
or Joe
Donald
Biden or
Trump,
whoever.
when Donald Trump tried to use eminent domain to take the house of a lady that didn't want to sell it and to build a limousine parking lot for his casinos, and he tried to use governmental agencies with eminent domain, which are not supposed to be private, but he paid off politicians to bring it into court, cost the lady a ton of money, and it lost in the end because it was not something that he was legally able to do. But he tried to do that. Was he being just using the system?
Do I think that was a good action? No. Do I
No, but
understand that action? Yes. Do I
was he
think that Donald
using the
Trump is a
system?
highly consistent, principled constitutional fundamentalist? No, I do not. I think
Okay,
he is a
so
pragmatic populist, and that's what I expect out of him. I
do
do think
most people do
he
most people
demonstrates
believe
some evidence that he is not always taking action and working on behalf of the system, but in his own way attempting to take action on behalf of the citizenry
does being a
in opposition to
populist
the system.
how does being a populist politician make him good?
I mean that doesn't evaluate it one way or the other.
Right.
That's a
So if
separate
is it
element.
possible is it possible that it proves he's bad?
No, but it is possible that
Are you
he is in
sure?
fact bad. It is possible that he is in fact good. Whether he behaves as a populist with regards to his seat in the
Most
presidency
people,
does not prove one or the other. It both can be true either way.
right, but
He
most people believe that the police and the courts and the government are their friend and are there to protect them and serve them, right? The majority of
And
people
I'm
are
one
that.
of them.
The populace is mentally enslaved. Is that not true in your mind?
I mean, I think most people are dumb, but that's sure, yeah.
Oh, no, I didn't ask if they're dumb because you can have very smart people be mentally enslaved. Like
I didn't say they were
Jeff,
potential
I believe
intelligence.
Jeff is an intelligent, I believe Jeff is an intelligent person, but I also believe that he is mentally enslaved in love with his servitude because in his mind it keeps him
Okay,
safe.
who am I? What
Let
am
me
I
say this.
enslaved
I
to?
think
Who am I
most
serving?
people
Hang on, you brought
operate on
me
a
into this.
fear-based mentality, which leads
Who
to
am I
them
serving,
avoiding
Lou?
confronting things that they would not be comfortable with.
Who am I serving, Lou?
You are serving your masters.
Who is that? Who's
Your
mind controlling me?
government, your police, your judges, your the
By,
ones
you
that
talking about
the
by paying
ones your
taxes? By paying tax?
banks, your banks,
That's
your
mind
all the
control.
oligarchs that rule you, you serve
How? By paying taxes?
by believing in them. Number one, while they're stealing your future. Number
The
two,
consent of the governed. I'm going to throw that phrase in here because I think
that's
that's
right. The
relevant to the
consent
argument you're attempting to make.
statutes,
I
but
consent.
you have to say the whole thing. Statutes, policies, and codes are given the force of law by the consent of the governed. So I do not consent to be governed by statute, policy, and code.
No, there's a
I choose
process.
to stay within the law. And the law states that if I've not harmed anyone or owe a debt or violated anyone, I've broken no law. That's the law,
No, the
right?
law is what's on the
Statute,
book,
policy, and
not what
code.
you think it should be.
There are thousands and thousands. America, the freest country in the world, has the most written statute, policies, and codes that are given the consent of the
Yes,
government.
it was the largest prison system.
And they also have the largest prison system, the freest country in the world, and they have the most people that are innocent
Which is
in a
the way we keep.
cage, and they have the highest level of slavery because these prisons are owned, privately owned prisons for profit that are making people work for no money. They're slaving people. So you have the largest slavery in the world, and the largest people imprisoned, and the largest innocent people in prison. This is the
So what do you
freest
do
country
about
in the
all this?
world.
How do you make it through your day? What do you do personally to like insulate yourself from all of this?
Me personally, I have decided that I try to do as much as I can to grow my own food, raise my own food, kill my own food, take responsibility for the death, butcher my own food, all these types of things. That's probably the most important thing someone can do. But then I do my best not to participate in the system that is enslaving my children and my grandchildren, right? Like my daughter made me a shirt when I built her apartment in her, they were trying to renovate their house. They were going to live in it. I said, no, don't live in your house while you're renovating. It's crazy. It's horrible. Let's build a little apartment in your big workshop. And so I did that without permits and all this kind of stuff. And then she made me a shirt saying, I identify as a building permit. And then on the back she put approved. Because I do my best not to enter into contract with these people because it's not a government for the people. It's a corporation designed to enslave the people. And that's not just in America, that's everywhere. It's the world is run by the same people, right? Most people
Who?
are not willing to see it.
The gays or the gays?
The what?
Who's running the world? Who's this? You said all the same people.
It's the people that own the banks. You can figure out who that is for yourself.
I don't. I'm not motivated to. Do you have them handy? Can you say who they are?
Well, listen, there's a bunch of them. There's some major families that are mostly involved. They're people like
You
the
believe they're
Warbirds,
powerful enough to run and
the
control the entire
Rockefellers,
world, and
the
have the confidence to
Rothschilds.
do
These
it.
are all banking families that basically have taken over the world's uh, gross
I don't. They're
domestic
not doing
product.
anything to me. None of these people are doing anything to me.
You don't know it because you've never looked into it, but they rule your
What are
life.
they doing? We're all sitting on the same internet talking to each other. None of us looked at our lives looked that different from
Okay,
each other. What are
let
they
me give it
doing
to you
to you?
this way. Prior to 1913, I'll give it to you in your own country, so because you don't even know your
Give
own
it to me
history.
in my own lifetime.
Okay,
What are
but
they doing
this is
to me?
important to your lifetime, and I'll tell you why. Prior to 1913 and the creation of the Federal Reserve, there was no property tax, no driver's licenses, no permits to build your own house. You could go and stake
You
a
think
piece of
all that
land.
money is
Hold
going to
on.
the Rothschilds?
Hold on. You can go and stake a piece of land, and if you upkept and maintained it, you could claim ownership of it. There was no governments did not own land like they do now. The
I don't
BLM
want to
owns
live
all
in
the land.
your form of
None
society.
none of these things existed prior to 1913 and the creation of the Federal Reserve. So the banks took control of America with one swipe of a pen by creating a
Okay, but how
central
are they
bank.
controlling me?
Because after 1913,
Me,
you
me,
had to
me,
have
me. Yeah.
permission. You had
What
to have
about what
permission.
about my life is being
Because
controlled by
today you cannot take your property from point A to point B unless you pay a tax.
I don't have a problem with that.
I get it. I get
Are
it.
you
And you
saying
don't
the
have
tax is
and you don't
going to
own
the
property.
Rothschilds?
I'm sorry?
Is the tax going to these banks and the Rothschilds? Is that where you think the tax is
Well, the
going?
Rothschilds are only one of the families, maybe one of the biggest, but
Or
they are just one.
whoever you think is doing all of this, you think they're the ones getting the money from all of these laws and property taxes and everything?
Yes.
Okay, well, we disagree. We're
Your
living in two
chill
different
they
realities.
hold on. First of all, the money that you're speaking of is not money. It's debt.
Okay, whatever
They're
it is,
literally
whatever they
it's
take out of my
literal
paycheck.
debt. It's
My paycheck's
fractional
not even real
reserve
money.
banking. So I'll give you an example. You know what fractional reserve banking is?
No.
Okay, so when you have a dollar in your pocket,
Look, you
let's
better make
pretend
this like 30 seconds. I don't have the
let's pretend you have a
stamina for this.
dollar. Let's pretend you have a dollar in your $2 in your pocket, and you take one of those dollars and you bring it to the bank, and you install it in your bank account. The minute you install that $1 into your bank account, they create 7 to 9 more dollars out of thin air. There's no actual printing going on, nothing, just out of thin air. So now
That sounds
the
crazy.
dollar you still have in your pocket is now worth less because they printed that money. So when you've done it for so many
I
hundred
don't
more
understand anything.
years,
I do not understand anything you're saying
I
about
get it. I get it. I
they
get it.
create seven or nine fake dollars every time I put a
Out of
dollar in the
thin air, just numbers on a computer.
what well, you have to show me that. Show me something.
You look into
What
it
can
if
I
you want to
do?
learn
No,
who
no,
enslaved
no.
you.
I don't
You
care
look
about this
into it.
shit. You brought it here, so you have to back it up with shit.
I'm not.
Otherwise,
I'm on the
you're just
phone. I
talking
can't do it.
wind.
You have a computer in front of you. You can find out what
You're just giving your
fractional.
opinion, and I don't mind giving you a
No,
space to do
no,
that.
I'm
But
not
you're not
giving you
going to
opinion.
persuade me
I'm
it's
giving you a
anything more
fact.
than that
Are you saying that
without
America is
some kind of
not?
receipt.
Are you saying that you're not in a fractional reserve banking system?
No, I'm saying you have to show me. Show me some
I'm
receipts.
telling you
Otherwise,
what
it's
fractional
just you
reserve
talk.
banking
I don't
is.
have to take you seriously.
You don't have to, but I'm telling you it's true.
Okay. Well, I
You
don't
don't have to
until you
take
give me a
anything.
reason
I
to,
could
and that
tell you
would
the
be
sky is blue and not point my camera to the sky, and you could
right.
go
And I don't
outside and
have to
look at the
believe you.
sky.
I don't have to believe you until you point your
You don't have
cameras.
to believe anything, Jeff.
So that's what I'm saying.
Most
That's where we're at. It's just
most
you talking
slaves
and sharing opinions, and me sitting here
most
being
slaves
skeptical
prefer
and not believing most of them.
most slaves prefer to keep their eyes closed rather than open.
Okay, but where's the slavery part?
I just told you. I just
That I
told you.
can't
Your money is
carry
created out of
property
thin
from one
air.
state to the
Your
other
money
is
is
the
created out
definition of
of
slavery. Hey, Zach.
your money is created out of thin air. It has no actual
Yeah,
value.
I didn't
It's worth
understand that
less.
part, and you're not going to show me anything to
What do
back
you
it
want me to
up or
show
even
you?
communicate it to me coherently. So
I
we're at
just
an
did.
impasse.
I
All I
just
can do at this point is just let you talk. All
I
right,
just
they
told
create.
you.
I put a dollar in. There's 7 to 9 magic dollars. Going with your story. What happens after that?
That's well, the minute they create those magic dollars out of thin air, none of the dollars are real anyway. None of them have any value. There was a time prior to 1913 where if you had a dollar, you could take it to any bank and trade it in for a piece of silver or a piece of gold that had the value of $1. Right? So that no longer exists. So you have a piece of paper that your mind tells you has value. So you use it as if it has value, but it has
Well,
none.
the grocery store cashier must be thinking the same thing because she takes it as if it
Yes.
has
Yes.
value.
All the slaves do that. All
So
the slaves
basically,
do that.
all of society that are all on the same mental paradigm are slaves because they're all sharing a
The
shared reality
world
how
at
they want
this
society to
point,
work.
the world is enslaved. And you know, the only
Because
countries that,
they're not thinking like you would think makes us a
fro-
slave. Just
no,
because we think differently.
no, I didn't say that. I'll tell you
We all
prior to,
agree that the dollar has value and I can buy my apple with the dollar, and that makes us slaves because we're all agreeing to the same reality together.
okay, can I give you another? Let's go.
Yeah, give me
Staying on the
everything.
money. Staying on the money. Prior to 9/11, how many countries in the world were not connected to the central
I
monetary
have no
fund, the
idea.
World
Go back it
Monetary
up.
Fund?
I give
There
up. How
were
many?
there was about 7 or 8 countries. Take a guess who they were.
I'm no
Because
clue.
since
Cute.
9/11, there's only a couple left, right? One of them left now is Iran. So after 9/11, there was Libya, Iraq, Afghanistan, Sudan, Yemen. What else? I'm forgetting.
I feel
Anyways,
like we've
7 or 8.
wandered very far from me putting my dollar in the bank.
I'm sorry?
We went from magic. We've wandered very far from me putting a dollar into the bank. We went from the
Well,
magic money, and
I
now we're in
I
Sudan and Libya.
I'm just trying to give you how they've taken. The
It's not working.
all the
We're trying to
countries in the
actually
world,
communicate. It's not working. You're
all the
you're all over
countries.
the universe right now.
Maybe, but if you follow, you might learn
I
something.
can't. That's what I'm saying. I can't follow. You're
Okay,
too
so are you saying I'm not
everywhere.
correct about fractional reserve
I'm
banking?
saying I have no idea what you're saying. You lost me the minute I put my dollar in and they created magic money. I checked out of
So
the
you don't
conversation
believe that's true then?
and it just got more and more bizarre.
So you don't believe that's true?
I have no idea what you're even talking about to evaluate it. It
So
makes
when you
no
put a
sense
dollar,
that I
when you
hand the
put a
teller a
dollar,
dollar and magic money appears. Like that,
okay,
I need to understand better what you're saying, but you don't
okay.
want to send me anything I can look at. You tell me to go find it
I
myself, which I'm
can't
not
right
going
now
to
because
do.
I'm on my phone. I don't know how to do it. I'm
Okay.
retarded.
All right.
Anyways,
Fair
I
enough.
just
We don't.
can't do it on my phone. You can look it up. Look up what
I
fractional
don't.
reserve banking means. You could do that real quick if you wanted to. You're on a
I don't.
computer.
I'm just trying to like land the conversation somewhere. Like we can
The
ground it in.
conversation is simple. The way people are enslaved is by taking over their money, their
I don't know what
ability
that
to
means. What do you
trade
mean
value
taking
for
over their money?
value.
I don't know what that means. You like
Well,
as
your
long as
money
I
doesn't.
can give the cashier a dollar and get my apple, I don't care about any of that stuff. What that's not slavery.
Yeah. Okay. So you can do that today. That's fine. But
So then we're not
okay, I'll give.
enslaved.
Let's give you this example. Maybe this will help connect it for you. Prior to 1913, if you had a, I'm not going to give you exact numbers
Why are
because I
all your
don't.
examples that far in the past?
No, I'll connect them to today if you follow along. Say, for example, prior to 1913, you had a bag of gold. I'm not going to give you a weight. Let's say, I don't know, a bag of gold this big that I can hold in my hand. And I could go with that bag of gold and purchase a farm, a 100-acre farm, right? So today, that same bag of gold can purchase that same farm, but the money value of that gold cannot.
I don't. That makes no sense. I don't understand.
Well, I'm just telling you, the money, like a farm was worth, let's say, $20,000, $10,000 in 1913, and $10,000 worth of gold, you could buy that farm. Today, that same farm is worth $1 million, but you can take a bag of gold the same size and still buy it. The money didn't become more valuable. The gold didn't become more valuable. It's still the
Gold goes up
same
and down
amount
all
of
the
gold.
time. I don't know why would it be worth the same exact amount it was in
I'm saying
1913.
with the same amount of gold. So let's say an ounce of gold bought you this thing 100 years ago. That same thing you can buy with that same ounce of gold, but you can't with the currency. Maybe I'm not explaining it right.
I don't know. You might not be. I don't know. Gold fluctuates all the time. It goes up and down.
Yes, I know, but in 1913, let's say gold was maybe worth $20 an ounce or
He's
$25 an
talking
ounce.
about the relative value
The
is not
relative value,
inconsistent.
exactly. The relative value of the gold, it hasn't changed, but you need $1 million to buy that same property, right?
Right. The
Those
relative value of gold to a physical item of value is relatively consistent. However, if you then you look at the relative value of a currency, it doesn't maintain the same consistency.
It
While gold
doesn't.
has maintained a similar relative consistency. Like there is a fluctuation in the ratio, but it's if you look historically, there is a relatively narrow range of fluctuation of the relative value of gold for actual goods and services. whereas
Right.
the relative value of currency to actual goods and services
So
did
is he
not
saying not
demonstrate that
using gold
value
makes you a
consistency.
slave? If you use money instead of gold, that's the slavery. That just
No,
seems like
what
a
I'm
weird
saying, what
definition
I'm
of
saying
slavery.
Well,
is
it is
the
being
money is
submitted
not
to
value.
you are like basically if you don't have gold and you only have cash, you
You
are
have
at the
nothing.
whims of you have you have very little control over the value of that supposed of the cash, right? Like it is somewhat disconnected from relative value of
Reality.
actual goods and services. Yeah, it's
That's what
disconnected from the value
inflation.
of actual goods and services,
That's
I don't
right.
and
know. My money's
you
always
are at
been a
the
little.
mercy of non-natural
Forces.
interference with that value. So it can be the value of the cash in your bank account can change with for no good reason, not because of some sort of shift in reality or actual goods and services or supply and demand, but just because of somebody somewhere who had
Like,
the
I
right
don't know if
button they
I've
could
ever
push on
had
a
that
computer.
happen.
But
What would that?
there's also the fact that every time somebody puts actual like paper cash into a bank, the bank automatically creates 7 to 9 fake dollars out of thin air,
I know
which
you said
because
that,
they've
and I
created
asked for a
because
link.
they look it up. I can't do it. I'm telling you because they've created those dollars out of thin air, the dollars you hold in your pocket now become worth less. That's how
So
they
I don't.
feel.
What
That's
is
how
your
they feel
answer?
the money in your
You want
pocket.
everybody to walk around with little pouches of gold coins? Is that what you're advocating for?
No, that's
That
not
would
what I'm
make us
advocating.
not slaves.
That's not what I'm
Or
advocating for.
having
And
a
what
like
are
a
you?
gold backed
What is
currency.
your vision for the world, if not money or currency? Like, how do we transact business?
A backed currency, I assume, would be
Yeah,
your answer.
exactly.
A
Going back,
currency
Well,
backed
that's probably
by
not going to
an
happen.
actual goods or services,
I can
such
adapt
as
to
gold.
this current
it
system.
it
It's
will
not eating at
happen.
me like it is you.
It will happen when things collapse, right?
So this is
Maybe a
something that
manufacturing collapse.
actually is not a reality yet, but it could be in the future.
Oh,
So
probably
I
sooner
don't
than
need to.
you imagine.
I mean, the
Okay,
acceleration of
but until I
inflation is
experience,
a effect of having an unbacked system. There's no actual bounds on the potential
Yeah,
acceleration of inflation because it's not tied to an actual good or service.
yeah, because they can do with it whatever they want. They can bring it up, they
right,
can
but
bring it
so
down.
far
They can
they've been
inflate
doing the
it, they
same
can
thing with
deflate it.
that I've seen them do my whole life, which is we get gradual inflation. It spiked after
Right, but
COVID. I
accelerated
told you
inflation,
twice.
gradual inflation
I haven't
versus
seen
crazily
anything
accelerated
out of
inflation.
the ordinary that I haven't seen my whole life. When I have to
Because
start
you
paying
were born.
You
$100 for an
haven't
apple,
your
I
whole
might
life.
say,
It's
"Oh
been an
wow, this
unbacked
is a
currency,
problem."
Jeff. I'm going to
That's
say this:
right.
like your entire life, it's been an unbacked
You
currency.
you
So
don't know
there
what
wouldn't
it's
be a
like.
drastic change.
So
If you
what
only
Exactly.
am
look
I
at your own
supposed to complain
lifespan,
about, a
it's
world that I've never lived in? Like, get upset because I don't have unbacked currency, with I've never experienced that in my life. I'm supposed to get upset about something from the horse and
I'm
buggy
not
days,
telling you to be
the way
well,
that
upset.
was
there are cause
experienced.
and
This is
effects. There are
ridiculous.
causes of effects that do not that take 100 years to really become a problem.
That's
I
right.
mean, I would say
I'm
that in the
saying it's
United
not
States
been
there
a
are a lot of
problem for me so far. I don't have a problem with putting my money in the bank, spending it, having prices go up a little bit gradually over a lifetime. None of that
okay.
seems like a big world-ending
So not having
catastrophe to
I do
me,
have a
or even a
question. Not having a
conspiracy.
problem with it on a day-to-day basis over the course of your life, does that mean that it is a logical or sensible or correct system? Like the two things don't have to be true at the same time. You can
I'm not
understand the problem with
evaluating
a
it on
system
logical or
while
correctness. I'm
experiencing it
evaluating on the,
during a
is
time
it
of
directly impacting my life, and is it causing problems for my life? No. I'm
okay,
not as
that's a
Not
different
expert
yet.
about
question
it
than
as
will
he
it cause
is.
problems for 2 generations from now? And the ability to predict that, those are you have to
It,
look at the
it,
system itself, not its effect on you. And those two
it
things are
already
independent.
has. It already has, and I'll tell you how. I purchased my land. I have 25 acres in southern Ontario. I'm in Canada. And I purchased my land in 1994 for $143,000. Today, I have it listed on the market for $3.5 million. Do you believe that my children or anybody's children would be able to afford to pay $3.5 million for a tiny little farm that's, just a simple little farm? It's impossible for them. Most children today cannot afford to buy a home. It's out of the realm of possibilities because the money is inflated so much that it's impossible for them to get into the market. It's all, and that's true for the majority of young people today. That's how the system steals from you. So it
And
turns
you think it's
your
all going to the
children,
Rothschilds?
it turns your children into serfs in front of your eyes with the inability for them to have their own property, their own land, their own ability to feed themselves. It turns them into serfs right in front of your eyes. Now, you may not have children, so you may not care, but it's what
They're
it
like a
is.
peasant working on somebody's land.
There's a what?
They're a peasant working on somebody's land. How does
Pretty
it turn them
much.
into serfs? They're going
Because
to
they,
work a job
because
either
they,
way. They're either going to work a job that they can afford a house on, or they're going to work a job where they have to rent. How is any of that serfdom?
well, renting is a consequence of the inflation of the money or the money being devalued. Not necessarily inflation, but the devaluing of the money, right? Each time people put money in the bank, they create these fake dollars that makes the money in your pocket worth less. Incrementally over time, it becomes exponential until your children will wake up homeless on their own land. That's what the founding fathers said would happen if a central bank came in. Now there's a
Well,
central
I
bank,
don't
and the
believe
majority of
what
people
you
have
believe.
to rent. The majority of
I
people
assess
cannot.
I assess the threat differently than you do.
Yes, because you're not willing to see behind the veil, right? You are at the Wizard of Oz. The Wizard of Oz is pulling the smoke and the mirrors, and you're saying, please don't touch that curtain. I don't want to see
I never
behind that
said
curtain.
that. I asked you for the curtain. You said I'm on my phone. I can't see the curtain right
So
now.
then
Look it up
you look it
yourself.
up. You
So
pull the
don't
curtain.
describe things to me
You,
that I didn't do.
if you were a brave man, you'd pull the curtain
I'm
yourself.
not scared.
Yes, you are.
It's not fear. It's boredom, if
You are
anything.
feared. You are in fear.
Don't
That's
tell
why
me
you
what I
like.
am. Don't
That's
tell
why
me
you
what I am.
like the government keeping you safe because you fear having to be responsible for your own safety. So you outsource it
I
to people you
like
don't
not
even
having
know,
to be responsible for my own safety. I
like
like
the
having a
police.
society where
You believe
individuals
the
don't have
police
to
will
live
keep you.
like they're in the jungle and they can encounter a tiger around the next bush or some
Okay,
savage criminal. I
okay,
like that people are around to keep us safe and take care of that for me so I don't
right,
have to worry.
exactly,
That to
exactly.
me, sir, is progress. It's an
No,
advance.
that's not progress. That's
It is
not
to me. I
progress.
get to decide
No.
what progress is to me, what
You
counts as
can
progress.
decide what you want, but the truth is, it's not progress. It
Well, in your
is
opinion,
slavery.
that's what I said. This is a conversation of sharing of opinions.
Okay, I'm
Not
sharing
much
mine,
more.
and you're sharing yours, and that's fine. I accept your
Okay.
opinion. Do whatever
It
you
is
want.
perfectly
Let
fine.
me ask you this. Let me give you a scenario in your head, and just to see where your mind is at. You have $10,000 in your pocket. You're driving down the road. You have a pistol on your side, and you can have a choice of either some thug pulls you over and he wants to take that money from you, or
Why
the
would I stop
police.
for? Are you talking about a cop? I
Oh,
wouldn't stop
hold
for a
on.
thug.
Or the police. Which one would you prefer stopping you? The police?
The
You have a
only
pistol
one I
on your
would
side.
stop for is the police. That's the only one
Hold
that
on.
could stop.
Well, they could put themselves in front of you, stop you, pull out, pull out on you, whatever. Which would you prefer?
The one in uniform.
You would prefer the one in uniform. Okay, so the
Yeah.
one in uniform is going to come out and tell you to get out of your vehicle, and you're going to give him the $10,000 willingly because you cannot defend yourself from him. Right? So what you're afraid of is your ability to
No,
defend
I have no. I
yourself
promise you, Lou. I
because the
promise you. You don't have
thief,
to believe me.
Because
I
the
promise
thief,
you, I do not spend my days in fear of what's going to happen if a cop stops me with $10,000. I do not have that
I
fear.
get
I
it. I
swear
get
to
it.
you.
This is a hypothetical,
Never
obviously.
think about it. Never crosses my mind a single
Obviously,
time.
it's a hypothetical. You do whatever you want. But the point I'm trying to make is, if I have a pistol on my head and $10,000 in my pocket, and the police stop me and want to take that money, I cannot pull my pistol on them because I most certainly will end up dead.
Yeah, I wouldn't pull my pistol on a cop
But
either.
if a common thief puts himself in front of me and hinders my movement forward and tries to take that money from me, I
And
can confidently pull my pistol and deal with him and keep my money. So who is the thief really? Who is protecting who? The cop is not protecting you. Obviously, it's a hypothetical thing, but I would
yeah,
prefer
what
to
can we
get
use a
stopped.
real thing? Why do we have to stay in fantasy hypothetical world? Can we talk about something
Well, these things
realistic?
happen all the time. The cops are using what they call not imminent domain. It's called
It hasn't happened to me. It hasn't happened to anyone I know.
there
I'm
you
not worried
go.
about it
It
happening
doesn't
to me.
matter that it
I'm not
happens to
worried
your
about it
brother
happening to anybody in my immediate circle, which is pretty broad. So it's not a relevant example to my life at all.
because you don't care about your fellow man. You just care
I
about
don't care
yourself.
about criminals. I don't care about crooks. I care
Well,
less about them than I do about people that are trying to uphold civilization at a acceptable standard that we can all live in and function together instead of disrupting and messing it up for everybody. So my sympathy
did
goes with
thievery stop because of police?
huh?
Has thievery,
Oh, plenty of
thieves?
times. Yeah,
No,
plenty of
has it
times.
ended? Has it ended because the
No,
police are there?
nothing's ended. I've
No, it
never.
hasn't
I
ended.
don't
Has
live in the same
drinking and
world as you where
driving
I expect
ended
all
because
that
it's
to end.
against the law? Has the use of drugs ended because somebody wrote a paper a note on a page?
Oh my God.
Has it ended?
Is
No.
this hang on, hang on. This is breaking news, dude. Is
What's
this the
breaking?
real you?
Who? The real who?
Hang on. I gotta check this out. I need to figure out if this is a troll.
Get rid of Lou.
It's a different channel. Join
Another
March
slave.
2025. All right. It's never mind. I'm gonna ignore it for now. Go ahead.
Another slave. Slavery is such a wonderful thing. Bend over and let me put it in.
If it's you, come backstage so I can see. Yeah, it's not slavery to me. I just have a different definition of slavery than you. Like in chains, being forced to work all day. I have an owner. I'm more like property than human. I don't have the rights that humans have. I just see slavery completely. I have a much more narrow and precise definition. Maybe it's archaic.
It's called Plato's
But
Cave.
it's more precise.
It's called Plato's Cave. That's what you're in.
I don't consider that slavery either.
You are in Plato's Cave, just don't know it.
Oh my God. Hang on, y'all. This is a big deal.
Who's this?
Are you real?
What's up?
What you have a lot to catch us up on.
Oh no, I'm good. I'm good. I just wanted to say what's up to you.
My God.
How you doing?
You know, everybody thought you were gone.
I know. That was a big rumor.
Mike, oh my God. When I got the news, this
Yeah.
is so weird.
Back from the dead.
Yeah. You look good.
Oh yeah. Oh, I'm healthy as a horse, man. I'm
What
healthy,
happened?
man.
Do you want to?
No, I got pneumonia, and I had a night where I drank too much and I passed out, and I passed it outside, and then I caught pneumonia. That's all it was, and I was in the hospital for like 13 days.
Serious. You were in the ICU?
Yeah, it was tough. It was tough, man. They had to intubate me and stuff, and it was pretty bad. I got pneumonia pretty bad, man.
Well,
But
good
good to go, man. You know, and healthy and positive, and I've been on a few channels. You know, It's funny because it's like being sober and having a clear mind now and being positive. It's like I don't have time for these negativity channels anymore. Like I go up there, right? And I'm like sitting there, we're having a good conversation, and people come on, they start squawking and they start like arguing. And it's like, all right, guys, I'll see you later. It's like I don't want to be a part of that negativity anymore.
That's weird because I was trying to do that here for a while, and you were saying how boring it was that it didn't have enough drama.
Yeah, yeah, and I might be boring now, but I can still review stuff and have my, we can talk about the past and stuff like that. But it's just like, I mean, I don't want to be fighting with people anymore. It's just, what's the point? What's the point?
I'm just glad you're still alive.
Yeah,
I'm glad you're better. I'm glad you're healthy. It's very good to see you.
Yeah, no, I'm doing great, man. I'm doing really good, man. And it's really cool because it made me and my son even closer. My son was really worried and stuff like that. And they found me in the front yard, man, laying in the grass, and I was out there for like 5-6 hours. They found me like 4 o'clock in the morning. And
were you drinking in your house and you just happened to walk outside?
Yeah, and I went outside and I just fell into the front yard, and I was laying there for hours and hours and hours, and someone going to work like early in the morning found me, but I was passed out for probably, they said 5 or 6 hours. I was passed out.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So they intubated. Yeah, they intubated me and everything. They
Okay.
intubated me, and I wasn't coming to. They were going to paddle me, but I popped out of it, and but pneumonia is rough, bro. When we have pneumonia before, it's where your lungs are full with like all that
Just in the
fluid and stuff.
hospital pneumonia.
Yeah, so it took a while to get healthy again, but I have great insurance, so I was in the hospital for like 13 days, and they took good care of me, and it was great. The first couple days were rough, but after that it was just a routine, getting healthy again. Yeah.
Well, it worked.
It's rough, man. But when you're in bed for like 2 weeks, your legs are like jellies, and you get up to rehab, and your legs are like jelly, bro, because you haven't been walking and stuff. So yeah. So
there was no YouTube or internet or anything.
Yeah, and I was gone, and I could have came back. Like there was like 5 or 6 days after I got sick, I could have came back on, but I just took a couple weeks off. Like, nah, I'm good. I'm just gonna not come back to this toxic place called YouTube. But people were having mock funerals for me and stuff. It's like, what the hell?
Yeah, there were all kind of rumors going on around.
It was the craziest thing I've ever seen, man. People were calling the hospital, bro.
Yeah,
lying and saying they're my family, which they're not. It's like, I mean, it's not that important. It really, I'm just some guy on YouTube. It's not that important.
Yeah.
So
some guy.
It's interesting case study in human behavior, man. It really is. And I got to see who are my friends, who aren't my friends, and people that make believe they were my friends, and not you, and you excluded, but other people that made believe they were friends or making fun of me and clowning me and stuff. And it's like, wow, that's crazy. So it all comes out in the wash, man. It all comes out in the end. It really does.
Did your family just come across your limp body?
No, actually, someone going to work did. My neighbor from a couple houses down saw me on the grass.
At
Have you stopped drinking completely then?
Yeah, no, totally. I mean, zero. Yeah, nothing, completely nothing.
Oh,
yeah, and it's like I'm like a different person, Yeah. And the thing was, I wasn't drinking heavy. It just, particularly that night, I went heavy that night. I went too heavy. I went way.
Something happened, or like you just.
I just went way out of the realm.
Yeah, Mike's.
And I went overboard, and I blacked out.
To crack.
They call it blackout, where you don't remember anything that happened.
I blacked. Yeah, I
don't remember anything that happened. Yeah, completely blackout, and I have little bits and pieces of what was happening, but like I was
blackouts happen when you drink too much too quickly, and you're.
Yeah, I was, dude. I did a handle. Rapidly. What is that? A 2 liter, like the really big bottle.
Probably like all at once.
Yeah, and I just drank the whole thing. I was like, fuck it.
because that's what happens to me.
Yeah, so unfortunately, that's what happened, and I don't lie about it, but that's what happened. And thankfully, with the grace of God, I was able to stay here, and
Amen.
they fixed me up in the hospital. And they fixed me up,
Mike,
bro.
Mike, you went to sleep for 8 hours. Just relax, dude. I went to sleep for way more than that before.
Were you trying to kill yourself?
No, I just wanted to get drunk.
That's what I was asking, if like something had happened to me.
No, not at all. Not suicidal at all. No, not at all. Not at all. If you know me, Jeff, I'm very confident.
Yeah, when I heard the rumor, that was one of my reactions.
Yeah, no, not at all.
But then
Mike,
there really isn't a type.
Mike, what is the name of your crack dealer?
Sure, but yeah, that's what happened, and it is what it is. But thankfully, I got really good care, and Virginia Beach, the nurses, they were great. They were fantastic. They took care of me, and it was great.
Did you tell them they had?
I didn't expect to be in there for like 13 days. I was in there for almost 2 weeks in the hospital.
Long. Yeah, that is long. How long was it? How long was the ICU?
So the ICU was for about. Well, you're in ICU the whole time. The last day I was in outtake. It was so they move you to a different part off of ICU. But so I was in ICU for what, 12 days. Yeah, but after about 5 or 6 days, I was good. Where in other words, when you're really, really bad off, they have someone sit in the room with you. A nurse is in the room with you the whole time. It's just in case, something was to happen. But after about 5 or 6 days, and they removed that nurse in the room with you. So they had privacy and stuff like that, which was nice because I was able to get sleep and stuff. And they were really cool though, man. They were, like I said, if they were really, really, the nurses were awesome. Man. They were really cool. They were understanding and stuff like that. They really were.
Are they monitoring you? Like, do you have to do any aftercare or follow-ups, or that's it?
Yeah, you're on those, and they were cool because like I like the colder in the room, and I like the lights off, and they were super cool, man. They were like, hey, no problem. They made me comfortable. Like the nurses were really cool, and they made you comfortable, and they worked with you and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they had to draw your blood 2 times a day, and I hate getting the blood drawn. Oh my god, with the stuff in your hands and stuff. They collapsed like half of my veins in my arms. So they had to do IVs all over your all over your forearms, and then your veins collapse after a while. So because they have to take blood 2 times a day. So it was interesting.
Oh, take care, Ren. Thanks for coming up.
Interesting thing. Yeah. No, I tell you, the hospital food sucked.
Oh yeah. Did you? How was the Jello?
They didn't give you any Jello. The food was real salty. It's funny because like I was just living on like bread and like Diet Cokes and stuff like that. Living off of that. Yeah, but no, dude, I lost so much weight, dude. I think I'm down to like 190 now. I lost like 20 pounds. Yeah.
You're my height? Yeah, that's
like, I'm like 6'3", like about 180, 185. So it goes between 185 and 190, right in that between. But I was about 215 when I went in. 215, yeah. So we carry weight, But yeah. Me and you have different builds. We have I'm a little bit more chunky.
Yeah, I'm an ectomorph. You're probably more of a mesomorph.
Yeah, but other than that, man, everything's great, man. I mean, like I said, I'm very positive, and I don't like a lot of negativity. I don't like to be around a lot of negativity. So, like,
we'll see
that's pretty much the end of my YouTube career, basically. Because people just want to fight and argue, man, all day and night, bro. So I guess that's bringing the numbers.
That's you.
I'm sorry. What was that?
That's you.
What is me?
That is you.
What is me?
Wanting to fight all day and all night.
Who are you? Who are you? I've never seen you before. Who are you?
This is Brown.
Who do you think I am?
Who are you?
Who am
Brown's
I?
boy? Brown's boy? The guy? Is that the guy that's homeless?
No, I don't think he's homeless.
Yeah,
Which
I'm
guy's
homeless.
homeless?
No,
Oh, you talking about Filthy Phil?
I don't know. Who knows?
One in his garage?
Who knows?
Yeah, I don't think Mike's making much
You never know
sense
who's
here. It's
homeless,
okay.
though.
We'll wait.
But wait for what? Wait for what?
We'll wait for you
What
to
are you
make
waiting for?
sense. It's okay. I know you're going
I
under
think
hard.
me and Jeff are having a good conversation.
hard
Anything
times.
else you want to add? Anything else you want to add other than an insult? Anything else?
Oh, I think
What? Hey,
I think you're
positivity.
great. You know, for whatever
Positivity. You said you liked positivity.
Yeah.
Yeah, gotcha. Well, thank you for that. Thank you for adding
Yeah.
that in. Appreciate that.
Yeah. No problem.
Inquisitive.
Just because you got blackout drunk and fell asleep on the yard, I don't know why you want a bunch of people to feel sorry for you.
Did I ask anyone feel sorry for me?
I don't think he does.
Yeah.
Jeff, did I ask anyone?
I think
to have
you are
pity on me? No, I don't think so. I think if you're asking me, I think you're a
I think a
dirtbag.
lot of people do feel sorry for Mike.
I think
even
you're a
before-
dirtbag. I think you're a dirtbag. You're trying to cause an issue. Me and Jeff are having a great conversation. We're catching up on old times, and you want to come in here and be a jerk. That's what you want to do.
That's you.
That's me. Right. So are you self-reflecting?
Yeah. I think you are, and I am too.
Track,
So we got
salute,
two
brother.
jerks.
Salute, brother.
Two jerks. But one
Well, anyway,
was escalating.
listen, Jeff, it's great talking to you, man. Like I said, everything's great, man. Everything's positive. I'm feeling fantastic.
Good.
Well, you look a lot
Just
better
total
than I expected.
transparency, just letting you know what happened. You asked me. You asked.
Yeah,
me
I
what
was
happened.
surprised to see you.
Yeah, and I let
see
you know
the
what
name
happened.
in the chat because it was weird, like not because even you would pop up in the chat now and then, even if you didn't come on panel, and it
How
was
would you-
weird,
Yeah.
not seeing that and then hearing the rumors.
Sure. Well, like I said, I don't mean to hijack
Oh, the rumors
your
aren't
chat.
true?
What's that? I
No,
didn't hear what you said.
here. He's right in front of us. The rumors were that he was deceased.
I didn't hear what you said. Sorry.
Yeah, I heard other retards saying those rumors. You know, I was like, whoa, these guys are retarded.
Why are they retarded? And retarded is a bad term. Do you mean mentally
Well, we're
unstable?
Browns and I are both half retarded though. In real life,
Yeah.
we're diagnosed half retarded.
Anyway, Jeff, it was great talking to you, brother. I'm gonna run. It was great talking to you, man. Enjoy your stream, bro.
No.
It's really good to see you.
Good to see you, man. Enjoy your stream, man. Keep the positivity going.
I'm glad you stopped sleeping on the yard, Mike. Thank you for not sleeping on the yard as much.
Hey. Okay. All right. Good to see you, Mike. Take care. I'm gonna have to split these two. All right. I cannot keep you in the same room together. Running off my long lost guest. Okay, anyway, I'm back. Lou, Ren.
I'm not particularly familiar. I've seen that guy, I think, on Chaotic Truths channel.
Yeah, he hangs out on Chaotic Truth.
Yeah, I don't know him, but he gives me a weird vibe.
Yeah, he LARPs.
Yeah, he's got a weird vibe to him. Like, I don't know.
But y'all, he just spent 2 weeks in the ICU, and that's a for real thing. It was verified.
Yeah, no, I got.
He
weird vibes
self-admitted
from
that
him
he was
before.
Y'all are vicious.
No, I don't know. Maybe I'm completely delusional. I just have a weird vibe from that guy. I don't know what it is.
Yeah,
I'm not
a
sure
lot
what
of
it
people do. People get weird
Lou,
vibes.
Lou, he self-admitted that he was
having
a
weird vibes.
undercover confidential informant or whatever.
I definitely give weird vibes.
He told stories about how he was an undercover CI and would buy drugs from people in like different cities and then like bust them for drugs.
No, he was a it
So
was
that's what
called.
he said.
It's a certain type of
said that?
officer they have specifically in the state of Virginia, like a peace officer. Or
It's like a
something that.
narcotics officer or some shit.
So he's a rat. That's probably the vibe I'm getting.
Only to a cop hater.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I don't hate cops, but I can smell a rat, and I had a funny stink off that guy. I don't know what it is.
Just avoid him. Conservator of the peace. That's what it is. Yeah, just don't hang out with. You don't have to hang out with people you don't like. I don't.
Yeah, Mike and I Mike and I would get along great if he just doesn't like pass out on the lawn all the time, you know.
He does. That's the first time I know him to have done it. Okay. But anyway, he's off the panel. So
true. What's up with you guys? What's up with Lou Bass?
Oh, he was going. Do you know about the fake money? Like if you put $1 in the bank, it creates 7 to 9 magical dollars instantly.
Yes, and that law changed in 2008 when it used to be 13 or more dollars per dollar.
What do you know? Do you know what he's talking about?
That's
What
true.
is that law? What can I Google to find out?
Just look up fractional reserve banking.
2008 housing crisis. Yeah. It's like they can literally just add digits to, so they can loan out X amount based on the amount you have an account with them. So say you have like
banks have
always, $500 account with them, they can lend out 8 times that amount, which would be like
they can lend out the rest of it. That's how banks make. I knew this as a kid. But that's all you were referring to. The bank takes the deposits, but keeps only part of the deposit on hand, and then they lend out the rest. That's why they, like when you're putting it in savings and stuff, they only expect you to keep taking it in and out because they're using it for loans.
They don't lend your money out. They lend the fake money they create out of thin air.
That's why they give you money to open up an account.
But what is the 7 to 9 magic dollars? It's whatever you want to
is
do.
Actually correct here.
I'm done with this topic. I mean, they can keep going on about it, but if you want to talk about a different one, by all means.
All right.
Are you afraid to look up fractional reserve banking?
I just looked it up. I just told you what it told me. It's the same kind of banking we had growing up, where the bank would use part of the money that people kept in the bank as to lend to other people. That's not weird to me.
No, hold on. You're saying that fractional. Where did you get the information about fractional reserve banking?
From the internet.
Where'd you look?
That's why I asked if you had a preferred link you want me to look at. Send it to me. You told me to Google.
Well,
this is from Wikipedia. Fractional reserve banking
Jeff is a classic skeptic.
Under which banks that take deposits from the public keep only part of the deposit liabilities in liquid assets as a reserve, typically lending the remainder to borrowers. Bank reserves are held as cash in the bank or as balances in the bank's account at the central bank.
Okay, so they're not mentioning
the hypothetical alternative model, full reserve banking, in which banks would keep all deposit funds on hand as reserves, and it calls it a hypothetical alternative model. I think that's the one.
If you put 100,
I don't know. I don't know. It's very strange because I know the way it works, and I can't look at it.
Like if you put 100, the bank will keep 80 of it, and they'll loan out the other 20.
No, that's not how it works.
No,
that's what.
If you put 100 in, the bank will keep at most 20 of it, and then they'll put out 80 of it in.
If you ever want your money back, they're going to give it to you. It's not going to be on hand at that.
You can get your money back, but I'm telling you, they create magical dollars.
I didn't see.
I forget what it is now. It might be 7 now. It was 9 at one time, and it was
the
higher.
Description I read said nothing about these magical dollars.
Yeah, they're probably not. They're probably not going to go that deep into it.
How do you know? You told me to Google it, and if I can't Google for it because nobody's going to go in tell me about it. How do you know about it? Give me.
I'm telling you, I know about it. Whatever, I don't care.
Now you're saying whatever I Google is probably not going to tell me about it.
Yeah, it's not going to come up right away. It's generally going to be way down on the link because they don't want people understanding.
I'm going to ask Charlie. He'll tell me. He doesn't.
They'd rather keep it as low key as possible, but it is real.
Yeah, ask Charlie.
I'm gonna say, does
Ask
this make sense to you?
Charlie. Ask Charlie. What are
That
the bank is allowed to loan X amount?
If it's $1,
Yeah, the bank is allowed to loan X
bank
amount based off of
creates what
what
is
is
it? 7 to
there.
9 magical dollars. Magical dollars.
No.
As a
Don't type
result.
magical, but
Something about fractional reserve banking. Banking. Maybe.
he'll tell you.
All right. Charlie will figure this out. Is thinking. Probably thinking
Ask the
way
powdered
harder.
Cucky. He was a banker. He knows
Charlie's
how it
gonna wonder
works.
why you're so inquisitive.
So far, he's checking, but he says he's checking the non-folklore version because the old banks multiply deposits by 10 story is half textbook fossil, half bar napkin magic trick. So he's going to give me the actual details behind the folklore version. He does say the 7 to 9 multiplier idea is outdated and that there's a simpler breakdown.
Ain't no folklore.
Sometimes he's slow.
Yo, you know, I found this out. It only costs like $5 million to own a bank.
It's balance sheet money what you're talking about. That's the magic money. It's called balance sheet money. He says yes, it makes sense to him, but only in the busted textbook version. I'm reading through it.
The deal is every dollar you put into a bank, they can loan $8 out.
It says it's like assuming banks have to keep 10% in reserve and then they can loan out the rest. Then $1 supports about $10 of deposits across the banking system.
You're getting closer.
And that's where the $1 becomes $7 to $9 line comes from. But that is a theoretical system-wide maximum, not one bank literally spawning cash from a single dollar bill. The more accurate modern version is banks create deposit money when they make loans. When a bank makes a loan to a non-bank, it credits the borrower's account, which creates a new deposit. Central bank sources explicitly say banks do not simply lend out pre-existing deposits and do not just mechanically multiply up reserves into loans.
Okay, read
Also
that
in the
again.
U.S., because you're in Canada, Lou, the old reserve ratio story is even less accurate now because the feds reduced the reserve requirements to 0% effective March 26th of 2020. So they no longer have the requirement to even keep the 10% anymore. The simple deposit, $1 creates $9, is not the real current constraint. Banks are limited more by capital requirements, liquidity, funding, regulation, and whether borrowers are worth lending. So it says there is a real money creation mechanism there, but the magical $7 to $9 is a crude, outdated oversimplification. It's not fake, it's just explained badly. Give me like a live example.
Just told you that it creates money from nothing, but you didn't hear yourself say it.
It's here, I'll just give the example.
Banks are legally able to loan out at least 8 times the amount of currency that they have on
That's
hand.
not creating. You mean when they give the loan, it's like fake loan money?
Yes, it's not real money. They created it out of thin air.
Okay,
and yeah, they're called future promises. They're literally creating future promises.
It's balance. It's a balance on their books. It's not a real thing. They just literally ones and zeros that they add to a computer, and then they loan that amount out.
Okay, but even if that's the story, even let's say that's the real explanation, what does that have to do with the point you were trying to make about slaves and all that?
The point is they're lending you fake money and charging you interest on it. That is what's called usury, or it can also be known as
But
slavery.
that's been around forever.
Yes.
That's not like anything new. That's
Well,
been around
usury
since like the Middle Ages.
usury has
It
been,
has
yes,
been.
around. Usury has been around forever.
So that's
In
what your
the,
complaint was this whole
that's
time of
what
usury in
that's what the
general.
point of Jesus Christ was. I'm not even saying Jesus Christ existed or didn't exist. I wasn't there, so I really don't know. But that was his point, is to end this fake money system and to end this usury and the
Okay, well, it didn't work.
sacrifices.
You didn't pull it off. We're still using it.
Well, it was kept illegal by the Catholic Church for I don't know how many years. I think somewhere around 1,300 years.
But
Uh,
I was
and
just
then,
interested because you brought it. The whole reason we were even talking about it is it was about how we're like being enslaved and mind controlled, and that's
well,
you said
number
it has
one,
something to do with the central banks and the people running the world, and this was an example of that. So none of
well,
that
your mind
translates
controlled.
into slavery
You're
or
mind
mind control.
controlled in the sense that you believe the money you use has value because you exchange it for goods, but the actual dollars
Yeah,
themselves
it's a
have no
belief
value.
backed up by experience for the reason you just said. I can exchange it
Yeah.
for goods. So when I go to the store and give them my money, it's more than just a belief if I actually come home with the goods that I went to purchase. I have the
Okay.
actual goods in front of me. So it's a belief translated into actual physical reality. So it no longer is in the category of belief at that point.
Just because the slaves, all the slaves or the majority of the slaves believe that the money has
Either
value
that or
doesn't
it's a
give
very
the value
strange
the money
modern form of
inherent
slavery
value.
where all the slaves have money and they're going around buying things and independently transacting business and nobody's telling them what to do. That's a slave from history that came and saw our kind of
Nobody's telling
slavery
you
was
what to
very
do.
puzzled. Why are
Nobody's
all these
telling.
slaves
Hold
walking
on.
around
No.
free
Hold on.
and buying
Nobody's.
things, spending their own
Hold
money and
on.
owning things?
Nobody's telling you what to do. Really?
Yeah, no,
Really?
really.
So when
Nobody's
you
telling me what to
purchase
buy.
a vehicle,
I
when
went
you
to the store
purchase a
yesterday and I
vehicle,
walked around and you know what? I picked out whatever I felt like eating. Nobody told me a single thing to buy.
you have
I
you have
got
a
to decide
vehicle.
all of that by
You have a
myself.
car with four
I do.
wheels.
It
Did
has
you
four
do
wheels.
you own it
Yes.
outright?
hmm
Can you take it on the road without asking
I,
permission and paying a
I take it on
tax?
the road every day. I don't ask anybody.
Okay. So do you pay? Did you pay your tax?
I
And did
do. I
you
do all of that.
register it to the king in order to
Register
move
with
that
the
property?
state. I
Why don't you
register with
just
the state.
take that property and move it because it's yours without
I
paying any
do.
taxes?
I do take the property and move it.
Yes, but you have paid the dues, the fees to move it,
Yes, I
and
do
you pay
that.
them every year. And you're faced to also forced to pay insurance when insurance should be voluntary,
Yeah, no,
right? So if you
I
don't
think
have all
insurance is
those
a good thing.
things,
I'm proud to
so if
carry
you
insurance,
don't
and I believe
have,
everybody should. I think it's
if
part of my
you
responsibilities as a citizen, as a
if
driver.
you yes, okay, I get that, but if you don't have all those things and you don't pay tribute to the king and you don't regis is of the
There's
king,
no king. I don't know the
register
king.
your
There's no
property,
king here.
Wait,
then you
real quick, can I
cannot
chime in,
move that
Exile? Who's
property.
the king? Who's the king?
The banks.
The bank.
That's not a king. See, you have a
That's
totally
not a
different definition
king.
of
Yeah,
slave, and you have a
completely
totally
different.
different definition of king. I think you're just being poetic. I don't think you're talking
No,
about actual
no.
monarchy
I mean,
and
I think
slavery.
that you
But
welcome up
but
here and you're like
but Track is
passionate about
here.
it, but I don't.
He hasn't had a chance to talk yet. I want to check in with Track. What's up, Track? And
Yeah,
Ghost. We
I
have
think
Chris.
I think an important word here is liability. Um, you have these expectations of something being worth something. So, yes, the fluctuation of the value of a dollar.
But what
But
does he mean by king, though?
Okay.
uh,
Go ahead.
Can we get to the bottom of that or no?
Well, let's think about liability.
You sound like a robot.
I do that sometimes. But think
He's
about
part
it.
robot. We all are.
You know,
I can't hear him at all. He sounds like a
Well, let
robot.
him talk. Let him talk.
And
You talking about
and
just
the
his
idea,
audio itself? I can understand.
yeah. So, like the idea of a credit score. It's like, do you have a job? Do you have expectations of earnings? Can we loan you this money? Because we expect you to, pay back what we loan you plus interest. However, this is, the same bank may hold the money that you earn that you're not giving them towards debt. And which builds, interest. So you gain from the money that they hold, but you owe them for the money that you need that you don't have.
They don't have it
So
either.
But that's what his complaint is, that we shouldn't be doing any of that because Jesus came to stop anybody from charging any kind of interest.
Well, if you put every dollar you've ever earned in your mattress and you own your house and you own, your transportation and you grow your own food, taxes will be minimum.
No, that's not true, because if you put a dollar in under your mattress 50 years ago, and then you go take it out now, you think that dollar is going to buy the same thing it would buy 50 years ago? No. So they've stolen your money just by making more money.
Well, I mean, it sounds
And they
like,
gave it to the Rothschilds.
and this sounds like fear as well.
I'm not afraid. I don't hold liquid currency. And that's why I own land. I own several pieces of land, because anytime I amass a certain amount of fiat currency, I will put it into something that has value, actual hard assets like land, gold, silver. And that's why I've maintained wealth, because I've never held that stuff in the bank.
Hey, and we aren't all you. You
No, I'm
understand
not
that,
saying
right?
you have to be. I'm just saying, as long as you hold physical currency in your pocket or in a bank, every day it's being stolen from you without you knowing it through the fractional reserve banking system.
Well, that's part of being poor is that, you can afford to be robbed.
You can afford to be what?
You can afford to be robbed.
Oh, okay.
I don't think you understand that.
All right. I'd prefer not to be robbed, but if you're okay with it.
Well, if somebody annexes your property, you don't own it anymore. But if they take a few cents off my dollar, I still got a dollar.
Listen, 50 years ago with $1, you could have bought 2 packs of cigarettes, some cans of food, a few bubble gums, and maybe some fucking, I don't know, something else. Today, that dollar won't buy you a pack of gum.
Yeah, that's inflation. It's been around my whole life.
It's
You
not
used to be able to
inflation.
buy penny candy.
That's not inflation. That's deflation.
It's
Hey,
inflation.
It's not
again,
inflation. It's making your
be,
dollar worth less.
but being a
Yeah,
child of God,
prices are higher.
being a child of God and all, it's like nothing is worth more than your effort because
Sorry,
the
which
dollar.
God are you talking about?
Well, I'm just saying
God.
the dollar, the currency, it could disappear and you could still be okay, right?
Absolutely. You grow your own food? Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah.
No one's The world's
I
not going
do.
back to
I
the prairie lifestyle.
I do receive. I do. I receive. What seems this is just a big bunch of do about nothing.
It's more important than you think because, you know, when my father was, you know, 30, 40, whatever, 25, 30, he could buy a house with like 1 or 2 years worth of his income. Today, a child cannot work enough years to purchase a house in some areas. Like,
That I believe, Lou. I do believe you that housing prices have gone up and it's becoming more and more difficult. Like home
no, how?
ownership is out
Yes,
of reach for probably more people than it would have been in the past. I do believe you on that point.
but you have to understand the reason for that. It's not that the value of the house has gone up. It's that the value of your dollars have gone down because they keep creating more fake dollars. Every fake dollar they create, the dollar you have in your pocket becomes worth less. That's how they
Well,
steal your money while
that's
it's still in your pocket.
It's more
that's
inflation.
not necessarily
It's not
true. That's not
inflation, it's
necessarily true.
deflation.
It's not
No, but I'm
necessarily
saying the
true.
reason homes are going up is probably more to do with inflation and supply and demand.
Yes, but that's the
It,
trick. They make you believe the house is worth more. It's not. The house is always worth the same. It's the dollar does
No, the
not buy
house
as
is worth
much.
whatever the market is willing to pay for the
Yes, I
house.
get that. But the dollar that you're going to use to purchase that house is worth less. So you need more dollars to buy that same
That's not
house.
why the house is more expensive, because you
That
need
is
more
why
dollars
it
to
that's
is.
buy it.
That's 100% why.
No.
and that is also why they call it circulation. So if you get into a situation where you have property, your property, you know, it it gains value.
Well, I
You
was
say
telling them I
you
bought my
say,
Wait,
property.
let him finish.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
please,
sorry.
sir,
I'm
please.
sorry.
You say the dollar is worth less, yet your property is worth more.
No,
So
the
do
property is the
you have
same.
or do you not have?
The property is worth the same. The value of the property never changes. It's the purchasing power of the dollar that is stolen. So while you're keeping your dollars in your bank, the minute you install them in your bank, first of all, they make a bunch on top of it. That makes the dollar you installed worth less. Over time, and exponential amount of people, this becomes something that is just like a rolling snowball. So eventually, instead of needing $1 to buy that house, you need $100 to buy
But
that
that's
house.
not why things become more expensive. It's inflation
That's not
and
inflation.
supply and demand more than it
It's
is this
deflating.
magic money thing.
No, it's deflating the value of your dollars. It's not inflating the value of the product. It's giving
The
your
value
dollar
of
has
the
less
product is
purchasing
determined
power.
by the market. It's determined by how much people are willing to pay for that product. It's not a
That's a different
static
discussion.
value.
That's a different discussion
How is it a
I
different discussion? We're talking about
because
I don't
why
think
the
it's
house
different.
has gone up.
I don't think it's different. I think when
it,
somebody wants to buy your house, but they buy it because they want to rent it out because they can afford it outright, that
I'm
you know
at,
that they aren't necessary. That's the market. Is that they aren't trying to like start a family and own a house. Um, they want to buy a property so that way they can have what do they call it, like static income, and that is what is screwing you over as far as the value of your dollar when it comes to your property, is because hey, why should I work when I could just buy a house and charge somebody way more than this property is worth?
I don't know what you're saying. Like, where do you get the money to buy that house to begin with? I mean, it's like, you know, I told
Well,
you,
hey,
it's gotten to the point.
some people have the opportunity to do these
Yes,
things,
and I
and
have. I
instead
purchased
of
property.
and instead of banking and saving and doing stuff like that, They'd be like, hey, I'll just replace my job with owning properties and renting them out. And then,
That's
you know,
a much smarter way to go. That's the direction I've gone. I have tenants on my properties now. But it took me a while to realize that. And for a long time, I paid a mortgage, not knowing that every dollar I kept paying for the mortgage, but my property didn't, I just had to keep paying. Finally, I
so,
found a way to end that.
so
But
you just admitted that you charge people more than that property is worth so that way you don't have to do something for a living. You just own the property.
what are you talking
You
about?
just said
I'm working right now painting an
you
apartment.
just
It's
said
dark.
that.
I'd rather be inside jerking off, but here I am painting this apartment because somebody else is moving in. I have to do work. I have to buy paint. I have to do things. It's not, there's a
Can't
exchange
you
of
jerk off
value.
and work at the same time?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can, but
but you're charging
I like to put a
you,
finger in
you
my ass and I need two hands for that.
That was more
and
my.
you're going to charge them, and you're going to charge them 30% more than what it would normally cost for them to live there, so that way you can own the profit, pay all the bills, and gain. So it's like, yeah, I would love to paint my own house, but I gotta bank a few dollars before I can paint my own house, and then I still have to pay for my own house. So you're painting a house so somebody else can pay you 30% more to
How do
live
you
in
come up
your
with this number of 30%? Where do you get that number? I don't know what that
house. I mean,
means.
it's obvious.
I don't know
It
where
is
this
obvious.
number comes from.
See,
Are you pulling it from thin air
I
like the
know how I
banks?
feel.
Like the banks? Where are you getting this 30% more? 30% more of what? I have three apartments. I turned my house from a single family house into a three apartment house. I rent out two of them and I live in one of them. So it's not 30% more, 30% less, or whatever. It's just I'm going to rent out the apartment based on the square footage of the apartment, how nice it is, how good it looks, all of that, based on other comparables in the area. And I'm going to price it based on
Market.
what
That's
other
the
people are
market.
charging.
Yeah, that's the market.
Yes, there's a market, of course. But the market,
And that
again,
determines prices more than this other thing.
no, prices are
Yes.
more determined. Like for the first 100 and some odd years of America, the price of a piece of land or a house or a commodity or a pork belly or whatever remained relatively the same for 100 and
That's
I
it's
don't know.
still because of the market though.
No, but prices didn't change for over 100 years until the central banks took control of America. Once the central
tell me
banks
you're
took
not doing
control,
this for profit. Tell me you're not doing this for profit.
doing what for profit?
I'm
Um,
trying to do it for profit.
you're renting. Tell me you're not doing it for profit.
I didn't say that I wasn't doing it for profit. What's that got to do with anything?
Yeah,
That is
you said
exactly
you were
why
renting it out for like
living goes
market
up.
value.
It's because people can't
That's
So are
fine.
afford
you suggesting, hold on,
taking
are you
advantage of the
suggesting
system.
Are you suggesting that I do the work, buy the paint, I build the units, I install kitchens, I put fridges and stoves, I do all, heating and air conditioning and internet because I include everything in the apartments. Are you suggesting I should do that and not charge for it?
How
I'm
did you get any of
suggesting
that
that.
out of what he said? Why can't you just own that you're doing this
Oh,
as a business to
I,
make a profit?
I,
I
I'm
never said I
suggesting,
wasn't. That's what I'm saying.
Then you could have
and
easily answered this question,
suggesting,
yes.
I'm suggesting that the reason why so many people can't own is because so many people that have a credit score and have backing by the banks can buy more than they need, so that way it's like we're depending on these leasers rather than having
So
available
it's the
properties for.
landlord's fault. The prices of houses are going up.
Well, you just blame the banks for like an hour.
I know, but
So
it's the
you're
market.
blaming the landlords. So the
Supply and demand.
landlords, they have power over changing the value and the purchasing power of currency. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying you have inflated the cost of living for people that could possibly get their own way
You're making
through
an
the banks,
assumption.
that you blame for sending out fake money.
Hold on. They can
You think
get their
that
way.
what you're
Hold on. They
selling,
can get their way to do what through the
you,
banks?
you think that what you're selling is
I'm not selling
marketable.
anything.
Yes, you
You're
are.
selling. Yeah, you are. You're selling a place to
You are
live.
selling livability
I'm selling
through
what?
renters.
I'm selling what? Sorry?
You are selling livability through renting, backed by the banks that you just blamed for creating fake money for over an hour.
It's not banked by the banks. It's backed by me. I don't owe
Sure it
banks
is.
money on my property. My property has been paid for years because I
Well, you're
knew,
probably going to get paid in fake money.
because I understood what the system, how the system was designed to steal my money. I realized that very early on in life. And I said to myself, I will never hold any significant amount of paper dollars in my hands or in my pocket or in my bank. If I ever accumulated enough money, whatever it was, I would put it instantly on something that had value, gold, silver, or land. And that's the way I've been able to keep my wealth. Because if I
And
would
now
have
you're
put,
making
if I'd have had
it
a hundred
worse.
thousand dollars, if I'd have had a
Yourself,
hundred thousand
just
dollars, I bought this place
you just
35 years
you
ago.
just admitted to being a bank that is inflating
Absolutely.
prices.
I'm not
You
inflating
just
prices.
admitted that you
I'm
are
giving
inflating
back to
prices.
them.
Right.
I'm giving back to them what is theirs. I'm not holding it. By purchasing something, I'm giving back the dollars to the banks, let them keep them, let them deflate them in their pocket, not in mine. I choose to hold something of value, something hard assets.
But
That's
it's
how I,
only as valuable as the market at the time you try to sell it.
yeah, that's right.
And
Hold on, I bought my property more than 35 years ago. One of my properties, the one I'm in right now. I bought it 35 years ago at auction during a market crash for 143,000. Today I have it listed on the market for 3.5 million. And it's probably worth more. I actually listed it less because I want to try and get some movement on it because we're in a bit of a slow market right now.
You made a
But it
profit.
doesn't mean that the property has gone up in value other than what I've done to it. Right? So I've turned the house into 3 apartments. I've built a barn. Whatever value I put into it, that's the only thing that's increased in value. It's that the dollars to purchase this land are less valuable, so you need more of them.
Anyway, we got Moose here. What's up?
What's going on, dude? I'm almost home.
Oh, okay. He's in transit.
I'm driving right now.
He's a tranny. What? Moose, you
This,
transitioned?
I agree with Lou though, like, cause I do a lot of the same. Like, I put a lot of work into property, and I rent my and stuff.
Oh,
It's
you're
breaking
losing
up.
signal.
bad audio.
Yeah,
A
you're
little
like
bit.
coming in and out, probably because you're traveling.
I'll be back.
Okay, I really want to hear this. Yeah,
Yeah,
you're making your product more attractive to buyers on the market. So they're more likely to spend the money with you than somebody
yeah,
else
but
because they're
that's
getting a
not.
value
But
for that
that's
money.
yes,
That's all market and supply and demand.
yes, but that's not why my property now is listed for $3.5 million. The buildings I have on this property, when it's sold, will most likely all be bulldozed, right? Most likely all be bulldozed because the land has more value than the buildings. So whoever buys this place is going to buy it for a future development objective, which I'm in the center of, and that's what it's going to be, right?
Right. And so it has more value because the market has a greater need. You're able to supply a demand.
Yes, and
Whereas
that has
before there
some.
wasn't that demand. When you bought it however long ago, nobody was demanding. There was no need to live there. Hey, Track, take care. Thanks for
Yes, supply and
participating.
demand also has a bearing on what something is priced at. But if you
Primarily, that's what determines pricing.
no, when you're
Yeah.
talking
I'm
about
gonna tell you what the AI says. I'm gonna tell you what the
when you're
AI
talking
says.
about over time, the
More money.
because of the system we live in under fractional reserve banking, if you saved $100,000 and you had it 25 years ago and you put that in the bank, you might get, I don't know, you might have $10,000 on top of it in interest. It's a very small amount of interest they give you if you hold that money in a bank, right? But that same $100,000 from 25 years ago cannot buy even a piece of a house, let alone the whole thing. Now
Yeah,
you
but
need $1 million,
right,
right?
mostly because of the supply and demand, not because of the fake magic money. I think you're ascribing more influence to the fiat
There is supply
and
and
the
demand.
actual supply and demand. That's what drives
There,
the market prices.
no, not completely.
Yeah.
It does have some bearing.
Yeah, not completely, but largely. Way more
No,
largely
not
than you're
largely.
saying. Yes. Okay, I'm
Yes,
gonna tell you
maybe
what the
in a
AI says. Hang on,
localized
I'm gonna
way.
put you backstage if you don't let me read this.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Prices can rise because the money credit supply grows faster than real output, but prices are still set through supply and demand. And inflation can also come from supply shocks and cost pressures. So that's not the sole source of inflation, which you're talking about, and it's not the sole reason for prices. That still comes through supply and demand. It's a factor, and you're making a way greater claim for the role that that factor plays than it actually does.
Supply and demand can change value, especially in a localized,
That's mostly what changes value.
especially
You're out in the middle of
localized.
nowhere. Nobody wants your land 50 years ago because there was no reason to want to live out there. Now they're developing, so it becomes way more valuable. People are willing to pay way more for it because the demand for it has changed. Not
And that
because of the
has
fake
and that
magic money. The conditions surrounding your land has changed.
that has a factor. And I'm not
A
saying it
large
doesn't.
factor, way more of a factor than your fake money.
Well, listen, I can give you the same analogy in downtown Toronto. My father bought his first house in downtown Toronto, like right downtown. He bought his first house for $12,000 in 19, I think it was like 60, just a little bit before I was born. So he bought a house in downtown Toronto for $12,000. Nothing changed in the area. The house that he bought is actually still pretty much exactly the same. They might have put new windows. They might have, put new floors. They've kept it up, regular maintenance, so it doesn't look like it's dilapidated, but it looks exactly the same. It hasn't been built upon. The road is the same. Everything is the same, except that same house today is worth $2.1 million.
Right, because there's a greater demand for people to live there. Not in that specific house, but in that area. There's
Toronto
more people
hasn't
that want
grown.
to live there
It hasn't
now.
grown all that much in 60 years. Like Toronto maybe has, I don't know exactly.
The demand has grown. Otherwise, nobody would want to pay that amount of money. So the fact that they're even willing to pay that amount shows me that there is now a greater demand for living in that area than there was whenever he bought it.
There is a small factor, but it's much
No,
bigger based
you
on
have
the
it
dollar.
reversed.
The
That is the
dollar
primary
has.
factor, and this other factor is ancillary. And you're
Okay,
thinking the
so
other
back
factor is the
then,
main reason, and supply and demand is just
okay,
incidental. You
tell
have
me
it
how
reversed
this
in your
works.
mind.
Tell me how
Because if
this
the
works.
money rate stayed the same, how much do you think prices would actually go up? Let me read you this.
Okay, go
Central
ahead.
banks did not invent inflation. Rome had it. Early modern Europe had it. Pre-Fed America had it. What central banks changed was not whether prices ever rise, but how persistently and how they manage the monetary system.
Right. So because of the way they manage the monetary system, your dollar has less purchasing power as time goes on
But
and as they
that
create
does
new
not account for
dollars.
the higher prices as much as supply and demand does.
All right. Then let's go to
You
something much
have to
smaller.
factor out supply and demand first.
Let's go to
How
something
much you think your
smaller.
house would be worth without this magic dollar system? Closer to what you paid for it? That's ridiculous.
Let me go something smaller. Maybe it'll help you understand what I'm trying to say, because maybe I don't have the ability to explain myself correctly. Let's go back to when I was like 8 or 9 years old. That's 50 some odd years ago. Okay? Maybe not, maybe 10 years old. My father used to give me 50 cents, and he would tell me, go to the next door, a variety store, and pick up a pack of cigarettes for him. Okay? So 50 years ago, I would buy him a pack of cigarettes for 50 cents. Do you think that the value of cigarettes has gone up so much and so many more people want cigarettes that today a pack of cigarettes here is $15?
It's not just the cigarettes, it's everything it that's involved in producing the
Okay,
cigarettes
but
to begin with. And also cigarettes are a bad example because a lot of governments place taxes specifically on things like cigarettes that would drive the price
okay,
up
then we'll go a different
artificially.
direction. I used to buy a bubble gum for a penny. Today, you
Yeah, penny
can't buy
candy.
that bubble gum for $2 or $3. That same pack
Right.
of bubble gum.
Right.
Right?
Because of
So that's
inflation.
like hundreds and hundreds of percentage points higher than what the product is actually valued at. That the product did not become more valuable. It did not become more wanted, or demand didn't grow all that much. What happened was that 10 cents, that penny that I used to buy it with, now does not have the same purchasing power. So now you need $3 rather than a penny. That's how it works. It's not
It went
inflation.
up because everything
It's
inflation trickles to everything. So
it's
eventually
inflation. Yes, is a
when your
thing.
home goes up, the bubble gum's going to go up indirectly. It's going to
Inflation,
trickle the bubble gum.
inflation is a thing, but not to the degree that you think it is.
Well,
Deflation and
you
devaluing
know
of your
what, Lou? The
dollar's
AI is
purchasing
telling me
power.
differently. The robot is saying the opposite from
The
you.
robot is going to tell you exactly what the banks want you to know. But the value of your dollar and its purchasing
Okay, then
power
how do
has
we
been
resolve this?
stolen.
Because you don't believe my sources, and I don't believe you just telling me this. So
We
how do
don't
we
have to
resolve?
resolve it.
If you want me to take you seriously, I do. Otherwise, it's just me letting you like vent about your pet topics.
Well,
But if you
listen,
want me
do
to
you
buy
believe
into
that
what
these
you're trying to convince
robots,
me of,
do you believe these robots give you 100% accurate information
no, but
just
it's
because they're
making way more
robots?
sense than you when it's
Okay.
saying supply and demand
Maybe
is
it can,
primarily what causes prices to go up.
okay. So a piece of gum that I used to pay a penny for, a little pack of gum was a penny. Now
All right,
it's $3.
I can ask you about that.
In 50 years, what is the percentage of fucking, like, how much does it have to inflate? How many hundreds of percentage points?
I'm gonna
Ask it
ask it
this. How
exactly
does your
why the
dollar,
gum why does
what?
the gum now cost $3?
Okay. I was going to say ask it something else, but you can ask it what you want.
I said, why does a pack of gum that cost a penny 50 years ago cost $3 now? So we'll see what
And
it says.
see what it says.
He says, so far it smells like campfire economics.
Okay.
But we'll see. It's searching all these websites right now to pull information.
When it gives you an
We're all
answer,
programmed by the government, but it's pulling them.
I'd like to see what it comes up with. Now you got me curious.
Because they used to do the same thing with us. They could give each kid a quarter, and we could go to the store and come out with a whole haul of candy.
Whole crap ton of stuff, chocolate bars, everything. I know. I used to do the same.
And I bought a Reese's peanut butter cup for Easter. It was $1.99. I could
Bro,
not
it's like,
believe I was paying $2 for a little Reese's peanut butter cup packet.
Bro, it's $4 Canadian over
Those
here.
are those are movie theater prices, which are probably how much is it at the movies now? $15.
You need a mortgage now for the movies. Oh Lord, what a crazy
All right,
world.
let's see. It says the example is wildly overstated.
Sure it is.
I don't know. It's giving me a lot of technical information and numbers. CPI. What is
Okay.
CPI?
Fuck. Yeah, what is it? Let's see.
Consumer Price Index. Is that it?
Okay. The consumer price index. Okay.
It
All of a
says
sudden.
if a gum purchase is now $3, that is not just fake money or central bank pixie dust.
Oh,
It
that's what it's saying?
usually
Hold on.
means you're
It's
not
actually,
comparing like with like, because old
is it
penny
actually
gum.
saying that?
Yeah, I'm reading it
It's
verbatim.
listening to us, eh? And it's giving the answer that
An
fits its
old penny
narrative
gum was
best.
often a tiny amount, a different format, or a different retail setting. Today's price can include branded packaging, fewer pieces than the older pack, higher label and transport costs, higher rent on the store, and convenience store checkout markup. On top of that, the candy and chewing gum category was up 10.6% over 12 months in March. So gum had category specific price pressure as well. These are all market forces.
Wow.
The
Fucking
central
things.
bank part is only one layer of the story.
But it's not going
It
to go
affects,
in.
it
It's not going to
affects,
go into detail about that part.
well, I can get it to go into detail. It says that the Fed says monetary policy affects inflation through overall financial conditions like cost and availability of credit. And Boston
And
Fed
where does
research
the
shows
credit?
inflation can come from either stronger demand or constrained supply. In other words, if loose money helps lift the general price level, the shelf price of gum still gets set through the grubby little machinery of coarse markup, supply, and demand. So the blunt answer is some of the increase is the dollar losing purchasing power over decades. The rest is
Ah.
product difference, retail markup, and category specific costs. Well, let me ask it
Okay,
one
now
more time.
ask it, how does money lose its purchasing power?
Hang on. What percent is lost? Because that's what we want to know is how
No,
much.
ask it, how does money lose its purchasing power? How?
Hang on. I want to know how much, and how much is.
Oh my God, I'm tired. I'm going to go in and go to rest. I hate fucking painting.
Have you been painting this whole time?
Yeah.
Oh, I like to paint sometimes.
For some reason, I cannot stand painting. It's one thing. I love construction, pretty much everything about construction, except drywall, taping, and painting. Those are the two
Are you
things I
using a roller?
despise. Right now, I'm cutting in, so I just opened up this opening into the kitchen. This
Wow. Oh my.
this was just a
Wow. That is
wall.
really cool. I would rent that.
This was just a wall before, so the kitchen was really small. I mean, not super small, but
I
small.
love the
So
wood.
I opened up this sort of like what do you call it? I don't know. This archway
Did you do it
bar
yourself?
area. Yeah, and it's all
Wow.
built with garbage. This thing was literally going to go in the garbage.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it
Oh,
was
I
cut.
love.
My
That's
son-in-law
the thing
cuts
I like about
trees.
that wood.
My son-in-law cuts trees for a living. Like he's an arborist, and so he gets wood like this, and basically most of the time it gets chipped up and thrown in the garbage. But I cut it on the sawmill. He has a sawmill, and I took a tree that's garbage and turned it into a nice little bar top. And these are just old fence boards, literally fence boards. Sand them up, clean them up, and make them look like something nice. So that whole thing cost me nothing. Even those lights I got out of a house that I tore down. Actually, all these lights I got out of a house that I tore down.
Well, you're being very resourceful and industrious.
Yeah, that's how I do pretty much everything.
You're gonna deserve whatever they pay for that unit. You will have earned it for sure.
Oh, I make it nice for people. I don't fuck around. Like I'm no
Something like
slumlord.
that
Like,
here would go for thousands. I can tell you right now.
well, here it will go for thousands as well. I
Oh,
probably
okay.
won't. I probably won't get or won't ask for what I probably could get. I'd rather choose my tenant well and, give it to them a little bit less, but have a really good tenant kind of thing. So far, I've been pretty lucky that way. I'll give them a little bit of a discount if I can know for sure that they're good tenants, right? They're not going to cause me trouble. And everyone I've had so far has been good. And this one, my son is moving into. He's coming back from Florida and he wants to buy a property out here. He's got a property in Florida, but he wants to buy one up here. And he needs a place to stay until he finds one. And he's tired of bringing his giant fifth wheel trailer. Usually he comes and stays with me in the summertime and goes to stay in Florida in the winter. And he's tired of moving his trailer back and forth. So he's gonna move it. He's gonna move into this. And it's nice. It's big too. The bathroom's almost new. Nice bathroom.
That is it's big. Very
It's got a
lot of area.
nice big bedroom. It's only a one bedroom, but it's got a nice big bedroom.
I love those windows.
It's got a big, like, sectional style closet with a his and hers. It's got big drawers at the bottom. Lots of space for crap. It's a nice spot.
It's classy. I would live there. It's very
I live in the shittiest one of the apartments. I live in the smallest, shittiest one. But I was saying, my friend, actually one of my other tenants lives in a tiny house. He was helping me paint earlier, and I said, you know what? If my son leaves here, I might move into it myself. Rent out the shittier one. Get a little less money, but have something nicer.
Yeah, you upgrade yourself.
Yeah,
I have that answer
mine's
for you.
bad, but sorry, go ahead.
I have the answer for you on the gum. It says, for the specific example of 1 penny to $3 gums, only about 4.8 cents of the $2.99 increase is explained by broad purchasing power loss. That's the dollar value thing. About 1.6% of the increase. The other 98.4 is not explained by general inflation, which is the purchasing power loss. It's other things like markup, supply, demand, labor, rent, packaging, transport, tax, all the things that make prices go up other than that dollar value thing. That's about 1.6%. So I was correct in thinking that it was
you're
not,
right. You're right. Yeah,
not
you're
the
100%
main
right.
driver of,
You're 100% right. 100%. Can you ask it real quick? Exactly how does money lose its purchase? What mechanism helps or creates how do we word this? Word this correctly. Help me because I'm fucking retarded with words.
How does money lose its purchasing power?
What mechanisms, what governmental mechanisms, or I don't know, I think we should word this correctly.
Let me
because they're
start
not
with
gonna
that,
give you-
and then I can see what it tells me and refine it from there. But I asked how money loses its purchasing power.
What mechanisms make money lose its purchasing power? I don't know.
Money
Should I
loses
start?
because the amount of dollars and credit in circulation grows faster than the amount of real goods and services those dollars can buy, or when the supply of goods shrinks, or both. So there's several things.
Say that first part again. Say that first part again.
The amount of dollars and credit in circulation grows faster than the amount of real goods and services that those dollars can buy. So when there's more money, then there are things to spend it on.
There it is, but it just told you what I said. The more dollars they
That's
create.
one thing. It says or when the supply of goods shrinks, or both.
Yes, okay. I know they're going to try and steer away from what they just said, but the
It
first
says
part
the
is more
dollar is a
honest.
claim ticket on a real output. If the pile of claim tickets grows bigger than the pile of actual stuff, each ticket becomes worth less. That can happen with easy credit, government and private spending, central bank policy being too loose for too long of a time. That's why they're always adjusting that stuff.
Okay, ask it this. How does the creation of new dollars make the dollars you have in your pocket have less purchasing power?
You talking about the fake new dollars?
Just don't say fake. Just say, how does the creation of new dollars take away the purchasing power of the existing dollars? It ain't gonna give you a clear answer. It's gonna give you a fucking merry-go-round. I can smell it already.
Two more merry-go-round so far than this thing has been. Take away
Yeah.
the purchasing power of what?
How does the creation of new dollars take away the purchasing power of existing dollars?
All right, I phrased it exactly like that. I feel like a reference librarian. All right. Let's see what it says.
I'm going inside.
And hey, Leslie, out there listening, it's good to know you're out there.
Is there anybody out there?
It gave me paragraph, a huge long answer, way longer than it usually gives, because the economy is not measuring value in a vacuum. A dollar is a claim on real goods and services when new money and credit are created faster than the economy. It's not the creation itself, is if the creation outpaces the new supply of goods and services, because you're not just adding new money. People are constantly adding new goods and services to buy it on. So it depends on how fast it grows in relation to that, to the people's ability to output stuff to spend it on. And so the problem comes when it gets too far ahead of what's actually being produced to spend it on.
Okay.
And then that's when the sellers have to raise the
If you
prices
think
because
about
there's a
that,
scarcity now. So they have to raise prices to determine who gets the stuff.
if you think about that honestly, really do a deep dive in your mind of what that is saying, you will see that it makes zero sense.
It makes sense to me. It makes a lot of sense. Way more sense.
Okay, let's see if we could figure it out this way, or if I can put it out there
Because
this
it's
way.
about spending power.
Hold on. Imagine there's only, I don't know, $100 in existence. That's all there is. There are no more. And those $100 can buy you X, Y, or Z. Now somebody creates another $20 and adds it to the pot. Are those $100 going to buy the same amount of goods now? Or are they going to be worth less?
All right, I'll ask you that. If we keep the goods the same. I mean, of course, it's probably going to be worth less. The question is how much less. Like, how significant is that? You're saying it's the sole determining factor of why people can't buy houses.
No, I didn't.
And this thing is saying is this is just not true.
I didn't say it's the sole determining factor.
You tried to make
it's the largest
claim for right. It's
My
not. With the
claim is
bubblegum
that
example, it was only 1.6%. It was like 4 point something pennies.
My claim is that it's the largest percentage of why there is the devaluing of money.
And this
That's
thing
my
says
claim.
no. It's a very small percentage.
I would imagine it would say no, but
because
who built that bot. Because who built that bot is going to give
you're
you
not
the
going to believe
information that it
anything.
wants
Why
you
are
to
we
have.
even fooling with the internet? It's all programmed by government slave owners. Why would we even
A
bother?
lot of it is. A lot of it is. It takes
you
a
should
little
just ask
digging.
people like you.
It takes a little digging to get to the real truth. Let's just put it that way.
Well,
Takes a little digging. It used to be a lot easier when the internet first started. And I haven't watched television in the last 20 some odd years. I've been only, doing stuff on the internet. And in the beginning, like even especially YouTube, like you could type something in and exactly what you type in would come up, right? No matter how fucking conspiratorial it was, the truth
I
would come
believe.
up and you would hear. Now you can't even get it to come up within the first 5,000 picks. The first thing that comes up is the official narrative, the official story, the story they want you to know, the story they want the slaves to swallow and stick up their ass and jerk off with. And the real story can be hundreds and thousands possibly of links back before you find it. Might be there, but it will take you days, hours, maybe months to find.
Well, how will I know when I get which one's the real story? When I get to the real story, how will I know that's the real one? And I don't have to go any further back.
Well, listen, you can always go further back, but if you believe that creating money out of thin air does not devalue the money you have in your pocket, then you're delusional.
I
That's
don't
all I
believe
can
it
say.
devalues it to the degree you're trying to convince me that it does.
Well, okay.
And the AI
So then
supports me, but
why
it's government
so then why
programs.
did it stay for the first 150 years of America, or 135, 40 years of America? Why did prices stay relatively the same for the first half of America's
It
entire
didn't. They had
existence?
inflation before that.
But
I did ask.
not even a 1% of the amount that it moves today. Today it moves at an exponential rate, right? It didn't move like that for the first 100
Its
years.
prices rose long before modern central banks. The Roman Empire debased its coinage to expand spending power.
Hold on,
The
hold
St.
on, hold
Louis
on, hold
Fed
on, hold on. The Roman Empire debased. What does debased
its
mean?
coinage to extend spending power. Europe also had the 16th century price revolution, a broad inflation episode rooted part in monetary debasement, and that was before the Bank of England,
Stop.
which was in
Let's
1694.
look into
If you
what.
mean the United States specifically, it says that is still wrong. The Federal Reserve was
Let's
created
look
in
into what it
1913,
means. Hold on, Jeff.
and the
Let's look
pre-Fed
in.
period was 1790 to 1913. The annual
Okay.
inflation was
You
0.4% and
can go
highly
into the
volatile. That was
you can
before
go
the
into the
before the
details.
Fed.
I would stick with the word debase.
It also
What
says
exactly
episodes
does it
of
mean
high
to
inflation were
debase?
a recurrent feature of U.S. history before the Fed. The more defensible version of your argument is narrower, and it's this: modern central banking plus fiat money tends to produce more persistent long-run inflation than a hard metal standard did.
Okay, it's not
There
inflation,
is some
it's
truth there, and we're
deflation.
talking percentages of truth. Very
Okay,
small
ask
percentage difference.
for the definition of debasing a currency. How does one debase a currency?
All right. How
Ask
does
it that.
one or the
How
definition of
just keep it vague, because the bitch is not going to
how
give
does
you what you need.
how
Just keep
does
it
one
vague. How
well
does
give me
one
your question.
debase a currency?
How does one debase a currency? Because that's what you think is happening. There's the
It
Rothschilds
is
are in a
happening. It's
room
been happening for a long time.
rubbing their hands saying, how can we debase this currency
Yes,
more so we can get
absolutely.
more in our
The
pockets?
system was created long before it was enacted.
All right, let's see. You make each unit contain less real value while still calling it the same unit. So with
Right.
coinage, that means things like you
Right.
reduce the gold or silver content in the coin. You
Right.
mix it with cheaper metals.
Tin. Exact.
You
There
mint
you
new
go.
coins that have less of the precious metal in it, but the same value. So a silver
Right.
dollar stops being really silver and becomes
Right.
it's still called a silver dollar.
I
But
was
there's
gonna
not
I was gonna mention that, but I'm
well,
glad
it's
you
going to
brought it
address
up.
the fiat system. In the modern fiat system, there is no gold or silver. So debasement usually means one of two things. You create money and credit faster than the real output grows.
Now we're getting close. We're getting close.
Or you officially devalue the currency relative to something else. For example, the government can break convertibility, create an exchange rate peg, or reset how much foreign currency or gold currency is worth.
Yeah, that's another way.
So that's the two ways you can do it.
Right. And those are the ways that are most.
People often use debase too loosely. Not every price increase is debased.
I figured that would come.
Sometimes prices rise because supply shrank, energy
All right,
spike,
you're going back to
trade,
supply
or
and
demand
demand.
surge. Debasement
Back
is
to grade
specifically
12.
about the currency being weakened, not just prices moving for any reason.
Back to grade 12, treating you like the child you are. It's all supply and demand. It's not because we add. It's
That's
not
almost
because.
college
Hold on.
level. What are you talking about, child?
It's not because we take a gold coin that weighs an ounce and we put in fucking a third of an ounce of tin and a tenth of an ounce of
I just
bronze.
explained how you
And
do it
now
in the
we've got
fiat
2
version.
ounces of gold, but it's not completely gold because we've debased it by creating more metal where there was none, like more
Do you have
dollars
another
where there
question
was
for it?
none.
I told you what it says we do with the fiat system. We create money and credit faster than real output, and we devalue it
Right.
relative to something else. I think that involves the exchange rates.
And if
Like
you look
relative to
at
some other currency.
history, if you look at the history of the Federal Reserve and America, just America, but it's happened all over the world because now we have the International Monetary Fund that runs the world's currency. And so you look at the last 100 and something years, 13, 14, whatever it is, years, you will see how they do this by creating more money out of thin air. They debase the currency that exists. Then they eliminate the gold standard, so there's no backing to any of the money, and it goes exponentially higher. And it's been doing the same thing for 100 and something years. That's why they create wars, because the only way to stay up in value, to keep the dollar up in value to some degree, is to have a major war or to debt relief, where they allow people debt forgiveness, which they don't like doing debt forgiveness, so they do war instead.
That makes no sense.
So that they can blow off some of that money. Right?
So the only reason we start war, not for defensive reasons.
One of the reasons.
We need to blow up this money, so we fake a war.
I didn't say the only reason. I said one of the ways in which they blow off some of this money so that they can maintain the Ponzi scheme is through war. They fund both sides.
That you believe that, Lou. I really think you believe.
I know you believe I believe that, but we know that most wars have been funded both sides by the same people, right? These are provable things.
The Rothschilds.
That's one of them, yes.
They wouldn't happen to be reptilian, would they?
No, I don't believe in that baloney.
Okay.
I believe that they function. I believe that they use primarily the reptilian part of their brain, which we all have. We all have a reptilian part of our brain. It's even called that, I believe. And that you can live in that side of your brain, which is more primal, more in tune with, the powerful have, who has the power rules.
On here.
I'm sorry?
I've seen it in action on here. You don't have to convince me of the lizard part of the brain.
Yes, it's basically it's the animal part of the brain. They call it the reptilian. I think it's called the reptilian quadrant or something. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I think they actually use that term in there or something to that effect. Because it's the animal center of the brain. It's the brain. It's the part of the brain you need if the world collapses and you have to survive in the wilderness. You have to tap into that side of your brain because now you have to kill to survive.
I think a lot of people are tapped into it even in the modern world, sitting behind their laptops in their comfortable homes, behind their fancy laptops. They're still tapped into that part of the brain.
Yeah, eating children. Yeah, forget it. Yeah. Doing all that stuff too. The Epstein class are tapped into their reptilian brain. That includes the Rothschilds, the Warburgs, the Rockefellers, the
people
I don't know,
consuming and processing social media.
Mancini's. There's some old fucking Italian names in there that they're not really Italian, but they're hooked into the banking system. Aldobrandini, the Jesuits, they're all hooked into the same family. They're all part of
They're
the
all
monster.
Rothschilds, right?
Not
Okay.
all Rothschilds. Rothschilds is only one family.
Well, they have an amazing ability to coordinate so effectively and efficiently throughout history like that.
Yes,
Hats
because
off
they
to their competence.
yes, because they understand compartmentalization. They understand how to use lies, manipulation, and murder. They understand all these things. They use them. Might
Yeah,
makes right.
those are quite some claims. that
Anybody that
you're not
anybody
going to
that
have.
opposes them or is able to out them in any way suddenly finds themselves shot twice in the head, but they committed
That's a
suicide.
spooky story. What a creative spooky ghost story.
Well, it's real if you look into it. How many people have tried to come out with the truth and always end up suicided? Some of them shot twice, but by their own hand, of course.
Yeah, that's what suicide is.
Yeah, you can shoot yourself twice, of course. That's pretty standard for suicide, is it not?
Yeah, it sounds like you're willing to believe a lot of stuff. With
You know what? Strangely enough, ironically enough, I'm the opposite. It's very hard for me to believe. Like, for example, I eat mainly meat. Okay. I decided to do that because I was getting
We've
sicker and
seen your
sicker.
meat.
You haven't seen my meat, sweetie.
Yeah, I remember
But
you
anyways,
telling us that about your doctor.
sorry. Yeah, no, I was getting really sicker and sicker and sicker, and I was, diagnosed with diabetes, and then diagnosed with high blood pressure, and then diagnosed with cholesterol, and I was on 2 medications, and then the doctor wanted to put me on a third one. That's when I said, "Wait a minute, what the fuck? I'm not gonna die like my father died. He died sick with a bag full of medications from the doctor, and he was like a prisoner in his own home for the last
You're gonna
10
die
years of
with
his
meat
life."
oozing out of your
So
pores.
so I decided
Meat
to look
grease.
into how to fix myself, and I came across this idea of eating strictly meat because humans are carnivorous beings and everything in our body shows that. Anyways, I eliminated my diabetes, I eliminated high blood pressure, I lost 60 pounds almost. Uh, I went from a dick that looked at the ground more than it probably ever that it looked at anything else to wanting to fuck everything that moves.
I have a
So
meat
I
dick. It changed your dick.
it literally changed my dick. It went from not giving a fuck about anything to wanting to fuck everything that moves. So, anyways, I cured myself, but the point I'm trying to make is I not only looked into the idea of being carnivorous to cure my health issues, I also looked into the opposite, which is veganism. And I may have looked into veganism even harder because I'm of the belief that you should be able to make your opponents or your the beliefs you think the things you don't believe, you should be able to make that argument better than the stuff you believe, right? So I looked at veganism, what they're saying, tried to study exactly everything that they're saying before I made the decision to go 100% carnivore because I saw that it made more sense. So it's very hard for me to accept something as truth until I see both sides of it. I'm just
Well,
telling
I
you.
didn't know you were such a steel manner because you could have been helping me steel man all of your
Look, I'm
claims today.
just I'm just telling you, I don't this is so old for me. I've even forgotten much of how I learned this. Like I said, I when I was young, after I got off drugs, I was
So how do you
25
know?
years.
But if you can't test it, how do you know if it's true? If it's just in your
I've done it.
brain and you
I've
don't even
tested it
remember how it got
because
there?
I've tested it in my own life, right? When I came across this information,
Uh-oh. I wonder if his phone died. You might have comped out on us, Lou. All right. Well, I definitely don't have anything more to say on this. So maybe we'll get a continuation of it next time he comes on. He probably died on us, and Ren took off as well. So take her off. All right, we are over 6 hours. That is definitely a show for today. I'll be out tomorrow, same time, 3 p.m. East Coast, noon West Coast. Look for me then. We'll have more topics, conversations, discussions. If there's something you want to talk about, bring it, and I'll see you then, people. I was hoping we get Moose back on. I want to hear he owns property as well. So he would have some insight into home prices and that kind of stuff. But we can continue this next time. Oh Lord, hang on.
Sorry, buddy.
Did you die?
Yeah, my phone died. I didn't realize I should have plugged it in.
Oh, okay.
No,
Yeah,
I was saying
just
when
wrapping up.
it's been almost 40 years that I studied all this information.
Yeah,
So
you're not critically examining your beliefs. If they're in there for 40 years and you haven't taken them out and looked at them and don't even know where
I'm
they
just
came from.
hold on. I know where they come
It might be
from.
time for a refresh.
Well, I can tell you, this is the way I function, right? So like the diet thing, I studied both sides of it and then I tested it, right? And I found that just eating meat actually changed me so much quicker than any other way. So, and same with this idea of how the money is created and devalued and debased and used.
You went out and devalued some money.
No, because at the time I was of the belief like my grandfather. My grandfather would say, take your money, put it under the fucking sofa, stack it up as much as you can. And it was wrong, but I believed like holding money, saving, putting it in a bank, stashing it in a hole here, stashing it in a hole there. That's what my grandfather used to do. He used to stash money every fucking where. And I believed that was the way to do it. And then when I learned all this information, I said, whoa, there's something wrong here. And instead, I took whatever money I had at that time and I bought land. The first thing I did was buy land. Actually, no, the first thing I did, I bought a bunch of gold. And then I found this piece of land and I traded that in and bought the land. So ever since then, anytime I have a substantial amount of money, I will put it into something that has a hard value, like maybe guns, maybe ammunition, maybe land, depending on the amount of money, right? So I have several pieces of land now, and yeah, and because of that, I have managed to accrue a certain amount of wealth. Now I don't have cash wealth because I don't hold cash. So sometimes it kind of bites me in the ass because I don't have the cash to go do X, Y, or Z because I've spent it on something else. So I have to go sell something or whatever, or wait for more money to come in to buy something that I want. And because of that, I've accumulated a certain amount of physical assets, right, that have not lost their value. It's only the purchasing power of the money that's lost its value, in my opinion, and from what I've studied in the past. And I bet you get the right people, they'll tell you how it works. And there's people out there right now that know exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay, well.
And they should come up too. And then I'll look at some of my cousins, right? Like, I've got cousins that we grew up in the same household. They fucking own nothing now. But they used to keep a lot, my parents sold a store that they had, and they got half of the money because my parents owned together with they owned what they owned with my father and his brother owned things together. So when they sold the stores, my cousins got half that money, and it was like something like $1 million, and it's all gone. Right?
They probably spent it.
Yeah, and they got nothing. They fucking rent. They literally rent now. And they could have had, forget about it.
That's probably a lot to do with choices they made more than
to hold
monetary
money.
supply.
To hold money instead of physical assets. That's the mistake they made. They thought the money was going to give them something. Slowly, the money got eaten either by the debasement or the value of products, the supply and demand changed, and
Mostly
now it's
that.
got higher. So now their money's gone. But if instead they bought a few ounces of fucking gold at least and stuck them in a hole somewhere, when they ran out of money, they took that gold and sell it for the same amount of money that they started with. Over a few years. Hard assets is the only way to hold your money, the value of your money, the value. That's the only way. And I've tested it, so.
Yeah, but those hard assets would have to be. They still depend on supply and demand. They'd have to depend on people still valuing those assets at the same value.
Yes, and supply and demand can change the prices of things, especially locally, depending on how, like, say, if my area is being developed.
It
Obviously, my
changes a
place is going
lot.
to be worth more. Sorry?
Yeah, it changes a lot. How much people are willing to pay for whatever you have makes a big difference on how much that thing's going to cost or how much you're going to be
Yes,
able to get for it.
yes, supply and demand has a bearing. But believe me when I tell you, the debasement of the currency by the creation of new currency has a much larger bearing on the
That's not
value.
what my robot told me.
I know your
It
robot,
said about
fucking,
1.6%. That's not a
it's
lot to
not
me.
telling the truth.
Okay. Well, you
And
can
if it's
always show
saying
me something better.
1.6%, it's saying it as a fixed number rather than
No, well, we were using the specific example of the bubble gum, but
yes.
so we had a dollar value to work with.
In the end, like it or not, if I have $100 and all of a sudden there's another $20 or another $100 created out of thin air, placed into the fucking system, my $100 cannot buy the same anymore. It's now worth less because there's
It
more of
depends
it.
on how much goods and services are out there to spend it on. That's the factor you're leaving out. It's not going to be worth less as long as there's plenty of things to spend it on.
Listen, the
If
land
people
has
are
always been the
producing
same.
more products and services,
Nobody's producing more land, yet it exponentially raises every fucking year. Everywhere.
that's why land becomes more valuable.
Oh, because nobody's creating more. Exactly.
Right, but that
That's
doesn't have
that's how
anything to do with the
money
total
that's
economic.
how money used to maintain its value because it wasn't created out of thin air. It was backed by gold or silver. So in order to make
Okay,
another
but we're not
dollar,
living in those times anymore. Or you plan to join the rest of us in the future at all? Or you want to keep living in a world that doesn't exist anymore?
I don't know if you're listening. You think I don't use dollars?
Yeah, we used to do it one way. We do it this new other way. Everybody else in the world is adapted to this new other way, and you're wanting it to be a way that doesn't exist anymore. We've moved on from that way.
People, that's the problem though. People have not adapted. They're still
You
putting
haven't, but
most.
a lot of the world
I
has.
have adapted. Most people have
This doesn't
not.
sound like adaptation.
Uh, um, so you're telling me when I realized that currency could be debased just by virtue of creating more currency, and I decided not to hold currency based on that fact, and because of that, I've
Okay,
accumulated.
psychologically, you don't seem to have adapted. Mentally, emotionally, you
No, no,
don't
no,
seem to.
no, no. I've just
It
accepted
seems to
what
cause you
is.
great distress.
It doesn't stress me at all. I'm doing fantastic. The
Oh, I
people
was
around me,
concerned you
though,
might have a stroke earlier.
the people are no, because you're talking stupid. The people around me are the ones that are fucking struggling.
I'm not
The ones that
struggling.
can't afford shit
Yeah.
because they take their money and they stick it in the bank and they leave it in there for 5 years, thinking they're saving up for a house that they'll never buy. Because that dollar every year they keep it in that bank, it goes worth less and less and less and less. That's what I'm
But the
saying. I
housing prices
adapted.
are gonna
I
be higher
adapted.
in whatever however many years they're saving for anyway. That's gonna make more of a difference.
I adapted by not holding any significant amount of fiat currency. That's how I adapted. So I took the understanding of what I was looking into, realize that the more I hold this thing and the longer I hold it, the less value it has. So I says, okay, when I got a nice bunch, I got 10 grand, I got whatever, 5 grand, I'll buy some gold. I stick it in a hole. Or I'll take and buy some silver. Or I'll take and buy, if I got enough of it, I'll buy a piece of land, which is what I did. So now I have all these pieces of land that have continually gone up in value because the currency gets worth less. So I'm in a better place because of it, because I adapted to what the reality was. And most people do not. They think they're saving up for something. Instead, they're actually going, every dollar
Then
they
how
put
come
in,
people manage to buy shit all the time after
because they
saving?
use credit. 99% of people
No,
now.
people save up for stuff. I'm saving up for a car. Oh, look, I have enough to buy the car, and they go out and buy the car.
Yeah, you could
You're
do
making
that,
up
and
like saving doesn't work
maybe just for a
anymore, and it
car,
does.
maybe just for a car for 10, 12, 13,000. Okay, fine, you can save that quick enough.
Okay,
But if you,
people buy houses all the time. They save up for deposits on homes all the time.
yes, but as they're holding
I
that
have a
money,
friend that just bought a brand new home that he saved up to put a deposit on, that he was waiting for it to be
right,
built.
put a deposit on, exactly. So now he's got a debt. He
Well, now
doesn't
he
own
just
the
bought a
home.
home.
Yeah, but technically he's got more debt than anything. That's what people are doing.
Now he can start
So
building equity in the home.
if you look at most people today and you analyze what they have, they might
Your
have a
example
beautiful.
was people saving up to buy a home. Did you mean to pay the entire price of the home off in cash? Because that's not what most people
No,
save
not
up for.
necessarily. Not necessarily. I didn't say that necessarily. I don't
Well,
think
then when
there's
I
a.
used the example
I
of
don't.
saving up for a
I
deposit, you
yes. I don't
dismissed it
think.
as, oh, well, now he has a loan and debt.
Yes, and I don't think that's a huge problem. He's smarter putting that money, even if it's small, into a deposit of a home than he is keeping it in the bank. Yes.
But yeah, my point is people are still doing that. If you think people are
I had a
saving for
mortgage.
homes and suddenly they're not being able to buy homes, that's not happening. People are buying whatever it is they're saving for. They're pretty much going out and buying the thing.
Yes,
So
but
I'm
the
rejecting
debt.
this whole narrative that people's savings are suddenly becoming useless.
If you did a proper analysis over time and you go back several years, you will see that the debt to deposit ratio has increased
But it's
exponentially.
not stopping people from buying the thing they're
I'm not
saving up
saying
for.
I'm not
It's
saying
not
it.
as drastic as you're trying to make it out to be.
You're trying to put words in my mouth. I'm just telling you, if you do the analysis, you will see, like, for example, when I bought my place, it was $143,000. I put down $40,000. So I had a $100,000 mortgage for a number of years. But every time I had an extra $1,000 or an extra $2,000 or put it right into the mortgage, and I set it up so that I could add money all the time, right? I set it up as a mortgage that I could pay down. And I paid it down within a very short time just because I kept myself broke. Right? But people are not doing that anymore.
No,
They're
most people are
maintaining,
going to make the choice to keep themselves broke.
they're making
Reddington,
themselves,
yes, this was an exception. That's why it was a crisis, because it was not the norm.
they're making themselves into eternal debtor. They're eternally in debt.
Most people are in debt. That's been
Right.
an ordinary,
Right.
normal part of life for like ever, and most people don't care. They're okay with taking on a certain amount of debt to live in the modern
fine.
world. If your whole argument this whole time was about debt,
No, I
nobody
didn't
cares.
say that was my
People are
argument.
going to use credit cards. They're going to take out loans. They're going to take out second mortgages. That's how Americans live their life.
Right. And that's
Life.
why if they lose their job within 2 months, they're on the street. Because everything
I
is
don't know a
fucking
single
debt.
person that's lost a job and ended up on the street, except
Well,
maybe for me. Maybe me
I'm-
if I don't get one soon.
If you don't what?
I said maybe me if I don't get one soon, but I will be the only person I know that's lost a job and ended up on the street. Nobody I know has gone from a job to the street. They
It
usually go
happens
from
more
a job
than
to
you.
another job somewhere.
It's happening more than you think today. Let's just put it that way.
Not to anybody I know.
The homeless thing is bigger than you think.
If they're going from a job to the street, there's other factors involved than just they lost a job.
Well, I don't know. Listen,
I don't know. I'm
whatever.
not buying this
People,
narrative.
people. Yes,
Money
today.
still works. People are still saving up for big purchases and buying them. I'm
Yes,
still
but the
able to get
debt,
my apple at the grocery store
the
by
debt to
having a
deposit
cashier my money.
ratio.
So my money still works. None of it's slavery by any
Oh no, it's
standard
slavery. It's
traditional
slavery.
definition of slavery when you compare it to historical slavery, which is quite disrespectful to actual slaves, by the way, to call your first world comfortable life slavery. But none of it meets any definition of slavery that I would use.
You don't have to use it.
Again,
I
think you're
use it.
being very
I
poetic and
use
trying
it
to weave
because
the story.
I've accepted reality and I know what it is. Most people don't know they're slaves,
You've
but they
never been an
are.
actual slave, too, I could tell.
Yeah,
This
it's
is
just pretty
raw
sad because
slavery.
there is a way out, but people are not willing to see it. So whatever. It's gonna be quite
Most people are not going
exponential.
to live
The
poor
next
and
few
kill pigs
years,
with their own food like you.
the
Most
next
people are going to choose not to do that,
that's the other thing that
especially if
I
all they
made
have to do is take on a
that
little bit of
oh,
amount of debt to live a way more comfortable life.
that's the other thing that I chose to do when I found out how the monetary system works is I chose to get out of the city because I was in the city. My first kids were born in the city. All my kids were born in the city. And I was living in a little house and fucking I said, no, this can't be. I gotta get some piece of land where I can have some cows, some chickens, grow a garden, whatever, and get the fuck out of here. And that actually has served me very well in the past. If the lights go out, I can feed myself quite well. Probably not just myself. I can feed most of my family, extended family even. So I've just, I've just prepared myself for any eventuality, which I think is coming within the next few years. Some eventualities are going to come that people better be more prepared. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, I hear that a lot. I've been hearing it for decades. So
Yes, I know I've heard it in the
I'm
past, and
still waiting for it to happen.
I used to say the same thing years ago, like, that's not happening. But some of the stuff I've seen recently has led me to believe that there might be an actual possibility that we are coming to a head.
I'm sure if it hits, I'll find out about it at some point.
Yeah, no, I mean, it may not happen, but
my mental energy on it.
It may not. I'm not saying for sure, but I've seen some things that lead me to believe that it's more probable now than it was in the past. Albert Pike, read Albert Pike and his letter to Mancini or
I don't want
Brandini, Aldo Mancini, or something like that. Read his letter about 3 world wars and exactly how the 3 world wars were to happen, and then look at what's happening in the world today.
Was he a prophet? Is this a prophecy
No,
letter?
I believe he was not a prophet, but an architect. People call him a prophet. I don't believe he was.
That's what like I said, I have to hand it to his
an architect, not a prophet.
If he's that good of an architect that he can engineer
well, just go
the
read
entire
the
future
read
of
it.
mankind, that's pretty impressive.
Why don't you ask the bitch to pull it up and read it for a second? It's not it's not long.
Just because I don't want to.
It's not long. And then you tell me how accurate it is. It's not very long. Albert Pike's letter to Mancini, or I forget who the fucking guy's name was. One of the Jesuits, anyway.
Oh, look, hang on. I'm on there's a fact check site. It says the widely circulated Albert Pike letter to Mancini that supposedly predicts 3 world wars has no verifiable primary source trail in major institutional collections. They can't even verify that it's a real thing.
Oh, okay. So hold on. If they cannot
Historians regard the narrative as a modern hoax. You got fooled. You fell for a hoax.
Yes. Now, if it is a hoax, right, then the 3rd World War has not happened yet, correct? Is that correct?
It hasn't happened yet, whether it's a hoax or not.
So if
either
the
way,
third, hold on, follow me here. I know you're smart enough to follow. If
I
it
don't know if
was a
it's
hoax,
intelligence is
if
the
it
answer
was a
here.
hoax, if it was a hoax, then the Third World War prediction part of it would not match up at all with anything that's happening today. Right? Right or wrong?
I'm just saying what the fact check website said, that historians
I get there's
consider
a
it a
lot of
hoax.
fact
Historians
fact
don't
checking going
study
on.
stuff that hasn't happened yet. They
Why
study
don't
the
you
stuff
just
that did
read it?
happen.
It's very short.
Because I don't want to. I have zero interest in this conspiracy hoax letter. It is.
Okay.
It's not my genre of content.
Okay.
So I know
All right.
a lot of people geek out on this stuff, but I'm not one of them.
Yes, I can tell. I can tell.
It says there is strong reason to treat the 3 World Wars letter as unsubstantiated. Unsubstantiated.
That's good. That's good. I like it. I like it a lot.
But I will take its recommendation and I will treat it exactly that way.
Yes, you will do whatever your daddy tells you to do. I know.
Unsubstantiated.
When your daddy says, "Get down on your knees
Well,
and suck
what's my
my
choice?
dick,"
Doing what you say? Have you
you're
be my
gonna suck
daddy
his
and do it?
dick.
You just yes.
I mean, you might
I'm
like
going to
that, but
choose
that's
a different daddy other than you.
okay. I'm gonna say, "Mommy." When your mommy says, "Get down and suck my pussy," you might not like that as much, right?
Yeah, I want to hear that.
So then you might think twice about sucking some pussy. But when your mommy tells you, "Get down on
For a
your
pork
knees and
chop.
suck my pussy," then you're gonna have trouble, right?
All right. Well, you have anything else you want to wrap up with? Or
No,
leave
go
us
fuck
with
yourself.
before
How's
anything
that?
you want to plant in our brain before I let you go?
I want to plant in your brain. What do I want to plant in your brain? Maybe, fuck. A slug might be good. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. I like you, actually. I don't want to put a slug in you. Don't worry. Jeff, I actually like you, Jeff. You're retarded. You're a little bit of a
Half.
chicken shit.
Half.
You're too much of a slave.
I'm half
But I
kind of
still
smart.
like you. Okay, go fuck yourself. Bye.
All right. Take care, Lou.
Take care, buddy.
Enjoy your pigs.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Now that really is our show for real. I'm done. I don't have any more in me. I'll be out tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific. We can pick it up then if y'all want, or bring another topic you want to discuss. All right. Take care. Go get something to eat. Spend time with your family. Whatever.